ओए मैच चालू हो गया, ओए मैच चालू हो गया। आवाज आ रहा है? हेलो हेलो हेलो, चेक करना दो 1 मिनट। हेलो हेलो। ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है। ओ अच्छा, कनेक्ट तो किया ही नहीं। रुको 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 रुको, कनेक्ट हो जाए बस। हो जाओ कनेक्ट हो जाओ कनेक्ट हो जाओ। अब हो जा। वह कनेक्ट क्यों नहीं हो रहा है? मैच चालू हो गया भाई। कनेक्ट हो जाए जल्दी से, मैच भी देखना है। हो गया क्या? हो गया हो गया। लेट्स गो लेट्स गो लेट्स गो लेट्स गो लेट्स गो। लैग हो गया।
In the work, and he is taking on this squad all by himself.
40
But
मर गई।
finally, Shiva shuts him down.
Almost 1v4. Honestly, it was very, very close. It was the fact that he got that cheeky angle through the door frame. That might have just been a 1v4 coming through
OG का एक किल है, चलो
I think
सही है।
X-X Force just
वो
should
तो
get
स्लो
reset on that one.
खेलेंगे
Very
अब।
comfortable. Aurora's looking in that direction, also looking in that direction too. There's a lot of teams that have sightlines to
गैप कितना है? टॉप 5 2
towards
पॉइंट
them.
पे ही है।
But you can see here Aurora and Ulf now on the move, so potentially the pressure got alleviated slightly over towards X-Force Rejects, but we'll wait and see.
Oh, that'd be a huge break for them if that's the case. Yeah, if you're X-Force Rejects, if you're Shiva, right now you're just like, where is the nearest recall tower? Problem is that we're already in stage 2, and with that
फ्यूरिया
water
अभी
in
तक
the
सबसे
center of
हाईएस्ट
this
किल
area
किसके
here is
है?
going to make it so
5
difficult
किल
for him to
उला।
find them. But we'll see if that
ये
does end up
6
being the
किल
case.
करके कौन
Looking
मर
on over
गया?
to Aurora,
टीटी
top
6
with
किल
3
करके मर गई।
eliminations to start things off, looking very, very
उला
good
और
here.
फ्यूरिया का फाइट हो
Quick
रहा है।
getting a knock onto Silence, so it
फ्यूरिया
looks
का
like
एक नॉक,
Aula is
फ्यूरिया
going
का
to be
फिनिश।
challenging the
रिकॉल होगा
last
शायद
player
से।
of Furia. They ended up getting that.
ओजी
And
वाले सब मर के
now,
रिकॉल हो गए क्या?
as a matter of fact,
कितना टाइम हुआ है?
is
11 मिनट
starting
हो
to get
गया
in the
है
rest of
गेम
the
का,
zone, but the other
और
two are still
दूसरा
deep
जोन
in
है,
the
हो
blue.
गए होंगे तब तो।
Yeah, I mean, for Fury, it's going to be a while till they actually get themselves in a position where they can play this one out.
रुको एक बार
Now
वो
it's a
डालते
lot of
हैं।
driving,
If
a lot of gasoline required
train
too.
get
Enigma Galaxy's still doing the weird thing though. They're doing these 2-2 splits where they
offline,
send
then
2 players
no,
very far and then they've got stragglers behind. I can't tell if it's to try and secure location far side of the circle and then hopefully cut in towards the other side.
ओजी के पास अच्छा जोन है। बस अब ये देखना है कि पानी का कौन सा तरफ में जोन
Really
जाएगा।
super risky strategy. It's working out right now, and they're playing it decently. But again, Ralph's the same dude who came up with the heel strap,
Right? Yeah,
which was real corny, but he's all for corny strategies, but they work. They do work.
So, sometimes you got to think outside the box, and you know.
Yeah, well, maybe he's an innovator.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe corny is not the way to call it.
Who knows, right? I mean, you know what? It's one of those 50-50s, right? If it doesn't work out, he's an idiot, and if it does work out, he's a genius, right?
Yeah.
So that's
right now he's a genius.
Yeah,
so,
now
yeah.
he nailed it, right? So with this hard shift on over to the left side, that's going to make things pretty tough as the water is
कवर
in
बना
play.
दिया। अरोरा मार
Let's
दे।
see what Ralph can do
दूर है
if he
क्या
can
अरोरा?
bring out some more of those 1000 IQ plays.
नेड आ रहा है।
He's going to be holding this dip right now. And we're going to see Aurora right down the road from him. Reefus putting on a little bit of suppressive fire, holding this coverage for now, just making it annoying for Ralph to move.
Reefus
मार
yesterday,
सकती है
an
अरोरा।
immortal man in the lobby.
नहीं अब नहीं जाएगी।
Last pair
अब
alive
नहीं जाएगी।
was such a problem for RRQ for such a long time. There's a bit more loot on side, but you're right. What we have now, and you alluded to it earlier, is just the river that cuts right through. Plenty of water involved. Hard hard gamble to make. I think most teams are trying to secure over towards the eastern side here. It does have more landmass involved, so they're hoping for the switchback on that way. But this could easily pull left.
Oh man, so this is like you literally have to kind of, it's a coin toss at this point, right? You just have to pick a spot, hope that circle comes your way. If not, it's going to make these difficult. Lord said, I do not like that gas can. Get it out of here. And make sure that we get some terraforming going, because we're going to need all the room that we can get. This circle is actually a huge one for Alula, because they have pretty much that entire side of the river.
दो टीम वैसे अभी तक मर गई है.
Considering where they're at the start of the day, this is their chance. Honestly, I think
OG के पास मौका है अभी.
Utilize this
Top 3 तक भी OG जा सकती है.
maximum potential.
Zone जिस हिसाब से था उस हिसाब से तो top 3 भी जा सकती है.
Entryways back over towards the western side, but you're right. I mean, right now Alula, not only do they have a decent spot, they were compounding with high ground to work with.
20 seconds में zone है. अब वो देखना होगा.
That's the main problem they're running into. I don't know. But there is a bridge down towards the south side of the bridge on the north too.
LOLs भी watch party कर रहे हैं क्या?
There is going to be a big old queue. In the process of trying to get back over towards
zone. OG के पास देखो कितना बढ़िया split है.
Real shortly.
यहाँ से zone आ जाए. ये island की तरफ shift मार दो. ऊपर ही है.
Boom! They have nailed it here. So it is a
अब ये वाला जो part है ना, यहाँ से cross कर सकते हैं. यहाँ से cross किया जा सकता है. गाड़ी से यहाँ पे cross कर सकते हैं.
As you see all those teams on the south, OG.
और कहाँ और कोई तो जगह नहीं दिख रहा है. यहाँ तो कोई bridge नहीं होता है.
Quick moving outside of the
यही जगह है बस.
Edge, just looking for that. Maybe possibly gatekeep some of these teams pushing in from the south side.
Yeah, they have to hold it out, right? It's actually, there is a playable space down here towards the river where you can actually just play underneath Alula. Actually saw Fourth Rise play a very similar position earlier this year. Get a really big game. The back of it. Aru's going to send forward though. He's swinging past on that western side. Yeah, OG, Alula, both really are benefiting off the back of this circle. I do like that Alula just decided, you know, let's just take a compound towards the west here. Let's not try and spread out too much. Already know that practically 20% of the circle is unplayable. We're not going to be greedy on space taking, especially where we are on the leaderboard too. Let's not rock the boat too much.
Not a bad idea. Yeah, I think there are some teams that get in positions that are so dominant and they just spread themselves too thin. So I like the fact that they are playing it together, but I don't want them to play super passive, right? You still utilize this opportunity to hunt down as many eliminations as you can. See how that ends up working out though. We're looking at RRQ, GOAT, making some shots. This is going to be on the north side of the circle here.
वाह, OG के तरफ में एक टीम थी ना, उसको उन्हीं से भिड़ना है. क्या उला थी शायद से. उला की टीम थी शायद.
Could happen.
OG के पास बहुत बढ़िया मौका है.
And we're going to see RRQ get out of here.
I mean, very, very typical Lepar behavior there. Very aggressive. Nerf's going to send over the top. Has the S12K, finds another. Looks good. Still going to deal with one player off in the distance. Down to just a solo now. No real chance, honestly, at a recall beacon. Has to fight off, plays from the low ground. JS9 in play. And just leave the spray going. 7 elims now for GOAT. And honestly, this looks like a good game for GOAT.
इतना क्लस्टर हो गया यहाँ पे. हाँ, यहाँ से पानी पार कर सकते हैं.
Very high. Their lows were super low. I mean, we were 15, 16 places, 2 elims, 1 elim. But yeah, so that's the
OG
they need to deal
knock
with.
दिया with God. KRX का. KRX अच्छा है. KRX उन्हीं लोग के ऊपर है.
Putting in that work, nades ringing out all over the
KRX
place here.
को मारो.
Now,
KRX को मारो.
They want those third parties going, and KRX are going to be pushing up on them little by little. You got Enigma Galaxy right next to him as well. Gaming Star Yusuf, last player up, trying to get in the 1v1. He gets some good shot up with that S12K. Gets that thirst, he needs that point. Oh, but that nade is going to shut him down. That's QXCZ getting it done. And now Hoxie's like, all right, let's finish this out here. Let's get these points and secure this position. Ragnarok said, you know what, you can have it.
पानी के दूसरे तरफ है KRX वहाँ से knock.
South Korean team by KRX. It's really nice to see some of the aggression that comes through. I think it used to be before where a lot of South Korean squads would get an initial knock and then not really do anything with it. But KRX is very quick to maybe not fully commit, but see what's available, right? What are the opportunities? What are the options there? So
बोर्ड भी मर गई गया वहीं चल गया जोन ओजी पे जोन है ओजी पे जोन है
but now they're up against Enigma Galaxy who are playing on their northern edge.
ओजी के पास अभी भी जोन है
It's still dead central on this river. It's so uncomfortable.
Such a tough circle. Team Flash are just
टॉप 5 तो आराम से आ रहे हैं टॉप 5 आराम से आ रहे हैं टॉप 3 का देखना है अभी हम लोग किसको पीछे छोड़ सकते हैं
We're going to push into this zone at the last second. I mean, yeah, win and
गोट
squad
के
are
पास
starting to
तक जा
steal some of these
सकते हैं पॉइंट्स उन लोगों का बहुत
eliminations.
ज्यादा हो
Very
गया
difficult for Enigma Galaxy.
KRX अगर जल्दी मर जाए तो KRX को ओवरटेक कर दे निग्मा गैलेक्सी को भी ओवरटेक कर सकते हैं
From Team Flash are disgusting.
हां निग्मा गैलेक्सी भी क्योंकि जोन का साइड में फंसी हुई है तो ये मैच के बाद 4th पोजीशन तक जा सकती है और
Eventually, the Flash
अच्छा,
have to
light
pull
नहीं
off
on
this
लगा।
spot, but in tandem with
ठीक है।
KRX, Enigma Galaxy, and Flash all at the same time. Satan stays alive, bears him out of HP. The blue does slowly march towards him like a tsunami.
And this blue zone's gonna hurt, that's for sure. So Satan and squad need to start getting moving here. But Vinny right behind him. He's gonna have to make this push. He's running in through the smokes here. He's getting pieced up little by little. We're gonna switch on over to top. Vinny does get knocked.
निग्मा गैलेक्सी का एक
नॉक are able to get
मर
into this
जाओ
circle
निग्मा गैलेक्सी को मारो
cleanly. And they're going to be gatekeeping whoever is going to be the winners of this fight right now. It looks like
ओजी को ये मौका पे किल निकालना चाहिए जोन बाहर से बहुत टीम्स आएगी किल सब दिखाई देगा
Now that nade just a little bit too far away. But this is a terrible fight for both these guys. They need to finish this out as soon as possible. The blue zone is creeping in. Hoxie gets another knock. And now it's just Lord, but oh, Hoxie getting shot all the way from Aurora is going to shut him down.
It's a horrendous cross, right? You've got the higher ground that drops down towards the low.
पूरा जोन है अभी तो पूरा जोन है
I don't think anyone makes that run. Again, this is such an RNG circle. A lot of teams are going to suffer because of it. I mean, Alula as well as OG both took a gamble on the western side.
नहीं अरोरा से पड़ेगा
I like how OG's moved up on towards this northern edge though. They have a lot of teams they need to deal with in the future.
ओजी को मार दो फुल
Right now it's about living.
अरोरा को मार दो
You can get that survival into the late game, fair enough too.
फूटेगा बस खत्म नाइस नाइस एक और अरे
Ulf on point throwing some heat seeking missiles from across the map there. Doc's trying to get a little bit of
10 किल निकाल दिया अरोरा
Reefus.
टॉप का 5 किल
Great Aurora 10 eliminations.
वहाँ ऑल गेमर्स और उला का फाइट हो रहा है फ्यूरिया पुश कर दी
That's for sure.
Furia बहुत
I think
बढ़िया
the team
खेल
that
रही
didn't expect to be showing up right now is Furia. They're on the northern side over towards the western edge of these bits of landmass, which is quite cool to see Furia being the team that makes it in. Man, they had been walking, they had been driving.
OG पे जोन आ जाओ
cross country for this team, but they
वहाँ
brought
मत
the
जाना
right
बस
trainers,
जोन
they
OG पे आ
brought the
जाओ
right tires, and they are here to play right now.
And Alulas were really
जोन आने वाला है
at the start of this.
आ गया ओजी पे जोन है
Just slow things down. They have
ओजी पे जोन है आतंकी नॉक दिया
but now they're down to
आतंकी ने नॉक दिया फिनिश भी आ जाओ टॉप 3 अब यहाँ से तो टॉप 3
in the middle of the leaderboards, but this could be their chance to push them up to the
दो
top.
किल आ गया
Yeah, it was super mega. I mean, that's fair enough to say, especially from Furia. We expect a lot more from this team, and again, this is the resilience that I expected to see from Furia. Is you cannot count this team out until the final bell rings. But then they're looking over towards Alula right now. They're even trying to wrap over towards that western side slightly.
कितना धीरे-धीरे पास तक आ गया
Aurora, we're on board with Aaron. It could get
कितना धीरे-धीरे करके इतना पास तक आ गया उसके
explosive.
Let's see Aaron.
मार दे
Personal, he caught top with
पता ही नहीं चला उसको
Beautiful placement there from Aaron. Oh, nice little shots from Ziol. He's gonna go ahead and go for the quick first aid.
OG.
No. But it ain't gonna be fast enough. OG.
आतंकी
Yeah, that's how you do it there. You can steal as many eliminations as you can. Take it. Ziol with the angles catches Scarface, and again, right?
FL आ गई, flash आ गई.
Third party flash are right there to disrupt this fight.
अबे किल ना चोरी हो जाए किल ना चोरी हो जाए
undetermined where this circle is going to end for so long that I can't really fault any of the teams on the eastern side.
Kill चोरी हो जाएगा लग रहा है.
OG's doing the right thing though, trying to make as many points as possible and grab as much value off this position as possible too, knowing that any team on the eastern side very unlikely to make it through. Ulf did send a rogue agent over towards the western side in catch though.
ठीक है, revive करने जा रहा है.
Agent right there. He is swimming for his life right now, just trying to sneak some extra placement points possibly. And yeah, he's going to be the last player up for. Oh, you got Aaron there in the water as well. Catch maybe thinking about going for that res in the water. We'll see. But you got Team Flash looking to go fishing here. Let's see if he's able to get that res.
zone भी आ जाएगा.
Looks like he just might.
Yeah, he swims across to him. Possible to
अगला
do.
zone भी आ जाना चाहिए.
Real question whether Flash actually sees it or not, but they do have a knock.
ऊपर की सारी टीम मर गई. Let's go. अब यहाँ से कितना ऊपर जा सकते हैं? चिकन आ गया तो अरोरा के भी ऊपर, गोट के भी ऊपर. अबे चिकन आ गया तो #1 भी कर सकते हैं. चिकन आ गया तो फर्स्ट आ जाएगी होगी.
Aaron actually got rest in that short moment.
Got him.
Silence gets knocked. That's
top 5 तो आ गए.
From OG. Goodness me, these guys are
top 4 भी आ गए.
racking up the points here and there.
3 point और मिलेगा.
What's going on around inside the circle? It's nice to see.
Top 5 आ गए.
Yeah, and it's perfect for them, right?
अबे क्या AKOP knock है क्या?
Are now completely
लो
out.
गया
OG really need to dominate right here. They got 2 eliminations so far.
फ्यूरिया बहुत खतरनाक खेल रही है. सबको मार. अबे रिवाइव हो गया यहाँ पे.
Players up. Clean up this entire side of the map first, and then figure it out
Revive हो गया
later.
Ulf
This
का
is
वो
their
player.
chance, though. These guys are looking great, and
वापस आ जा
a
zone.
great opportunity for Furia. Yeah, we were talking about it. Yeah, yesterday. They were chasing zones all
Furia को
day.
बस मारना होगा.
They have the position. What can they do with it? That's the question.
फ्यूरिया बाकी सबको मारेगी.
आ गया,
zone आ गया. Zone आ गया OG पे. OG पे पूरा zone है.
Some complaints yesterday about some of the passivity coming through from OG, which I think that they were.
अबे OG वाले देख क्यों नहीं रहे वहाँ पे? 2 free kill है.
And even during this game,
थोड़ा
you see
ridge line आ
a
रहा
lot
है.
of effort been put into that.
इनको तो है, देख सकते हैं.
We need more of that proactivity right now, though.
आके बस देख लो यहाँ पे 2 kill है free का.
They have the circle to work with it. Fury's coming in from that north side though.
देखा क्या? देखा Visgod देखा.
All right now, right? Turn that aggression up to 11. Soak up those eliminations. Get that win.
Get that back to back.
पानी में चल गया ये
Yeah,
लोग.
back-to-back chicken dinners, right? They won the last one yesterday. This one will just solidify them here and definitely put them in that running in just 2 matches for that top 5. Let's see what they can do, though. As we all got Furia up on the north. Flash trying to find a way into this circle. They're forced to swim it out. Igor going fishing there. He's getting some hit markers on the bows.
Oh, Furia का एक knock दे दिया. इन लोग का fight हो जाए आपस में.
Become curious about the ammo counts on some of these teams because
OG Ulf का knock दिया. अरे वाह वाह, बढ़िया. 1 HP का है. Nade volley, nade.
Aru's moving forward. He's got nades, got molotovs. He's looking.
फूटेगा.
Ammo count does look a little bit low, but Aru with the underarm
should
be good to go.
बढ़िया nade. Top 5 का है.
OG to victory.
Top 4 में भी आ गए वैसे OG. 4v4.
Perfect toss there. Furia, so they're looking to get in the mix here. Some nice
FL और Furia का fight. Chicken होगा. OG का chicken है.
Oh, but that vehicle is
बढ़िया Aru.
He looks like he is able to get to safety just barely.
बढ़िया. गाड़ी के पीछे. बढ़िया मारा. अब Furia. FL. Flash. Furia गई. Flash.
The Flash now underneath looking to push up. OG holding them back at the gates. From Miramar to Rondo, can they do it all here?
Oh, damage पड़ा.
Zone
है अभी पूरा. Knock नहीं खाना है बस.
Can they grasp it as Team Flash rocking a 3-1 split here? You got Wizgod gonna have to watch out for that.
अभी भी center है zone. अगला वाला एंड जोन होगा तो जोन का सेंटर पे ओजी ही रहेगा तो उन लोग को पुश करना होगा. स्मोक पार बना दिया है. पुश कर रहा है. नहीं, एक बैक पे भी है. एडीएस दे रहा है. एडीएस वाला को मारना होगा. और डैमेज हुआ. बढ़िया बढ़िया, एक और को दो, एक और को दो, कूदना मत, कूदना मत। ओ बढ़िया, चिकन है, चिकन है, चिकन है, चिकन है। अरे नॉक दे दिया। नहीं 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 नहीं, लेट्स गो, चिकन आ गया, चिकन आ गया, एक और चिकन। अबे फर्स्ट पे आ गए, फर्स्ट पे आ गए होंगे। फर्स्ट पे आ गए, फर्स्ट पे आ गए, फर्स्ट पे आ गए। लेट्स गो।
I mean, it's good at the moment. Aru looks like an arrow right now, and he's got purpose, flying fast towards that bullseye, fast towards that qualification spot. It's
भाई
such a
क्वालिफाई हो जाएंगे
difference
ग्रैंड
from last
फाइनल्स
time
के
we
लिए।
saw them as well. And you know, if you're a fan of this team, you got to be proud because again, the improvement has been insane.
Perfectly executed right there, right? I mean, hey, they got themselves a good solid position. We had the questions, right? Were they going to play it passively? Were they going to get aggressive? They turned on that aggression at the perfect
Let's go.
time. Perfect peaks, fight decisions,
और
and
बाबू
they were
कैसा है?
able to get that win. And,
दो बैक टू बैक
this is the
चिकन
way
आ
to do
गया,
it, right? I mean, they were having a little bit of a rough day at the start yesterday. Finished strong.
भाई
Boom, knock it out of the park today.
फर्स्ट पे
They're
आ
set
गए
up for
होंगे।
top 5.
They absolutely are. I mean, for this team, it's a really big boon for them. I mean, taking some of that pressure off is a really nice thing right at the start of the day. We always say it's about Rondo being able to get rid of a lot of the pressure so quickly in day 2.
अच्छा e-sports हमें भी तो डाल रहा है ना, रुक जाओ।
Much relief for you as a
e-sports
squad.
हमें भी डाल
For
रहा है।
Orangutan, honestly, they can use this now just to kind of feel out other teams inside this lobby, get some more practice in without feeling all that worried. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. e-sports हमें Instagram। फर्स्ट पे आ गए होंगे, 47 था, 10 पॉइंट चिकन का, फिर उसके बाद किल्स भी इतना उठाया, 65 पॉइंट के आसपास होगा अभी। हाँ 65 पॉइंट, 65 66 पॉइंट होंगे कुछ। हमें अबे नहीं डाला क्या इसने? स्पोर्ट्स हमें ये तो डाल ही नहीं रहा है, कल तो डाल रहा था ठीक, कल डाला है ना, कल तो डाला है। आज का नहीं डाला अभी। डाला डाला डाला। वाह 66 पॉइंट, हाँ खतरनाक खतरनाक। अबे बैक कैसे हो गया? हम्म, 40 के भी ऊपर ले भाई, 2 चिकन डिनर, 66 पॉइंट। अब तो लीड आ गया है, टॉप 5 54 पॉइंट, 12 पॉइंट का लीड है वैसे टॉप 5 में रहने के लिए। सही है सही है। अब कितना देखा जाए तो 34 पॉइंट और निकालना है 5 मैच में। बहुत आसान है, बहुत आसान है, मतलब बहुत आसान नहीं है लेकिन कर लेंगे। 5 मैच में 34 और पॉइंट हो जाए भाई, हो जाए। #1 पे कर दे क्वालिफाई तो खतरनाक हो जाएगा। सबसे खराब कौन खेल रहा है ये? रिजेक्ट्स या चाहिए, साउथ अफ्रीका की टीम है, गेमिंग स्टार्स टर्की की है, टीटी चाइना, ऑल गेमर्स चाइना। चाइना की बेस्ट टीम देखो 9th पे बैठी है। ओ भाई साहब वो जी टॉप पे है। हाँ बढ़िया लग रहा है देखने में। 66 61 59 58 54 54 का कट ऑफ आ गया अभी तक। 92 वही 90 95 के बीच में, 92 प्रेडिक्शन है, देखते हैं पहुंच ही जाएगा। अब तो पहुंच जाए, बस खराब मैचेस ना जाए।
Yeah, yeah.
Yes,
opportunities. And also, yeah, we had a good
Interview
position,
there,
but the thing was that it was like on the back we had high ground, and on the front we had like a complete low ground. So if we have gone like either of the ways, the other side teams would have definitely shot at us, so it would have been difficult to come back to our initial position. So I was also like not so satisfied with that game, because having Rondo and only 2 elimination points is like not how we play, and not everyone plays, because Rondo gives you a lot of opportunities to take fights, maybe take free eliminations of the teams, and especially when you are at a good position. So yeah, it was also like a little dissatisfied for me, but yeah, it was a good start. So we didn't have to get into the second game with high pressure on us.
Fair. And overall, yesterday, how does the team look at it? Do they see it as a success here so far? And are there any adaptations coming in today too?
Not really success, but the last match really helped us to, start our day 2 with a good base. So it's not like we are very far behind from top 5. So coming to day 2, we are just going to plan going game by game. We are just not really focused on the position we are at on the points table. We are just going to focus on our games and the things that we can do better, and trying to not repeat the mistakes that we have done in the past.
Aru, thank you very much. Amazing interview, and good luck for day number 2.
Not only is Aru great at giving interviews, but he's great in the game, being the IGL, as he was able to secure 5 eliminations. And when we talk about IGLs that have what it takes to not only go to the finals and maybe end up challenging to do it, he was able to showcase that perfectly here in this rondo.
I mean, this is why it's important to have international experience. He played PMGC last year, didn't go too good, but he knew what to expect heading into PMWC, and especially the final fight they took onto Team Flash. There was even Ulf behind them, and even the side of Furia pushing their way. There's so many aspects of the game, and they were just played beautifully. A few shots missed, okay, if you want to critique, is like a few of the shots maybe should have connected, but you love to see them not just get a win, it's a back-to-back.
I truly believe this is a game that they can win. Man, this guy is right now. Movement around the map. Aru's moving forward. He's got nades, got molotovs. He's looking.
There we go.
Pretty right now. Ammo count does look a little bit low, but Aru with the underarm should be good to go directly on them. Aru picks up the double. Man, this guy is leading OG to victory.
Let's get it going. The crowd getting hyped on that one. Perfect toss there. Furia, they're looking to get in the mix here. Some nice shots from the Flash. Going to make it a little bit tough. They're going to have to hit.
Day 2, this team looks clean.
And the crowd goes wild. OG.
Then on the other, just making sure nobody was coming up behind them. Then they sweep
अच्छा वो
around. I
देखते
think it
हैं
was Ulf on that, or no, it was
PubgMobile
Olala.
esports पे जाके
Oh la la!
Oh la la! It was them on that eastern side, able to just sweep around some really good.
इन लोगों का वीडियो आया ना प्रेडिक्शन वाला, हाँ ये देखते हैं। लकी स्पिन आ जाओ। सबने क्या प्रेडिक्ट किया था?
They are going to be eliminated. Also me.
This is my friends, so yeah, I think here.
Oğlum bu takımlar ne agro diye Aurora.
सब कितना OG को नीचे रख रहा है?
They are going to be eliminated. Also me.
This is my friends, so yeah, I think here.
Oğlum bu takımlar ne agro diye Aurora.
أنا كويك من العلاء جاي من العراق.
أنا كلاوس من السعودية جاي يمثل نادي العلا.
Hello guys, my name is Clau and I'm from Young Gladiators.
Hello, my name is Romeo. I'm from Young Gladiators.
Hello guys, gue Rizak dari tim Vitality. Hi guys, I'm Federales from Philippines and I'm playing for Vitality.
Federal. Merhaba arkadaşlar, ben SUG'den Solkay.
Ben Amsel.
Hello guys, I'm Forty Zafar.
Hello, I'm Falak from Team Fortress and today we are going to do PMWC predictions.
عندي نجمة جالاكسي أقوى تيم بالعالم توب 1.
They used to be a good team, but as of their recent performances, for now I will keep them here. Next team is All Free Sports, a very good and a strong team. I think they will also finish in top 5.
أقوى تيم تركي يتأهل أكيد.
I think very good team.
Top 5 में किसने डाला हो रहा है वो?
Yeah, gonna put it there.
Next team is Furia. This is also a good team. They can also finish in top 5.
Yeah. Tama lah. Susah na.
Bring up a bit.
Grüße dich an Najee, ne?
Tamam, dayı.
Ja.
Şöyle.
Oo, onu da koyayım size. Adamlar iyi. Bayağı iyi.
Zaten top 5.
Bu yılın zaten en stabil takımlarından biri Furia şu an.
Hierarchy. Indo Pride. Top 5. Nice.
ادي RRQ. تتوقع يتأهلوا ولا لا؟ لا. جو لا. تحت. خاف يطقونه.
Ula ने डाला है top 5.
For me, for my top 1 is Ula. I think it's gonna be top 1 here.
ကြားတော့ထားပြလိုက်မယ်ပြုတ်မလို့ထင်တယ်ဒါပဲလေထားပြလိုက်ပါ
Sorry guys.
عندنا 40 اتوقع يتاهلون.
اوكي وين معملها
وين هي؟
Yangon Galacticos. Ula. S2G. Okay. कोई नहीं टॉप पे बैठे
as well performing. You have Furia being able to perform. They need to continue on with this consistency to try to make it out and hope that those teams that are above them end up getting eliminated early.
Yeah, I mean, if we have a look, Alula got themselves out of that bottom 3 position. Obviously, Thunder took the 3 eliminations, but weren't able to carry on the placements that they had from yesterday. But, you know, in the contention with Fury on the building, you saw Claw sort of taking up and entering that fragging position. And basically, we had, I think it was... Who was I looking at? Oh my God. And then we had the moment move around the back, and there was R8 be able to hold across the building. I mean, they have the ability to be able to get these eliminations, but they focused on that early rotation. They took the fight away from Fury. They're like, okay, we're going to cut our losses. We're going to get back into that position. And this is exactly how they clawed their way. I see what I did there. Claw their way out of the bottom 3 there. And if they can just carry on this, hitting a 5-point average per game, they're safe.
Yeah, hopefully that's going to be the case, but we'll see, because right now, I mean, with that back-to-back from OG, India's starting to step up, and they're looking to be in the finals, as we're going to be sending it over to none other than Jackie, the man with the coolest jacket, and Kalaris.
With the not-so-cool jacket here, I'm out impressed.
Yeah, you've been done, mate.
I've been done. And I do actually preface this a bit with the fact that when I was talking to Aru, that was before the day actually started. So I didn't get actually a chance to talk to him about the win for today, because it hadn't happened yet. But it really has shown with that victory that they got here on Rondo, a 2nd place in the day 1, a 1st place now here, and also a 1st place in Miramar, that Orangutan is looking really dynamic on all these maps and really able to adapt to the changes that Rondo potentially brings.
Yeah, they're coming out giving it absolute chutzpah on the gameplay, which is what you need, mate. You know, we're about 6 or 7 games into the event now, James, so you got to really give it your best, much unlike that little bit I worked in.
Thanks for that. I really appreciate that. I'll be honest, I really wasn't expecting that.
No.
But on the opposite side of things as well, right? When we look at how all these teams are kind of using utility at the moment, we've seen some real pinpoint precision, multi-nade plays. KRX was fantastic yesterday over on Erangel, just timing those kinds of plays out perfectly.
Yeah, I think that's actually something we were both agreeing on, right? Day 1, we were talking about historically how sometimes there's been a lot to be desired with professional level PUBG Mobile on hitting those keynotes with utility usage to really make the most out of it, because it's pivotal late game and it can be the difference of a chicken dinner or not. This event, in terms of engagements and closing fights with at least defensive utility, I think that's been drastically better. We're still seeing some gaps maybe in tactical play. We're talking flashes, right? Some of the smoke plays left a little bit of room to expand, James. But for opening and closing down elims, it's been way better at clearing comp.
I think the one thing that has really stood out on Rondo more than anywhere actually is the deployable cover flares actually.
Yeah.
Some teams have been using a lot early. I think they could benefit from just saving a little bit towards the later stages of the game, because deployable cover flares is one of the most powerful things that was ever added to the game. And if you can keep those into the really late game, that's even more powerful.
Oh, yeah. I mean, effectively at this level as well, right? It's not even as much necessarily you being as cutthroat to get those elims. It's just not leaving yourself exposed to be taken down.
True.
So if you can actually play around that, build yourself into a better position to cover late game, saves you bacon. We were pulling some of our hairs out. It's why we looked like this when we were sat there with the early drops, mate.
Oh, I'm getting old. I'm not sure.
You're never really sure. Just to work it in as well, whilst we're talking about the adaptation of play styles,
yes.
Go obviously on Rondo. They look far more... It's all right to talk about Go. Can I do it again, Jay? James?
I was like, yeah, I was waiting for it. I was waiting for it when it was going to go on. Okay, you're allowed to talk about
I'm allowed to talk about goat. Well, I guess I'll gloat on that one, James. Call that a baby goat. That's calf wordplay. But anyway, goat team do come out far faster on Rondo. They play with aggression and they look sick with it. That's exciting because in their regular flow of battlegrounds, they're late rotators. They don't want to take those early fights if they can avoid it because they ramp up late game and look way better when they're fully suited and booted, James. Here, they do prove they can play both play styles.
Do you think they can hold on to a top 5?
I'd hope so. I think they're a dark horse for the event, but said this day
The whole
one.
event?
Yeah, dark horse, mate.
Oh, hey, that's an exciting potential here because they're not really one of the teams that a lot of people are kind of including in that top 5.
No.
You got other teams like Flash that managed to get themselves to the end of this late game again. And actually, I was curious about Flash because I looked back at their games yesterday. I think if Flash was to do what they did yesterday compared to all the other days coming up, I think they wouldn't even make finals with what they showed yesterday. But at least now they've already kind of righted that ship a little bit in this Rondo game to get to that second place, right?
Yeah, I think, look, there's still is well enough time. Well, I say that, 5 games left to go for some of these teams, so yeah, there's a little bit of time. Nearly did it yourself there, James. I've rotted his brain immediately. Yeah. But yeah, I think you can correct the ship, but obviously coming in early into game 1, having that bit of an awakening. I think for a lot of these sides, you imagine getting back to the hotel last night, you're unpacking the bag, not looking at really things you can celebrate, more issues you can fix, and just unpack that bag, mate, get it sorted.
Yeah, I mean, the win that they got yesterday, Flash, on the Erangel game where the two
दिखाओ यार टीम स्टैट्स चिकन तो अपना है.
I spoke to Nigma Galaxy as well. They were misreading the situation a little bit, but Flash had so much room on that east side to then be able to move into that field and hold that down. That's what was the key to victory for them, to get those points on the board. I had my concerns. I'm glad that they dispelled them here today because, again, they're a big name to try and kind of go further in this tournament. But anyway, thank you very much, Jackie. It is now time to head on over to the commentators once again here for another game here at PMWC.
That's Jackie, the jacket. I'm here with Hot Jukes. We're good to go and boring blank. But yeah, we're getting into our 7th game, 8th game. He's really ruined me. That's annoyed me. Yeah. We're into our 8th game now. There isn't a lot of games left, as Jackie was saying. It is coming to a close quite quickly now. And I think that for some of our squads, they do need to get a move on. I mean, Thunder Talk, I had a lot more hope for this squad, but it does seem that potentially crushed is where it's at.
Yeah, I don't want to get those keys crushed. You want to survive, and the way to get it done is on good old-fashioned Erangel. Here we go. Southern playing path here. Super Southern. Yeah. Good circle for a team like Aurora. You know exactly where they're headed. But for the rest of these squads, they're going to have to get it done. Ain't that right? Blank the tank.
Blank the tank. I'll take that. I'll take that. Robust. Yeah. Explode on the scene. But yeah, I do have a very southern playing path here. It's incredibly rough to play around with. Aurora happy with this one. They can get down towards that south side fairly easy. Fourth Rise also a fairly decent start for them over towards Ferry Pier as well as the yellow. So you wonder if they're going to run into any trouble in this area. I think Sosnovka is going to be a little bit more, fixated on. But you're right to point out what you were pointing out there, which was the elimination count coming through from Aru.
Yeah, he sneaks into that top 3. He's right there. He could easily push himself to first if he goes and gets a good elimination in this game. Looking at the match rankings right now, they are pretty stacked. Because I'll tell you what, OG is on top when it comes to the overall. 66 total points. 4th Thrives right below. Man, Pakistan on top.
Well, I don't know about that. I mean, 4th Rise in 2nd right now. It's a tough place to be in. Yeah, 4th Rise, 61 points. OG just blowing them out of the water right now. But you could definitely tell the difference between 4th Rise as well as OG in terms of the elimination points. 37 eliminations to 46. And if we rock that back to Aru, 15 of those 37 elims are coming through from him. He is absolutely a monster right now, and I really do mean it. It's Aru, the arrow, flying straight towards those targets and playing his team straight too, because that is a difficult thing to do as an IGL, to be both at the
Run, Aru, run! Oh my gosh! The bows with the knife.
Oh, brother.
No way!
Gun bhi tha.
Yo. OG might be cooked this game.
Oh, they're pissed.
Never mind.
They're not happy.
Upset. They're upset. Flash trying to take him down the last match. In the final 1v1 on the squads, Atanki rocks up to the tree line. Both behind. You're right, the knife is out. The serrated blade is not enough. For the rest of the squad is here to play.
That is what I call revenge, folks. Are you kidding me?
Oye, bande aa rahe hain.
Thirsted, but it looks like Orangutan get the last laugh here.
Shows they don't need Aru, but it would be nice to have him, but they won't have him this game. Down to 3, AKOP able to get some stuff done there. Secures his third elimination of the match as well. And Flash rock away with win, but in this case, they seriously took the L.
Are they hunting him down? Is Win actually going for it here? No way. That would be insane. He's got him in his sightlines. We got a runner here, folks. And it's OG Win making the moves, full sending it, but at a certain point, yeah, surely these guys got to get away.
They absolutely do, and I mean,
they're
happy to go wherever they like, but for the Flash, they have to head off to the hidden village with Naruto, with our new Ninetales Fury orc skin, which looks awesome, by the way.
Sick.
2 separate versions of the same thing, which is crazy.
He's hunting him down, dude. He's looking.
I know. This is some serious frustration coming through from the Flash. They don't want to lose out like this. He's got to keep the reputation high, apparently.
Wow. Win gonna go get some loot here, and the rest of OG get to safety.
अबे बच जाता वो भी आरू बच जाता.
Aru running for his life, dude, straight legged it.
My brother was in trouble.
Oh man,
I'm not gonna lie though, he was feeling the tickle of the blade on his back. He was just ahead of them. I mean, he had to pull out the old fruit.
Oh, बच गए. ये मार देता अभी. चलो पता तो चल गया वहाँ पे एक बंदा है.
That tickle was so close. He's like, I can't even run serpentine at
भाग
all.
जाएगा Flash. Heat हो गया क्या?
Oh, I can't move. I
gotta go forward.
Just straight away.
The boys will. So to keep him up is a really big thing.
Yeah, you were just talking about it, right? Like,
yeah.
I mean, it's so ridiculous to see your top fragger also be your IGL.
Yeah.
And you said it yourself, and I agree. It's so difficult, right? You have so much to manage, so much to focus on.
Yeah.
But when you do have those rare, just superstars that can.
Yeah, Beowulf back in the day, that guy was unreal, but they just don't come around all that often.
You don't see it. When you do, though, I mean, talk about the trust you gain from your squad, right?
Yeah. He said go here. He's also carrying us.
Yeah, he's also carrying. I think we gotta listen. You know what I'm saying? So it definitely
I'm
does
a sit
help.
for this.
Yeah, for sure. Like, yes, sir. Oh, we got you. Right? We're coming. And hey, they saw their leader, right, running away from a knife, and they came heavy. But unfortunately, it just happened to be just a second too late.
Coops sends some shots over towards Furia. Honestly, I don't think Furia's last game was terrible at all. I think they got fair far into it. And that was despite having a really, really hard start for them. I mean, their recall beacon was just so out of the way from the destination.
69 points, second का बीच में 8 पॉइंट का लीड है और यास्माए का ही जोन है तो इतना भी फिलहाल तो नहीं पड़ेगा.
You have little to no information of what's happening around the map. 14 shots over towards KRX as they do pass on by. This is towards those yellows on the southern edge. They're just moving through the forest, the south side of Pachinki, but Enigma Galaxy once again already flying out to a new location.
Yeah, a little rotation shenanigans early on. I want to talk about that point you were talking about earlier, though, right? Furia, 14 points in the last match. And they were one of those teams that was really critical because they're one of those squads we honestly were kind of expecting to see the top 5. Let's look at this replay, though, as Aru is running for his life. Saying, please stop, guys, leave me alone. And those shots strayed the rest of the team off. But, oh my gosh, Bose with the knife throw just said, nah, we're shutting them down.
You see, they could just see the death crate appearing. Man, they even had the vehicle in his face, right? Tires scratching the cheeks.
Oh, man. And Bose gets that knock. And I believe Bose picked up that scar from Aru.
Really?
Yeah, because, I mean, he didn't have it. Otherwise, he would have definitely shot him. But I think Aru had the weapon, but he was just like, no, I can't even turn around right here. They're just too close.
It's a tough one. It's a tough one. But, I mean, OG gets away with it. They get some more points on board. 3 points in total, actually. Drops to 69, which is nice. But only 3 players.
Yeah,
I think it's still doable.
Definitely.
And for OG, they get a really easy start up towards Yasnaya, which is very central right now. DK, though, up against Alula.
Oh, क्या मारा है?
Quick.
बढ़िया मारा.
Knock there, and he needs it. I mean, 4 points. Ula are definitely moving up because prior to this one, they had 21. So with 33 now, that does give them a good boost. The problem going into today was there was a good little point gap between that, you know, 6th to the 7th at the bottom placement points. You know, GK, Fudia, they had a 12-point gap there, and it kind of just goes down from there. So for Fudia to get a good game in, they now balance themselves out. They still need a good couple games if they want to push in the top 5. And Alula starting off really strong here and now put themselves in a good spot to at least hit the survival stage. Next zone does pop, though, and it is going to be in that mansion, shelter, Yasnaya area. Teams like Aurora coming in all the way from
ये सब जोन वैसे एंड नहीं करेगा. यासनाया में एंड नहीं करता है जोन. या तो यासनाया के बाहर तरफ पे ही एंड करेगा या फिर गॉड बिल्डिंग.
Doing their best here.
गॉड बिल्डिंग ले सकते हो लोग. खाली है अभी. लेट करेंगे दिक्कत होगा.
These boys need the points more than ever. Circle does shift over towards our eastern side, so we do have like some of these awkward compounds, some ditches over towards the eastern edge as well around the forest.
Nominati hua hai
very playable for the likes of Goat as well as Nigma Galaxy, who has set up, but you also have these winding roads. For Nigma Galaxy, once again, they're on that 2-2 split. They're on their wildness early on. But yeah, I think one team that I would love to see more out of right now is definitely Ulf.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people know that I'm a big fan of this team, but right now I think I have a small amount of disappointment. I think there certainly can be some better plays coming through. They have shown individually some clutch moments, but again, it's not what you expect of a team that
Flash के लिए लेकिन एक खराब मैच चल गया. OG ने खराब कर दिया.
So if we can see a bit more of that, but maybe
Flash आगे जाके टारगेट ना करते. क्योंकि Flash अब टॉप 5 से बाहर निकल जाएगी. ये मैच के बाद तो बाहर ही निकल जाएगी लगभग. लगभग बाहर ही निकल जाएगी. 55 पॉइंट है ना.
I mean, we definitely expect them to
DRX ऊपर आ जाएगी. Nigma Galaxy भी आ सकती है ऊपर.
What's taking them so long, right? But I mean, one good game, we'll see them in that spot. This could
बहुत
be
close है competition. Top 9 तक में कोई भी आ सकता है. Top 5 में. उसके बाद Furia है. Furia का थोड़ा ज़्यादा गैप है. Furia को 2 बड़ा गेम चाहिए होगा. Furia और उसके नीचे 2 बड़ा गेम चाहिए होगा. और उसके ऊपर वाले लोग इसी मैच में आ सकते हैं.
We've never seen the
Geek के नीचे वाले. और
right?
Geek के
In years
ऊपर वाले.
past, we've seen, you know, a few dominant squads, other squads that are just kind of struggling. But now at this point, anybody can take it. I mean, Thunder Talk's at the bottom. What's happening?
I mean, the Thunder Talk, they just haven't played well, have they? I think that's we've boiled it down to that point. There's been some missteps all over the place. I think there's been some bad rotations coming through. And then when it's come to their gunfights, they are being outclassed in some of them. I think Thunder Talk has a lot more in them to give. It shouldn't ever come down to AJ looking to win a 1v4. But again, it just shows that there is that potential there for Thunder Talk.
अबे FL का वो solo player वापस आ गया God Building.
Balance towards being
नीचे तरफ जाएगा वो.
This is a high-ranked game. Right?
Yeah.
It's a high-ranked game.
Right.
You know, no one's pulling any punches right now.
T24 पे पूरे 40 के players चल जाएंगे.
For gaming stars, they're playing on this 2-2 split right now. They were wondering if it's going to head
T24
over
के
towards
पास
fielded areas. Does not.
जा रहे हैं. पलक भी जा रहा है.
This one I would say right now,
तो मतलब
is probably the best thing to be doing.
40 के लिए अच्छा zone मिल सकता है.
Yeah.
हाँ मिल जाएगा.
What OG's
बस third party ना है वहाँ पर. वो third party prone है पूरा. Third party prone का pound. वहाँ third party बहुत आता है. Free kill, free kill, free kill, free kill.
Picked apart once again. Away
पलक भी मारना चालू कर दिया.
Does get a little
Nigma
fortunate
Galaxy वहाँ से दिया.
with that player from GOAT getting knocked. Maybe that's from Nigma Galaxy. Moxie up close
ये क्या कर रहा था?
catches him slipping, and that is Thunder Talk out. Another rough game for them.
Yeah, I mean, GOAT's just too good of a team. That's all there is to it.
Goated.
They got the Jackie blessing.
Zone भी चालू हो गया.
That was it, honestly. Once that happened, it's over.
He's wrapped
हाँ,
up in the
यही
golden
compound.
jacket.
यहाँ पे लेकिन third party
And they're
बहुत आ
ready to go.
सकता है.
I think for GOAT, it's been alright.
वरना तो
Again, I
बढ़िया
think for
compound है
GOAT,
वैसे.
the main thing that worries me about the squad is the inconsistency. But hey, if you can have 16 elim games with a chicken dinner, bosh, you're good to go.
Yep. And it was kind of crazy because we saw in PMMI, GOAT, they took the slot for 4 Thrives and weren't able to really honor it in the way that they wanted to. But they come here into the World Cup, and at least at this group stage, they're looking good, right? Second place so far after these eliminations they have. Hey, just a little bit more work and they can end up on top.
A little bit more work.
Short lega, dog short
I
lega.
think we really do need to have to wait to finals though to see that come through, because
On top of group stage, yeah.
on top of group stage,
Yeah.
right?
They got a long way to go.
Long way to
If they
go.
want that, if they want that watch, that belt.
Hey, I mean, at this rate though, they would go straight to finals in the current position they're in. They wouldn't play the group stage out. Get that direct
Just
qualification,
second.
which would be nice. If they can keep things up, that is. We do have a few more games left today. A few more Arangles.
That's right.
Into our Miramars to close things out with the wonderful John and Jackie.
Yeah, dude, crazy prize pool, by the way, man. It's so wild. You have, $1.1 million in the group stage alone, 152 grand onto the survival stage, and then we get to the finals, $1.7 million. This is what I'm talking about here, folks.
We're definitely going to be handing out some big prizes at some point. We're going to be going away with some cars.
Yeah.
Say it that way. Yeah.
Let's get it going.
Which would be cool. Again, I think that money should be reinvested in the team.
Yep.
zone वही नीचे तरफ चल गया पूरा.
What's the first thing you're reinvesting in?
यही मेरे को लग रहा था mansion
As a
तरफ
team,
जाएगा.
yeah.
God, get those boys
OG
a better scrimming area.
चल जाएगी. OG चल जाएगी.
Give
लेकिन
me
OG को खतरा होगा
the
Furia से.
refrigerated drinks.
OG versus Furia होगा.
Vending machines for free.
OG versus
as
Furia
well as,
होने वाला है.
all the rest, the cool thing.
अगर पहले जाएंगे तो मर जाएंगे. बाद में जाएंगे तो मार सकते हैं. Furia 4-man है. OG 3-man है.
Staff, personal masseuses.
Your favorite phone.
Yeah. Yep. You gotta have it all, I mean, to really make it happen here. And that's the thing is, like, I've had the pleasure of looking at some of these top squad setup, and teams like Alpha 7 who live together and have for years.
They did reinvest in a really good way, actually, from all the wins they went through. Go on, sorry.
No, I mean, a lot of these guys, I mean, for those that don't know, I mean, these mobile gamers are treated like athletes. I mean, some of them have personal nutritionists, they have exercise programs, they play for 6 to 8 hours a day with a coach staring at 4 monitors, just analyzing, figuring out how these guys can get better. And I mean, you got millions of dollars in prize pool on the line, right? You got to give your players as much advantage as you possibly can. And one thing I do love, especially I've noticed about this tournament, is adaptation. Prior in so many different squads, we'll see like, okay, a bad performance, there's no change, just the same kind of play style. But now we're starting to see some teams like, all right, hey, let's make some adjustments, like Team Flash. Let's hunt down some squads in Rondo. Let's see if we can take them out. 4 Thrives ended up going out in the last one. But they're still in a good position, but Aaron Gale is always going to be that map to where that's where championships are made. Yeah,
absolutely. I think for adaptation-wise, teams have had to get a lot better as times go on because we are having more 2-day sets. Used to be in the past, you get away with first day,
that's a great point.
Second day, and then adapt into third day. But now it's a case of you got to do your research. That's why we see teams coming back so late to the hotel, right? They go through all the VODs together here in the arena.
Wow, OG और Furia का भी fight होने वाला होगा.
Pop off in a big way as Ulf does open up. RQ is looking quite good here. They have been
OG के लिए मुश्किल होगा वैसे
towards Aurora. Now taking some gorgeous shots over towards All Gamers.
Gonna look at KRX. They're getting some more eliminations. Yeah, as AGAL getting punished here. It's just Maple up
All
left for the
gamers को तो
squad.
मार दिया है
Vinny gonna try to throw that through the window and not hit
Last
the mark.
बंदा
But the
बाकी
rest
all
of
gamers
that
का.
one actually did. Maple's hurt. He's gonna back it up as his whole team is now gone. Gonna have to do
Push
a
आ गया.
crazy 1v4 here. QXZZ's got that S12K though. And yeah, he's waiting for his team. He's like, you know what, why don't we push up as all four? Guarantee this elimination. Sounds like a good idea.
There he goes out the window.
बाहर ही
Goes way
चल
too
गया
far. In
नेट.
fact, Maple's just going to drop down. Gets
आतंकी मारा है FL का एक को. FL कहाँ पे थी?
Blasted on the approach. Smaller building. One way up the stairs here. A better chance for a 1v4. I mean,
70 पॉइंट कर दिए हम लोग.
but
अबे यार वहाँ तरफ ये लोग दिखाए ना.
Enigma Galaxy heading over towards RQ. These guys have been making a lot of noise so far, and Enigma Galaxy, they're looking to turn that music down.
Oh, Furia नीचे चल गई.
Enigma Galaxy
OG के पास अब उल्फ का पुश आएगा.
Super late last night, and I was saying like, hey, what were y'all guys doing?
उल्फ आएगी OG के पास.
And they said.
अगर नॉर्थ जाती है
and you know sometimes you got to build up those
नॉर्थ
team
ही जाना
building
पड़ेगा वैसे
exercises,
तो.
get that synergy going.
You telling me they did?
या फिर रिजेस पे भी लगा सकते हैं.
Whole night.
That's what they said.
रिजेस पे भी लगा सकते हैं.
And it looks like it's working out right now because they are in a good position in the zone.
Did you just expose their secret source?
Maybe I just did.
Okay, now everyone's gonna be on the ping pong. Now Enigma Galaxy can't get on the ping pong tables. Look what you've done.
You're right. What have I done?
You got to take that back.
You know what? It was
Put that back in the
it
back
was
of the
VOD
box.
review.
It was VOD review. That's right.
That's what we were doing outside.
Exactly.
Yep, as well.
Yeah.
So that's what it's all about here. You got to pull out all the secret sauce, all the stuff.
यहाँ से भी top 5 है. Top 5 आ सकते हैं. OG top 5 है.
Getting these little banknades in.
क्योंकि बाकी सारी टीम एजेस पे फाइट लेके मर जाएगी. ये गोट हो गई, गेमिंग स्टार्स हो गई, निग्मा गैलेक्सी हो गई.
40 as GOAT team.
अच्छा 40 वर्सेस उल्फ हो गया.
Making it happen here. Once they got that Jackie blessing, these guys just can't stop.
Well, I mean,
तब तो OG के लिए बढ़िया है अगर 40 मर रही है.
So little respect that you don't even check the corner there.
40 के लिए बढ़िया है.
Still winning the fight. That
40 मार दे.
yeah, if you're gaming
40 मार दे.
stars, we need some more ping pong.
अपने में ही नेड.
We need to do something here, right? Got to make sure you're locked in going towards the end.
यहाँ पर कितनी टीम है? 1 2 3. निग्मा गैलेक्सी ऊपर में.
Kind of like mine.
तो ये लोग भी आपस में फाइट लेंगे.
Medium rare.
Medium rare.
जल्दी मरेंगे.
I'm more of a medium guy.
ये वाला जोन का बाद मरेंगे.
Yeah.
जब जोन दूर जाएगा.
I think I could.
उल्फ वर्सेस 40 यही देखना था. और OG हाँ सही है. रिजेस पे चल गई OG.
They to the top though, towards 4 thrives.
फोड़ेगा क्या? कल तो ऐसे ही मरी थी 40.
Towards go in the meantime. 4 thrives have been under pressure from a bombardment before, and they are
push तो करना पड़ेगा.
Do not want to fall prey to the same situation they did versus Enigma Galaxy over on our angle yesterday.
Cypher. Oh, catch getting ran over by our IQ there. And 4 thrives were just circling them like sharks. And they are putting in the punishment on Ulf. Man, Ulf just can't seem to get something going here.
40
4 thrives now with 5 eliminations are looking good in Erangel.
I mean, right now for Ulf, I don't think they're going to drop to the block 3.
OG एजेस पे है ना. अगला जोन आ जाए बस. अरे नहीं. पुश कर देंगे लोग. पुश कर देंगे. वो अच्छा है. नॉक हो गया. टाइम है अभी रिवाइवल का टाइम. रिवाइवल का नहीं. विज गॉड क्या कर रहा है? अबे नॉक नहीं होना है.
This is that we still have the top 4 teams in the
zone shrink.
And
OG
if
पे
they all do well in this game, that's going to start creating a little bit of a
है zone है अभी भी zone है.
If that happens, especially in the next game,
push आ रहा है.
Yeah, I kind of feel what's going to happen here between 4 thrives as well as
नहीं OG पे नहीं आया. OG पे नहीं
just send it. They're going to send just underneath though, and actually try and deal with OG.
अबे आ गया ये तो.
This is good damage.
ओ बढ़िया. बढ़िया.
But doesn't matter.
Tanky.
RJC ने भी कवर दे दिया वहाँ से. 40 का आखिरी बाकी है.
Q up left, so OG with the stiff arm.
गलत आदमी में पुश कर दिया.
Getting it done. trying to hold on to that top spot.
अरे
Now
नहीं
they got some
फ्यूरिया यहाँ
good
से
solid points. If you look
नेड
at them
मार
right now,
रही
they're
है
at 71.
सर्वाइवल करना है
That is
बस
a good
ओ
almost
बच गए
20
अच्छा
points
नेड यहीं
away
तक आया
from 6th place. If
सर्वाइवल
they
कर लेंगे
end
हो
up
जाएगा
strong
टॉप
here,
5 है
that could be a straight lock for the top 5.
Yo, you know what happened? I reckon Aru went to this game. He was like, guys, you can't perform without me. Then we got some serious problems. I'm going to go and drop over here. You guys drop over there. I'm going to get knifed up. It's going to be okay. You guys got to play on a 3, and we'll see if you can make it work. Remember everything I taught you. And it looks like they're doing it right now as 3 players. They hold off 4 thrives. Levi Q is just 1.
चलो सही है अरोरा भी जिंदा है
Maple still going miraculously, by the way.
अरोरा मार रही है
Can't believe he even made it to 8th there.
He's going to go ahead and take at least
मेरी फर्स्ट लेकिन निग्मा गैलेक्सी अब आ जाएगी निग्मा गैलेक्सी से मर जाएगी अरोरा निग्मा गैलेक्सी से मर जाएगी अरोरा
You got Enigma Galaxy staring at him. Yeah, look at that Satan from downtown. He's got some good coverage here. And this is outside of the circle, so I'm not surprised we're going to see Enigma Galaxy just kind of wait it out, look to maybe get these last 3 eliminations, and then push into the zone from there.
अरोरा जोन नहीं जा
सकती up close and personal.
ना जोन नहीं जा सकती अरोरा निग्मा गैलेक्सी को 3 किल
Igor though actually from
फ्यूरिया भी वहां से मार रही है
well. Man, Aurora, this is worst case scenario
एक
for
किल
you.
फ्यूरिया को चल जाएगा टॉप का
Looking at you, you're outside of the circle here. Man, they're just going to try to do what they can.
फ्यूरिया वाले सब कंपाउंड में आ गए ना बढ़िया
Nade underneath. Through from Coops right now.
Top 5 है OG का.
Doc seeing it enter.
फूटेगा. Top फूट जाएगा.
Oh, yeah. And Coops is feeling it right now. He's been a fantastic player for the squad. Steps up now. 1v1 versus Reapers. They're down. It is Sheep to find the final shot from far away. It's been a rarity though.
Top 6 में आ गए. Top 5 भी आराम से आ जाएंगे.
Usually it's a little bit of a feature, but never the ending position.
एक और टीम नहीं दिख रहा है. एक और कौन सी है? निग्मा गैलेक्सी दिख रहा है. गोल्ड दिख रहा है. रिजेक्ट दिख रहा है. ओजी दिख रहा है. यूरिया दिख रहा है.
They have the edge of the circle
40
here.
का आखिरी बंदा है.
We'll see where exactly it's going to go ahead
40
and
का
shift
आखिरी
on
बंदा है
to.
वो.
But they got coverage right
Top
now.
5 है.
Protect
Top
those
5
vehicles.
है.
That's
Top
so
5.
important because if the zone hard shifts away from them, they're definitely
बढ़िया गया तो टॉप 3 भी आ जाएंगे. ये वाला
keep
जोन
those
अब इम्पोर्टेंट है.
Wait for that next zone. You got 477 still up from GOAT.
ये वाला
Trying to soak up some
zone.
more placement points.
वो
Next zone
40
does
का एक
pop,
प्लेयर
though.
ना
Where are we
गेम खराब
headed?
कर सकता है.
Galaxy will absolutely have to
जोन
move.
है
We
जोन
are
है
over
जोन है.
towards
वो 40 का एक प्लेयर बस गेम
Gives
खराब कर
OG
सकता है.
another chance here as well on that western side.
भाई क्या खेल रही है OG.
Hey, the OG fans were happy about that one. I heard some claps happen the second that zone shifted. Let's see how this all works. Yeah, they are looking for that turkey. 3 in a row here. Here comes Enigma Galaxy though on the drive. 477 stuck out, and they actually pass him up completely. They're driving
Enigma Galaxy आ गई OG पे.
OG's gonna have to hold them off around the other edge of things. It is a
अबे आके मार भी दिया.
Tanky the first to fall.
बढ़िया लॉर्ड को नॉक दिया. विज़गॉड बढ़िया. पूरा डाल दिया बढ़िया. रिवाइवल का टाइम है. भाई क्या बच रहे हैं लोग. क्या बच रहे हैं OG. और 40 का भी वो लास्ट बंदा पता चल गया.
Well, OG are hurt though. That nade looks good. WizGod, ooh, barely getting out of the way of that one. Coop's gonna throw another.
Heal कर.
He finds a nice headshot there. That one stung.
अबे इसको चढ़ के मारो.
This nade is an eviction notice saying hello and goodbye. Gets the knock on a take.
नहीं.
They're on their last legs right now. I think there was a bare moment where everyone was on practically 10 HP.
WizGod मार दिया 40 का वो
finish off IQ.
72 चलो सही है.
That felt personal.
Coop's throwing a quick Molotov down low. He needs to start doing some of that low toss action we saw earlier. But he's got another nade locked and loaded. Let's see if he can throw this heat-seeking missile down south. Oh, he's got to watch his back though, and he gets him.
कैसे लग रहा है भाई नेड. नेड वो कहीं और ही डाला था.
By himself.
The nade goes a little bit too far. WizGod takes another nasty hit. Smokes going forward here, trying to keep AK
Kills भी है इस बार तो बहुत.
Fourth place is still.
ओ बढ़िया मौका है अभी. वहाँ उसका एक नॉक हुआ है. विज़गॉड आगे जा.
to move up and pick up AKOP in the midst of all the smoke here. Makes the dash now.
मौली है वहाँ पर.
Devil gets a knock onto Satan. What is going on right here? We got Coops gonna hopefully try to get that res.
But demon on demon action. This is crazy.
Furia
Meanwhile,
push कर दी.
Furia is going to put in some work, and Silence, he's got that MG3. That's the gun to have here. Furia, man, looking to finally get a chicken dinner as Silence gets another knock there, and
Oh, बस एक HP का, एक HP का. Top 3 भी है. OG top 3 है.
Just, oh, nice little vehicle switch there. Hops in the vehicle,
अबे
hits the
लेकिन
passenger
zone हट
seat,
गया.
ejects, gets himself to safety for a little bit longer. But, oh, looks like that nade is going to
Top
do
3
it.
आ गए. खेल रही है OG बढ़िया. अब वापस फ्यूरिया और इनका फाइट हो गया तो नहीं.
Goodness me, AKOP is kind of tearing X-Force Rejects apart, but finally the head's shut down, and this is a free game for Furia. That's what you get, Devil. Take down Satan, friendly fire. Game's gonna end just like
किल आया क्या? OG को किल आया शायद.
And Furia
नहीं,
will
फ्यूरिया ही
pick
नॉक
themselves
दिया.
up a win, and it feels good for them.
बढ़िया 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 बढ़िया. Top 3 वापस, top 3 वापस. अभी भी फर्स्ट पे ही रहेगी शायद. फ्यूरिया तो बहुत नीचे थी. और कौन थी? रिजेक्ट्स तो बॉटम पे थी. फर्स्ट पे ही रहेगी अभी भी.
And here they get the chicken dinner. But speaking of breaks, X-Force Rejects, right? They stopped into heaven. They held that position.
Yeah.
Zone ended up getting locked onto them. And for a team that was pretty much last place, right?
First
That gives them an
रहेगी,
opportunity, right? That could be that door open for them to at least get to survival stage.
Yeah. But Name Galaxy though, again, it's a decent move. I mean, Ralph gets caught on the back lines there, but it's understandable. That's a hard bit of terrain to push through.
Yeah.
Hoops does a wonderful job though. The team's going to be massively proud of him with the way he handled that ridge line versus OG. Goodness me, I mean, if it wasn't for Furia, potentially takes down the whole team. But yeah, for Furia, they were very quick to the mark. I think that's the main thing from Furia. They
knew that, hey, this is our chance to win it.
अब बढ़िया खेल रही है OG. Qualify कर जाएंगे, qualify कर जाएंगे.
High IQ when it comes to those kind of opportunities. They're not going to
आया
miss
क्या
it,
point
that's for
पे
sure.
बड़ा?
And you're totally right. I mean, once we saw that zone
नहीं आया.
shift,
इसमें बड़ा लेट कर रहा है PMWC में.
you know what? We just gotta try to do whatever we can.
इसमें लेट कर रहा है
Those kind
इस
of
कोटा में.
rotations, you're gonna have a sacrifice, right? Just to be able to even get there. But they did utilize that
2-3 मिनट
opportunity
बाद
to
आ
its
रहे थे.
maximum. That's for sure. That's what it's all about. But Furia, they knew they had that one in the bag, and they took it.
Again, it's nice to see some more aggression coming out of Name Galaxy. It's nice to see OG on the front lines taking some good fights in without Aru as well towards that end there. X-Force Reject, I need a little bit more to be convinced. Because you are playing from heaven. It's a god compound at the end of the day.
It was luck, right? It was luck. But you know what? Sometimes luck is all it takes.
It's just what you need.
It's just what you need, you know, and they just happened to get it. And it's good for them that it happened now in the second game of the last date, right? So we've seen it in the past where teams that are coming in a little bit nervous, don't have that as much experience as some of these other guys, they get a lucky game. And sometimes that just gives them the confidence they need to actually do something, right?
Yeah.
But, you know...
no, it's true, because you certainly start to play a little bit more different.
Yeah, you're like, oh...
especially nervous teams as well coming into this, you know. It's a big stage. We have fans from around the world here as well. Sometimes it can be hard either disappointing your fans or trying to uplift them in the process. So you get yourself a lucky win, boom, you're good to go.
आया क्या?
Yes.
80 point हो गया होगा.
Man, it's so good to see these teams, right, be able to pull out all the
फर्स्ट पे अभी भी 80 पॉइंट 11 पॉइंट का लीड. बढ़िया बढ़िया बढ़िया. लीड बढ़ रहा है, लीड बढ़ रहा है. बस 20 पॉइंट और चाहिए. 4 मैच में 20 पॉइंट और. 4 मैच में 20 पॉइंट और क्वालीफाई है.
That's me. Thank you very much, Hot Jukes. Yes, I am with Top Z from Flash after these two games. Because I really want to talk to them about very unusual circumstances that have been happening. But first, let's start with day number 1 and the results there. It was kind of mixed results here and there, but then you got the first place on the Erangel yesterday. So talk to me about the team's approach to yesterday. Are you happy with those results from yesterday? What did you think overall?
Ngày hôm qua thì
11 40 और गोट का सेम है. अरोरा
mình đã làm khá là tốt và đang đứng ở một cái vị trí thứ nhất ở cái map Erangel thì mình cảm thấy là cái màn trình diễn của mình ngày hôm qua nó như thế nào, mình có hài lòng với kết quả ngày hôm qua không?
Đối với em thì ngày hôm qua bọn em thật sự là chưa làm tốt.
In my opinion, yesterday, to be honest, we haven't done a very good job.
चलो अभी तो ब्रेक होगा.
Okay, that's fair.
अभी तो फिलहाल ब्रेक होगा. मैं अभी 2 मिनट का ब्रेक करके आता हूँ. ब्रेक के बाद मिलते हैं. ब्रेक के बाद आते हैं. 2 मिनट में आते हैं. तब तक के लिए क्या करें तब तक के लिए तुम लोग भी ब्रेक करके आओ। मैं खाना वाना कुछ खाया नहीं हूँ, कुछ खा के आता हूँ, ठीक है, या लेके आता हूँ। और हम लोग सीधा मिलेंगे अगले इरैंगल में, जो कि होने वाला है मैच नंबर कितना होगा, 9, मैच नंबर 9। हाँ, 9वां मैच होगा। और अभी 4 मैचेस और बाकी है, तो ब्रेक के बाद मिलते हैं 2 मिनट बाद। लेट्स गो। मैच चालू हो गया क्या? मैच चालू हो गया। हेलो 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 हेलो। मैच चालू हो गया, मैच चालू हो गया, मैच चालू हो गया, मैच चालू हो गया।
Here 28 points of the 32 the X-Force rejects have been able to grab the back of the
Let's go.
that last game. But we do have Naruto skins in game at the moment with a Ninetales Fury org there as well, so you can draw the Naruto character set 2 and become a sage yourself in game. As we all know, all of the viewers of PUBG Mobile are filled with wisdom because you're here with us.
That's right. If you could have learned any Naruto jutsu, what would it be?
I told you. Wait. Wait, John asked me this question yesterday.
Did he?
Yeah.
I asked him the same one.
You asked that. I have the same answer.
What is it?
Rasen Shuriken. Give me a second.
Okay,
give
now
me,
you know what?
2 seconds. Give me 2 seconds.
You know what? I'll tell you, it doesn't have a couple secs, and that is going to be
TT versus Rejects.
Undertalk Gaming.
बहुत बड़ा गैप है अभी तो। रिफ्रेश कर लेते हैं। ऐड आएगा क्या? अबे इसमें भी ऐड आ रहा है।
देखा न होगा फिर ऐसा, ये उत्सव है जनजातियों का, ये गौरव।
Watch out because Singh is already there.
TT भी आ गया।
And he looks like he is gonna crawl to safety. Are you kidding me? So Thunder Talk shutting down that push from X-Force rejects. One little mistake.
ये लोग तो ब्रिज कैंप लगा के बैठ जाते हैं।
Absolutely. X-Force rejects leading 1 there. I was looking up jutsus in the meantime.
All right. Change your decision?
No, but hey, I actually have this tattooed on my back, but it's the dead demon consuming seal. That one's cool. That one is cool. Unfortunately, I wouldn't use it because I would knock myself in game using that.
Maybe lock down your lunch so no one takes it, right?
I know. I have to.
That's right. You know what? I'm going...
I need a res, bro. I need a res.
I need a res.
I need a reanimation jutsu right now. Come on, bro.
I'm going with the flying Raijin, dude.
Yeah, that is cool. That is big.
You can't. I think it's just too dang good. You know what I'm saying? Anytime you. Need me, I can have you marked, pow, and I'm right there. But what can I say?
I mean, minutes across right now. Enigma Galaxy are also looking to move across. And 4th Drives, they're just not holding it. I think they were much more concerned with having a spot right now.
Bridge across का है क्या वो?
On 69 points, which is great. It is good. But we want to see a bit more for themselves. They don't want to end up dropping out on a catastrophic turn of events coming through towards the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, top 5 is definitely the goal. More placements, the better for sure. And with 69, they do have a little bit of a gap from 6th place. But with how these teams are playing, I mean, that we've seen gaps like that get shut down in just a game alone. Especially when you got Furia climbing up the leaderboards. They have 54. They're within easy range of Enigma Galaxy. Enigma Galaxy, as a matter of fact, they're one of these teams that really need this game right here because things are getting spicy for sure. Look it on over here.
Let's go.
This is a very difficult zone. We have a nice hard shift down the military.
59 points, 69 points, 64
My boys have got
points.
the double hovercraft.
वहाँ पे orange line बना दी है कि top 5 है.
Advantage on Sosnovka. You want to keep those up as long as possible. You can sort of hide
और
them
नीचे
down
में
towards the south side
शायद
if you
से
want.
black line भी
Especially if
है.
you can go hunt
नीचे में
down
black
those
line
welding
भी है
goods.
bottom
Man, that's
3 के
gonna
लिए.
be so good.
उसके नीचे नहीं रहना और इसके
towards the
ऊपर
end.
रहना है.
And it looks like out of 2 teams that are already in military base, 4th Drives and Enigma Galaxy are mighty close to each other here. Meanwhile, KRX is going to be storming the beach here in a little while as well. So that's going to be interesting to see. A lot of teams want to take in that position.
हाँ ये तो military का zone है.
Moving up towards
OG कहाँ पर है?
4th Drives.
OG तब Novo से पार करेगी. Aurora जा रही है अभी Novo पे.
There is a jump
नहीं,
here
Aurora
into top
Severny
5. They
नहीं
won it
है.
on this game. Similarly for KRX, Furia, The Flash. You're right, Nick Galaxy is
Severny
right on that
petrol
cusp
pump.
at the moment.
Yeah.
Keep a white-knuckled grip to keep this one going.
सही है, सही है, सही
Dude,
है.
these last 3 matches coming up are going to be so
Rejects और
insane.
goat का
I'm
fight.
excited. Me too, and I am just so
गिर के knock हो गया goat का player.
Oh, look at this. Goat going down. Killer Joe is out. Moxie is hurt. So X-Force rejects do cross the bridge. They head to Novo, and they end up getting the better of Goat. Meanwhile,
ये
this,
कैसे
they're
जा रहे हैं?
on
ये
a
देख लो.
glider, getting themselves in position in this next circle.
Yeah, it's sad to see as well because it's going to be Fuchsman as well as Force going forward. Kind of plays you want. There's also a
अच्छा,
glider here too.
अब
So it looks
समझा
like,
कैसे गिर के
Goat
knock
was
हुआ.
double gliding, KRX is double hovering. Trend around the map. But yeah, I think for X-Force Rejects, this was cool. I like this from them. I gotta disagree
ये
with
लोग भी
Seven,
जाएंगे.
though.
Okay.
Yeah. I think that last match, it did feel a little bit lucky, honestly. You play Heaven, and they sort of immediately lost as soon as they moved away from Heaven.
Yeah.
Okay? There was... And that's okay. It's okay to get
Goat
lucky
तो आ गया.
sometimes. It really is. But it also feels bad when you instantly lose players running out into a singular sight line.
अभी zone दिखाएगा 20 सेकंड में.
I want to see more of it. So that right there is more promising to me than anything.
अगर एक
When it's
मैच
coming
खराब
in
भी
at
चल
8
जाए
minutes
तो
into the game, capability to take down a
उतना
squad
ज़्यादा
moving
असर
in
नहीं
and
करेगा.
have the wherewithal to set up in Novo.
ना 70 तक पहुंचेगा ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा. 2 मैच भी खराब हो गया तो, लेकिन 3 मैच खराब होगा तो दिक्कत है. बहुत कम पॉइंट निकालना है अब तो. 92 का कट ऑफ भी बहुत ज़्यादा ही लग रहा है. 92 से भी कम जाएगा. ओजी ने कमबैक कर दिया.
And actually get some eliminations.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
zone दिखाओ, zone दिखाओ, zone दिखाओ, zone दिखाओ. ओजी अब जाके रोटेशन चालू की है. अगर ऊपर काट दिया तो.
Thank God.
Yeah, thank goodness.
पूरा
I think we're
काट
tired of
दिया
these like crazy water in the middle of the
Top,
island circle. You know what I'm saying? So no
Foxy.
splits here. It's just going to be who is the best in order to get this win.
Right now,
FL
obviously the
bridge cross कर दिया, cross कर दिया. Camp मत कर FL.
Good place to play. You could even head over towards C block too. Not a bad spot. Worth playing going forward. KRX with the double hovercraft have a ton of capability to move in, but it seems like
doubling.
They may have ditched them somewhere.
Oh boy.
Goat.
Let's see the action is starting to ring off those. Furia's getting mighty close here. Geekay gonna go ahead and find a spot in military. They're gonna be holding the satellite position as well as Doxy. Oh, nice jump shot. Ragnarok.
दे दिया.
Oh, it wasn't nice enough because Hoxie shoots him out of the air and shuts him down.
Aurora trying to make the cross here versus Ulf for the cross a little bit earlier. They rung the bell on this one, and Aurora
तो मार
starts to move
सकता
up.
था, क्या
Reaper's
किया?
already down. Joel trying to hit some mad shotgun shots.
खेल खत्म Aurora का.
I don't know what he was thinking.
ओए.
And out top with his signature Mini 14, it's
खत्म.
not enough
आखिरी
as
बंदा.
Kelsey from behind will find the shots towards him, leaving just
Direct
Doc,
cross करने का
the last
देखेगा.
player alive here for Aurora.
Man, tough cross and a bad time too. Match number 3.
Gaming Star भी आ गए पीछे. Dog अब
Worst
camp
case
करेगा.
scenario for Aurora, Enigma Galaxy, Flash, Yudia all pop off here. You can see Maniac looking for some cheeky angles. And look at him go. He's going to be able to try and jump all the way to the top, and he does. So Maniac busting out his parkour skills, showing people this is how it's done. This is how you get up on
अबे
top.
dog को नहीं देखा.
And Ulf's going to have to be mighty careful. His footsteps are pretty loud, though. You can hear him up there.
Dog को देखा ही नहीं. Ulf. राइट वाले हिल पे कोई बनता होता तो
lot of noise.
Oh man, the coach didn't look too
खत्म
happy.
है.
We saw that little coach.
खत्म है ये.
Let's see if Doc can make him smile. As Rolex is like, hey,
Huh?
nobody's here, right?
There's no way.
Nobody's here, right?
Are we trigger discipline on this one? That's crazy.
Oh, gets the thirst though. And he did get shot in the back, right? Am I tripping?
No, you're not.
पूरा जाने दिया उसको.
They just fully lost.
And the coach corner, no reaction.
No reaction.
No reaction.
Nil point.
That is correct.
Yeah. He did get shot in the back.
He did, right? Yeah, I was like.
My boy just stood on the
अबे कितना लेट कर दिया यार ओजी ने ऑल गेमर्स कैंप लगा दी ब्रिज पे और वहां तरफ पे फ्लैश है अब जोन नहीं जा पाएगी ओजी जोन नहीं जा पाएगी ऑल गेमर्स को निकलना होगा बहुत मुश्किल है अब जोन जाना 30 सेकंड में अगला जोन भी चालू है उसके बाद तो काटेगा जोन
So Ulf got a lot of points to grab. I think they're going to hold on to the spot for a lot longer.
I mean, why not? I mean, Ulf right now, it feels like people are feeding them points. Ulf's like, they're not even trying to make this difficult for us. They're just...
We'll take it.
It's just meals, free meal tickets.
नहीं जाने देंगे
I'll eat that up every time. Circle does move far down towards the southeast, though.
Healings तो बहुत है.
Try and pick
32
up the buildings down
bandage.
towards the southwest side of C block. But KRX is nice and set up. However, a lot of these teams are going to have to make their way out of airstrip, and quite a few times that can be a difficult task. Getting out across that road, you're massively silhouetted in that situation. It's a question of
2 minutes में zone kill निकलना होगा.
This is a big move from RRQ. They are flying through teams on the southern edge.
I like this play actually. I think if you're RRQ, you're right now.
All gamers वैसे पार करेगी तो उनका FL से fight होगा.
We
gotta make a play.
Yeah. We gotta make a
FL से fight होगा.
And in order to make at least to the survival
अभी
stage,
FL versus all gamers का fight देखने को
let's take the risk now.
और उसी में OG को फायदा निकाल गया तो जोन जाना होगा या तो kill निकालना
Send it to the
होगा.
center, and they do make it there safely. So it looks like that bet.
कहाँ से जा रहे हैं all gamers?
As soon as I say that, AJ gets a knock and thirst.
Military bridge से जाएंगे क्या ये?
So. Oh, maybe a little bit too greedy on that rotation.
Yeah, well, I would say you should assume the players are going to be playing down towards these very much coastal edges. I think it's a very typical area to work with as well.
For sure. And they had so much space here, you know, I just think...
Yeah, there wasn't a reason for it, right? That's a crazy thing.
Yeah.
So Fire Talk will get themselves at least one off the back of that. A lot of
Zone
teams
बहुत
are
काटेगा
unwilling to
40
move
सेकंड
now they're
बाद.
inside the circle. And it also seems that there's a lot of teams unwilling to move on the outer edges too.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of those mistakes you point out, right? Because it's just a pure mistake.
कैसे
like,
खेल
there's
रहे हैं
certain
लोग?
ones that you
और
can be
OG
like,
कहाँ पे
all right,
पहुंची?
it was a coin toss.
अरोरा
They
मर
could have
गई
gone
है
left, they could
पूरी.
have gone right, and they just made a bad bet. But that was one where you just kind of lost the player pretty unnecessarily on the side of RRQ.
अच्छा लीड बना लिया है
And it's
वैसे
those little
बाकी
tiny
मैचेस में.
ones that they just like are a domino effect to your demise. So it could have been like, oh, we could have won the game with 15 points, but now we're stuck in a third place with 2. You know what I'm saying?
Zone shrink.
We'll see what happens though as we look at this. Ooh, nice shot of that map. Let's see where the circle goes.
अबे all gamers हट जाओ.
Does it center up? That's going to make things interesting. Oh,
man, that's sad for RQ though.
That is
काटेगा
you
zone
make a
बहुत.
big play for the south side and assuming it's going to move out away from airstrip.
जा रही है all gamers जा रही है.
Back.
जा रही है
They're pretty happy with their spot.
Yeah.
They're even
निकलो OG
happier now.
निकलो.
Hovercraft, they will be very well set up going to this late game. Not that they need to move much, but they can create some really good impromptu
अच्छा अभी
cover.
बैंडेज लगा के लोग जा सकते हैं. चौथा जोन बन जाने मतलब चौथा जोन अभी बना है. ठीक है. चौथा जोन में भी यूज कर
All
सकते हैं.
gamers will fly
swapped on over, take
OG भी
those
पार कर
bunkers,
जाएगी. OG
secure
पार
those
कर जाएगी.
spots.
लेकिन अब जोन ढूंढना बहुत मुश्किल होगा. चौथा जोन 15 टीम
RX, I believe they were holding those satellite positions with those hovercrafts, so that's a really good position, especially if the zone decides to go ahead and hard shift down south. So teams now taking some of their final spots. A lot of teams, though, still need to get into this zone. Our top of the leaderboard squad, OG, they are still way over there in blue, just barely crossing the bridge, super late. Ula is in the same position on the other side as well.
It's a hard, I mean, we kind of was focused over towards 2 bridges there, and they were really unwilling to move. So was all gamers, a little bit scared of it. And I know that OG likes to really analyze how they want to go forward. So if they still think a team's there, like they did yesterday on Miramar Gaming Stars, they'll try and figure out a different situation. Now they're trying to wrap on the northern edge, which I do think this is kind of interesting. They could come down from the hillside and sling into the south side of C block if they wanted to. But it's certainly an interesting one, and I think if you can see all gamers flying in towards that eastern side, maybe this is the play, and it looks like to be what they're going for.
Yeah, they're sending it right now. Igor is trying to survive this one. Serpentini, looks like one of his tires did get popped out. He's in trouble. Quick, getting a knock on to Aaron. AGAL, yeah, just trying to send it to safety, but Ayala pops him out the vehicle.
It's not going to be. Fury has been
marshalling
this northeast road for a long time. Pulling out the badge.
Oh, pulling out the buggy.
Yeah.
That one real quick.
Badge has been put away, apparently.
Yes, it has.
By the Flash here. We are playing on that eastern side as well. So
पूरा southern rotation दे दिया क्या OG ने?
The hillside. Again, I kind of like what OG went for. You know, just barrel down that hilltop. You out of the sightlines for quite a while until you in front of C block. It's not the craziest position, but you get a position at this stage. It is kind of lit.
Yeah, dude. The fact that you even here with all 4 players up, it definitely is going to work out.
OG को zone मिल गया मतलब ये लोग बोल रहे हैं.
Has to be super low.
Yes.
They blew.
Good point.
They blew through them just getting into here. But you know what? The fact that they are here and have such a point sponge on top is a good thing going for them for sure. You know what? I want to say one thing.
Go on.
These next 3 matches outside about it, they're going to be so wild, right? And I'm just very, very happy that John got his rest before them.
Oh, he needs that nap, dude. You'll need that nap because you better be bringing the thunder going into those next few games. And the top.
OG का knock हो गया.
Dude. I just keep seeing these coach cameras.
The problem is the coach corner cameras. They're shown for about 2 seconds. We realize they're very sad, and then we take them away.
Dude, they're just sad or serious.
Revive हो जा भाई.
I think.
Revive हो जा भाई. Revive हो जा भाई. Revive हो जा भाई. अबे यार क्या है यार नेट को इसको दिक्कत क्या है?
The production should keep the coach corner cameras up for a good 50.
This position, this is a tough circle here, especially if it does go down south.
Northern rotation.
There's not a lot of coverage in that area.
No, you're pretty much playing against the fence right now, playing off the back of vehicles.
Revive
you still
have
that aren't completely wrecked. Dragging the bumper down.
Okay, sub revive है. इसको भी क्या अच्छा गेम बना सकते हैं?
Side the road with them. Enigma Galaxy, this is not a horrible spot to play, and they just have to be absolutely proactive.
They're
south side of the fence, but we're here with Furia, looking to crest into the building alongside with KRX. Can QXZ hit a nutty grenade? Pops it back in the pocket though, and it makes sense. Oh my goodness me, they were fast to this location, but wow, the utility, the vests. The ammo, that don't look great. We got micro Uzis on board as well.
Yeah, and the good thing about where Furia is like it's pretty much almost impossible to hit a nade on them, right? That chain link fence makes it so difficult, and you can just see them just holding those utils, throwing it out, going back to that little coverage. So, but Team Flash, full sending here on the Geek hard commit.
अबे विज़गॉड नॉक हो गया.
Great teamwork there with a 2v1. They are fully taking advantage of GK, catching them off guard. I don't think they really expected them to push. And if you're GK, it's kind of your fault there. You had to make sure that you got at least some shots onto them coming on in. But they were able to fully push this easily. And now with that bounce stage, Team Flash is pushing up little by little.
It's a naughty pincer that came in with Zeus around the corner, still on fire. Oh my goodness me. They tossed him up a little bit, but he crunches back down on them with a couple of shots through the DPS. Lovely to see here from the Flash, but yeah, there's only one stairway to get up on that building. You pincer on both sides. It's hard to deal with if you don't have a player on the bottom floor, and that team was already hurting.
अब कट ऑफ कितना जा रहा है? ये मैच के बाद ही 67, 68 तक कट ऑफ चल जाएगा लगता है. 65, 66 तक कट ऑफ चल जाएगा.
Yeah, I mean, we had to see GK up on that top floor. You can see exactly that's what Flash is doing. They have
Furia कौन से पोजीशन पे 7th पे Furia. Furia के पास मौका था टॉप 5 आने का, लेकिन अब लग रहा है खत्म है.
Throwing a smoke right onto himself here.
Oh, बढ़िया nade.
Damn, that is a nice nade. I think he's trying to get the M79 over towards the player who's knocked, but it's kind of just given away where he's playing. Got the pumpy and a nade. This has to be a special one, but the door's closed on him. Oh dear.
Oh, and that nade's gonna knock him out. It's just up to Chief. Next zone does go
OG के पास
over
zone
to
है.
the wide open field. Chief
बहुत,
barely getting outside of that Molotov range. KRX, they want this elimination. They're just scared. Oh,
that's on target.
Goodbye, Chief. Dinner has been served, and that is Furia out of there, roasted to a crisp.
गाड़ी लेकर डालना पड़ेगा.
Unfortunate for Chief.
जो ये टंकी रहता है बड़ा सा आगे वाला वहाँ जाना पड़ेगा.
But now we have Pmwc down towards that southwest side there.
चल जाते हैं और वहाँ पर डिफेंड करना
to
होगा.
hold everyone out coming through airstrip. There's a lot of little bits of interesting terrain. The airplanes themselves as well in the way. But this open area, so easy to dodge away from a lot of the nades. See how Ulf is able to play this one out.
अबे यार ये लोग क्या है? कैसा प्रोडक्शन है? हटा देता है. फाइट हो रहा है, हटा दिया.
Thundertalk just can't catch a break here, man. Oh, they need to do something crazy if they want to just even get to the survival stage at this point. Top 5 is just way too far away with only 3 matches left. They have to literally win all 3. But let's get into this game here. This is what's important. RQ shutting down X-Force Reject, saying, nope, that is going to be it for you guys. But look at our leaderboards. We got so many people in the top 9 still alive. These leaderboards
यहीं आना था गाड़ी लेके वहीं तक आना था.
Scarface with so much lay of the land here, throwing the nades, not trying to give away
क्या नेड था. क्या ही नेड था.
He's got another though.
2 knock, 3 knock. 40 को भी मार देगी उल. अबे 40 को आराम से मार सकती है उल.
A moment, Pmwc struggling.
मत बोलना इससे भी फूटेगा. नहीं ये खराब
decided they'd move over in the midst of all the chaos. Satan very low. But my goodness me, 40 bullets left basically. Everyone will finish off Satan. Kelsey takes a big hit here. But for Ulf, this is a large game.
अभी भी OG 4 man alive है. Zone भी है. RRQ push नहीं करेगी.
They're making happen here.
RRQ नहीं करेगी push.
Oh, they needed this one. They needed this one so bad. 24 gets the knock on a Scarface, and that is that critical angle taken away.
अरे आरू knock हो गया. आरू finish भी हो गया. कैसे?
Starting to push those nades through and gets the lock. He's down to half an HP though. Gets knocked in return. Falocto is here.
कैसे खेल रहा है? सीट चेंज करके इतना धीरे से मार देता है.
With the shotgun, he's got the range. He switches to the M4 and shuts him down. Falocto with 1 HP, making it happen for his team.
Knock हो गया.
3 legendary players on the same location. It's Falak, Aaron, and Coops. And Coops comes out on top.
खत्म 40. 1 लाख बाकी है. वो सेंटर में हो गया. एक ही ओपी जोन से अबे क्या हो रहा है? कैसे 2 क्या बैक में छोड़ गया है ये लोग. विजगॉर्ड और आतंक की सबको ही वो जोन में आना था. अबे सबको ही वो जोन में आना था.
RQ just sweeping up the dust after that one. That was
सब जोन में रहते था वो.
So many superstars just going at it. And look at our top 3. Still in the game, but only single players alive. Next zone goes on over to the left. This thing is ping-ponging all over the place.
The Flash, though, they've got no risk on this one. They just have to deal with KRX in the near future, and KRX, they are low on supplies. Team
यहाँ से भी top 3 है. OG यहाँ से भी top 3 है.
Too quickly, and then you're right, it is very much open space after then. Likely the circle pulls away from both Wizgod and the Flash. No one wants to move out to this open zone. This is a very difficult circle for everyone. I am more surprised that Foopsman has been left unimpeded inside the bunker over towards the eastern side for so long. And it certainly kept him safe. All right.
Dude, he be fooping right there. Foopsman just holding it down. He ain't moving at all, I'll tell you that. The second he walks out, he's done. Honestly, just go out the blue zone. He's got a smoke in his hand. He may try, but...
I mean, they're not at the point. That run
just
out.
Don't try,
that
honestly.
Run out
like
is
this,
hellish.
It's over. If he makes it even into that white line of this circle, then I'm talking about GOAT are going to win this whole tournament.
Yeah.
I'm telling you.
It's a hard push. I mean,
KRX का kill सब है OG के पास.
But by the time you show your face, that happens.
Yeah, the
अबे ये क्या बना के रखा है?
The second he even looked. Oh,
क्या बेट करके रखा है? बेट करके रखा है.
I wish you come to the door right now. Nade goes through, looks to be fairly decent, but Hoxie doesn't jump out the window. But the Flash, they've got a nasty surprise waiting for them at the door.
Look at that. The
gas can बाकी है.
All those gas cans. They wanted to make sure they had the perfect setup if they did push in. But now we're going to see KRX get beat up by 4Thrives. Trying to make something happen. Team Flash, though, punishing them and wiping them out. KRX not able to make a push.
I think Hazaifa stole a lot of those
अब क्या नेट डाल रहा है?
RQ still going. Hazaifa
gets
himself up in towards. Strong position in the game here. RQ, Gemforce will find Wizgod. Hazaifa at least secures himself a third place here. But RQ absolutely will pull themselves out of the bottom spots this game. It's a certainty at this point. But we are centering up over towards horrendously open ground.
Zypha, man, last player up for 4Thrives, does get this just one piece of coverage in this circle. What can he do with it? Especially if he's very fortunate to catch RRQ and Flash fight each other. Who knows what could happen? But Flash are going to have to push on out of that position. You can see him holding that kind of satellite tower position. So get a little bit of coverage here, but there's just nothing. It's all wide open field. Everybody just hugging the edge for the little bit of coverage they have.
You can see this is one of the most disgusting areas of the map.
Gross, dude. This is straight gross. There's nothing.
It really is. Yeah, I think gross is a good way to put it. RQ is moving forward though. They get themselves over towards the ballistics.
ये लोग कहाँ चढ़ गए? अबे ये क्या कर दिया इन्होंने?
It's a good shot from the par. Expect nothing less. Hazaifa, the pile driver, off in the distance, looking to smash these two teams apart as a solo. Quick tap fire.
He's gonna have to tap fire. He's only got like 70 rounds left, and to make it even less. Trying to get another elimination, though. Genfoss actually gets that knock on the bows. He's going for the thirst. He wants all the points here, but it's not going to be enough. That's 4Thrives out of there. Here we go. It's Team Flash versus RRQ.
A nice interview with Flash earlier on. They were looking to find some more success today. There were some decent games yesterday. But can they secure the chicken dinner here at our halfway mark of day 2? And get themselves towards a position to get direct qualification through the finals in the top 5. Zeus playing off the back of the loot crate, has the ghillie suit, might actually be insanely important here. RRQ,
अबे आके kill क्यों दे दिया आगे?
Win the final player left alive.
नहीं zone को ही गया kill.
It's all up to RRQ here. They needed this win so desperately, especially with only 3 matches after this. They're trying to make that last second run into the top 5, and a chicken dinner here could be the beginning of that. But well, Team Flash, they're pushing themselves big up the leaderboards. Here we go. It's just win. He's got the last round, but it ain't gonna be big enough. It's RRQ getting the chicken dinner right when they needed it.
Playing off the missile, they certainly will rock it.
हम लोग का कितना point है?
It's an important moment for this team. At this stage
of the day, the
fight is not done yet. They do not want to drop back down towards that bottom 3. There is still a chance of it happening, but right now they can breathe a little easier.
Ooh, yeah, I mean, they definitely are. They didn't breathe well enough to where we saw no pop-off right from that win. It's just like,
85 अगर हुआ होगा, second पे आ गए शायद.
All right, good. You know, we're alive. Okay, let's see what we can do though before we really get happy.
First ही रहेंगे.
Flash, honestly, they played well. I think the aggression onto that compound
first
versus DK, it was gorgeous. That was gorgeous. Really well
परमिशन मिला या ऐसे ही कर रहा है? परमिशन है भाई. मेल आया था.
Just great map knowledge, but more than that, great tactical knowledge of how to play those moments.
Dude, not to mention we saw those beautiful setups with those gas cans, right? It just goes to show.
They're cheeky guys.
They're doing everything they they can, right, to make sure that they win those games, and that's how you get it done.
That's the flash field. They'll do whatever it takes, and if it means playing off the back of a loot crate in Miramar to qualify for one of the biggest
points table esports में points table डाल दिया होगा.
They're able to take that risk, right?
Points
They
table
see
तो आ
that
गया
spot
होगा.
open, they're like, you know what?
Refresh करना होगा. क्या points table आया है? Short way nice. अरे ये इसका तो फॉर्म निकला था, सबको को परमिशन मिल गया जिसने भी फॉर्म भरा है, चाहे 100 सब्सक्राइबर हो 50 सब्सक्राइबर हो. ये क्या आ रहा है? esports वर्ल्ड कप प्लेऑफ सेमीफाइनल. हाँ फर्स्ट पे अभी भी 2 पॉइंट का गैप है. 40 थोड़ा ज़्यादा किल्स विल्स निकाल दी. और कौन कौन है? अरोरा 65. हाँ वही बोला था, अरोरा मर गई. अब वही कट ऑफ पॉइंट रहेगा. अब 65 है, 3 मैच बाकी है, तो अगर 7 पॉइंट का एवरेज देखे 72, फिर मान लो 80, 87, 90, वही है 90 पॉइंट ही जा रहा है कट ऑफ. 90, 90 तक जाएगा, 90 तक जाएगा, 90 से आगे नहीं जाएगा. 5 पॉइंट और निकाल देगा, सीधा ग्रैंड फाइनल से. यहाँ से मेरे को भी भेज दे. है अभी तक तो नहीं, खत्म हो गया. वो तो बहुत पहले था. मेरे को कब आया था? मेरे को शायद से जुलाई का पहला हफ्ता, नहीं 28 या 29 जून को आया था. 2 महीना हो गया. फॉर्म तो 2 महीना पहले भरा था और 28-29 जून को वो आ गया. तो रुक जाओ, मेरे पास मेल होगा, मैं मेल दिखाता हूँ. 1 मिनट. मेल, ये मैं गया मेल पे, या मैंने डाला EWC. कहाँ है? ये रहा. हाँ ये देखो, शायद दिखेगा कि नहीं. 1 मिनट, कैमरा पे गया. ये देखो यहाँ पे लिखा है. और ये पूरा फिर उधर नीचे डिटेल्स वगैरह है सब, वो डॉक्यूमेंट वगैरह. ये नीचे फाइल वाइल वगैरह सब है, जो भी ये सब लगाया हो. ये EWC जो भी लिखा हुआ सब है, तो वो सब भी वो लोग ही दिया था. और फिर कॉपीराइट वगैरह वो सब हटाने का सब दिया हुआ है वो लोग ही. अभी कितना पॉइंट का गया? 2 पॉइंट. उसके बाद टॉप 2 का बीच में ही रेस है. पूरा इंडिया पाकिस्तान हो रहा है यहाँ पर. असली इंडिया पाकिस्तान यहीं पर ही होना चालू हो गया है. नाइस नाइस. उसके बाद फ्लैश भी अभी ऊपर आ गई है. फ्लैश भी मारना चालू कर दी है. मेरा प्रेडिक्शन था OG 40, अरोरा, उल्फ, ऑल गेमर्स. ये ऑल गेमर्स से लोग कितना चोक कर रहा है भाई. ऑल गेमर्स और उल्फ, तो मतलब 3 टीम है अभी टॉप 5 में और 2 टीम नहीं है. ऑल गेमर्स नहीं है और ये उल्फ नहीं है. उल्फ बोला था कि फ्यूरिया बोला था, शायद से फ्यूरिया बोला था. दोनों का लोगो भी तो सेम जैसा दिखता है. लेट्स गो लेट्स गो लेट्स गो लेट्स गो. अभी भी फर्स्ट पे है. भूख लग रहा है अब तो बहुत ज्यादा.
Third place. Close enough to see the trophy, but never close enough to lift it. For Aurora Gaming, the road to the Esports World Cup is about more than qualification. It is about finishing the story this roster started last year. At 2025 Pmwc, they established themselves as one of the most mechanically gifted teams in PubgMobile. Their aggression was fearless and one
3 मैच बाकी है. क्वालिफाई कर रहे डायरेक्ट ग्रैंड फाइनल्स. मजा आएगा.
Doc, Top, Zeol, and Refus could all take over a fight, but at times they
किसी
looked
को
more
लगा
like
नहीं
a
था कि
group of
डायरेक्ट ग्रैंड
incredible
फाइनल्स के लिए क्वालिफाई
individuals
करते हैं.
than
फिर
one
कल
fully
से
connected
गॉडल
team. Doc was named
गॉड लाइक
MVP,
के
but
मैचेस
they
है
still
कल से.
finished third.
За бидрийг одоо төрүүлэхэд зогсоосон зүйл нь гэвэл үгүй миний хувьд бол яг тэр үеийн яг сэтгэл зүй жоохон нэг тийм байсан болоо тэгээд ер нь зоонч тэр rotationч тэр ер нь тийм болоог баха.
Then came PMGC, another huge international performance, another MVP level showing, and another third place finish. 2 of the biggest tournaments in the world, 2 podiums, but still no trophy.
За өнгөрсөн жилийн үех юм бол бас 2 том тэмцээнд 3 дугаар байсан. Энэ жил одоо тэгээд чадхаараа чэндэ.
Now, they return under
एक मिनट रुको,
Aurora
एक मिनट
Gaming
रुको
with a
गाइस,
new
मैं आता हूँ।
organization, the same firepower,
एक मिनट
and
बस,
another
एक मिनट में आता
opportunity
हूँ
to
वापस।
finally
मैच चालू हो गया, 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 ओए मैच चालू हो गया। कहाँ है स्क्रीन लगा है, स्टार्ट हो। अच्छा म्यूट था क्या? एसी चालू करो, हीट हो गया। Let's go.
In about a minute.
Aja.
Yeah, this has been, well, you know, relatively working for them. It's been something they've adopted far more with a 2-2 split.
अबे यार भूख लग रहा है अब ये वाला।
We've seen that over the course of the
इसके बाद
flow
मैं
of
कुछ
games today
खाने का
as
लेने
well.
जाऊंगा।
Opportunity that they might run into some bystanders and possibly get a read on it. Avoid early interaction if possible with this setup. It's TTG just nearby. Alf and then Flash in the middle as well. And of a squad that's there though, John, OG. They're looking a lot more exciting as the event's gone on. A lot of fanfare behind them.
Yeah, absolutely. They have really picked things up today. Obviously taking that top spot right now. Just about pipping fourth ranks to post fourth time being, but there is still time to change that. Of course, again, very closely fought position. But for both of these two teams, it's about that top 5.
9 मैच के बाद इतना गया है, तो अगर डिवाइड किया जाए,
they have really been putting that pressure on towards the top of the tables, and it's been great to see they've been able to ascend to such heights. But yeah, for Orangutan, they're looking much more coordinated today. They're looking like they really have it figured out.
off जाएगा लग रहा है.
In a lot of situations, I think it's safe to say. Quick refuel there for fourth rise as I forget some target practice in.
Let's go.
Getting ready for it. And I'm assuming, yeah, I'm just going to top that one up right to the tippy top, and off he goes. Falak on the road again. Falak was kind of crazy with it at the end of that last match, right? Sending forwards over towards, I think it was Enigma Galaxy to try and sweep through. Obviously, no, sorry, it was Coops who took him down from Enigma Galaxy.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was really quite nutty what they were able to pull off there. Unfortunate that Coops did roll them down, but you can see why people talk about Falak the way they do from the play in the end there. I would say
dial it on, right? And if you can wreck yourself in those moments, we've seen when he does
zone कहाँ का है? ऊपर का है क्या zone? Furia, Flash, यासनाय के पास में क्लस्टर है, उल्फ भी है. वापस से लग रहा है ऊपर का zone है.
But he's so damn slick with it in firefights that honestly, I'm pretty excited seeing him giving it. He started off day one with
Furia को
fanfare of performance, and that's not gone anywhere. Chance they might run into some uncomfortable water though. You got this wrap over the bridge from Aurora, KRX just up ahead, and 2 of the 4-man split from Nigma, not too far away either.
Orangutan, Forest आ गई.
If I know anything about them, they're going to stay there until zone 2 and then see where they can go.
अबे 2 player पीछे, 2 इतना आगे निकल गए. जल्दी जाओ.
As we hop over on board with Geeke, they are currently moving out towards the east side of Roshok, trying to find a way to maybe have a chance to cross the river later on. It looks like Orangutan are further ahead in that pursuit though, and that's going to make things difficult. Will cause a bit of a roadblock there. And instead they post up in some of the buildings.
Fire देने का try
At the
करेंगे
moment,
क्या?
with the river as it sits, you're more going to look to prioritize the eastern side of this circle right
Forest
now.
पकड़ लिया है. अबे नहीं गाड़ी सेव करो.
All the way north, nice and quickly, or drop down south if it comes.
कर लिया सेव कर लिया गाड़ी.
They're going to be blocking each other. It's going to be a lot harder to move.
अभी नॉक खा जाते हैं तो दिक्कत था. अभी 1 HP का हो गया था एक player OG का.
That's just where you have to find yourself. That's just where you end up going.
Visgord 1 HP हो gaya tha.
The teams on the east and thinking they're going to have a better time of it in towards stage 2 and 3.
Yeah, it's fair enough, man. As much as the ideal situations always present itself, sometimes you've got to just roll with the punches.
20 सेकंड में जोन है, फिर पता चलेगा कहां जा रहा है.
Read there from Geeke as well. It's Ragnarok that's looked like he's actually kind of the
ये देख लो जोन आने वाला रहता है और मेरा स्क्रीन ऐसा हो जाता है.
Near this team in situations where they want to encounter.
आ गया जोन आ गया जोन आ गया.
A lot of space.
जोन दिखाओ.
Tons of squads getting neck and neck to.
जोन ही नहीं दिखाए लोग. जोन आ गया. Zone shrink
towards each other, and that's the crunch that comes in.
Yeah, keeps Yasnaya on the north side of this circle. Again, those teams out to the east side gonna
have
access to this one, but I'm looking at RRQ and wondering what their moves are here. It's a difficult spot for them. Do they try and force their way across the bridge? There's potential for them to get a good start, but as time ticks away, it's going to get less and less likely that they can make it unscathed.
Forest पे रहेगी OG.
Backswing if they do need to end up going to the north side in a crazy circle shift.
वाह 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 वाह
10 points for that one as well. Lovely work there, John. He's probably damaged the vehicle a little bit in terms of resale value, but hey ho, for what it was a nice rotate. Right up the ramp.
resale value.
You know what? A chicken dinner's worth any resale value drop, so we'll see if they can leverage that position over on the east side. Very stylish.
खतरनाक बात कर रहे हैं लोग.
Yeah, style points definitely super important here.
It's pretty on brand for 4-5s as well, isn't it? Style from what we've seen. And I wouldn't be surprised if we get a bit of more of that. Right now they're looking over just towards the ridgeline. Got a bit of a read on TTG, but once again, you don't want to throw the first domino and have it.
भाई कितना खतरनाक लग रहा है ओजी. फर्स्ट पे कैसे बैठ गया वो भी ऐसी लॉबी में. तभी स्क्रिम्स में ओजी मार रही थी तो सब कोई कैसे बोलते थे कि कहते थे कि अरे ओजी बॉट लॉबी. बॉट लॉबी में खेल रही है ओजी तो. लेकिन अब ये लॉबी में मार रहे तब वो लोग अब कुछ बोलने के लिए बाकी नहीं रहा. खतरनाक खेली है
ओजी. It is not looking super healthy. You've got KRX also poking their noses in from the south side of this fight, Jackie, which is going to potentially force it into an uncomfortable scenario.
अब नीचे ही बंदा बैठा है. इसको पता नहीं है.
Locked horns now. Gaming Stars trying to rebuff Team Flash. Yeah, KRX going to continue to just slightly creep around the wings of this.
Now on the periphery, keeping their eyes open. Swash going in. Ooh, trying to swing the broadsword there on contact. Top's good for one quick flash back. Rolex with the heavy artillery doing damage as well.
Compound fight. Flash जीत गया.
Recovery for Flash, John.
Yeah,
Flash भी ऊपर आ रहा है.
Indeed, as Gaming Stars go down and Flash hold their nerve in the fight. Some really cheeky angles being held there. The two ghillie suits on the inside of the building, not going to matter too much, but it does probably feel a little bit more insulting when you see a little bush Wookiee coming around the corner, taking those shots at you.
फ्यूरिया ने वापस से 2-2 का स्प्लिट लिया है. बहुत बड़ा स्प्लिट ले रहे हैं. कल भी इन्होंने लिया था 2-2 का स्प्लिट.
Looks like they may not find
भाई साहब ये 2-2 का स्प्लिट वो देख लो. अपार्ट्स में 2 फ्यूरिया के प्लेयर अपार्ट्स में और 2 ये वाला कंपाउंड होल्ड किए. अब जहां जोन जाएगा वहां पर बुला लेंगे.
Man, that's clean. Straight on target.
अपार्ट्स ही जाएंगे.
Knocks them down.
ओजी सेंटर ओजी सेंटर ओजी सेंटर ओजी सेंटर ओजी सेंटर पे. ओजी पे कौन पुश करेगा? ओजी पे कोई पुश नहीं करेगा अभी फिलहाल. ओजी पे कोई पुश नहीं करने वाला है. सर्वाइवल तो यहाँ पे होने वाला है. बाकी यासनाया की तरफ के सारे टीम जो भी है वो आपस में फाइट करेंगे. OG center में अभी
back around the side and re-injected from that south edge, and now Nick the Galaxy sit on the south side of this one, should potentially have a pretty good position into the circle before Thrives.
All gamers are
side could make that difficult. This is an interesting rotate coming through from AGAL, right? They are actually going over the north side of the Yaz Lake, followed by Alula, but they're going to have to try and cross the bridge. It looks like that Roshok bridge is going to be available for them. But are they going even further west? Okay, fair enough. If they don't have the scouting information, you might expect that Roshok Bridge could be sat underneath.
Yeah, I suppose the paralysis by analysis on that one, overthinking it just in case. We'll see if they take a bit of time for a slightly longer rotate on it. Right now, more of a scouting party mission to read things. Alula going to double back as well towards Yaz as they don't overcommit on the chase.
Zone भी चालू हो
Looking
गया
at this
है.
very slow rotate we've had from GOAT as well. This is more classic GOAT, John. They love just wasting.
इसी मैच में क्वालिफाई है ओजी. इसी मैच में क्वालिफाई है. अब तो जोन भी आ गया है. जोन आ गया तब तो मिस नहीं करेंगे.
But look who gets the first knock. Falak out swinging.
And the flush as well comes on through. Falak
on the
outside though. It is Team Flash.
Finish है.
Crack him open. And it will go down. Not quite getting the flush, but he's very, very low. Immediately, IQ swings on wide. The spray down needs to come through.
Revive भी दे दिया.
Not quite in position. It was a cheeky pick, but I think they're going to be able to get Falak.
FL का एक और आ रहा है.
ZS moves into an
ना मर जाएगा.
That could be the high ground they're looking for with GOAT in the wings. 2. There is danger
मर जाएगा,
on
मर
every
जाएगा.
front. Falak will be back though, and he will look to get some healing done. 4 Thrives.
Heal भी कर लिया.
Maintain position on the east side.
बच भी गया. गाड़ी में बैठ भी गया और निकल भी गया.
Tops attempted to get a large dash on the nade, but not enough distance to hit that one.
और जो मार रहा था वो मर गया. वहाँ फलक बच के भाग गया. भाई साहब क्या ही बैकअप आया. बहुत बढ़िया बैकअप.
playing a player down now as well. Two players down now for Flash. KRX looking to hunt down a third as Zeus heads out into the blue with his comrade on the east side, really getting hounded out of town now. 3 circles in.
OG अभी भी सेंटर पे है. अगला भी आ जाओ, अगला भी आ जाओ, अगला भी. दूर मत काट देना बस. दूर मत काटना.
With this next circle shift coming on through, if it heads out to the east,
okay,
it's going to got a lot of access for the teams on the north,
all gamers
side as well.
ओए knock दो उसको.
Enigma Galaxy here, and I'm thinking they found themselves
all gamer का push आ गया OG पे.
Thrives. GK as well, holding down that area, could potentially be onto a
अबे तेरी push आ गया all gamers का. Fight दिखाओ वहाँ OG का fight हो गया.
Because X-Force rejects, they're down and out already. We'll see if they can make it happen.
Pot shots being taken
Kill feed से ही fight देखना पड़ेगा.
as well, with Alula finally making their push down. We have that split from either side of the squads of AGAL. And Alula being thrown into the blender. RRQ attempting to get the shots on target. Fury, a third party, his chief starts to strike. And they might be able to clean up onto this as well. Force the issue back onto Alula following the damage they've taken from that.
क्या TTG हग रही है क्या? TTG खत्म है TTG का खेल.
See if they can consolidate, re-engage.
35 point, इतना ज़्यादा ऊपर आना है उनको को. मुश्किल है अब तो ये TT बाहर हो जाएगी.
Is going to work out well for them in terms of staying alive.
Furia.
Insert maybe a little bit more tricky. On board with Furia as they take a tumble, but it's 1-for-1.
और ये लोग 2-2 का इतना बड़ा स्प्लिट लेते हैं.
Closing the gap with the shotty, quick switch to the primary as well. Tracing not quite on point to get the back tag off as Furia do dip out. You can see the damage.
All gamers भी बहुत दूर चल गई. ओ बढ़िया स्प्रे. ऊला बढ़िया खेल रही है. ऊला बढ़िया खेल रही है.
As they are down and out.
And they say hello to the top 13 with that as well. The 7 eliminations they found, they are making that
Flash all-dead हो गई क्या? Flash भी all-dead.
In match 10,
77 points पे बढ़िया.
Apparently, but an inch is as good as a mile when it comes to qualification. And that's what they're looking for. As far as they can go in this match, they will start to put a buffer between them and the 2 teams beneath them who have already been eliminated from this match, which is brilliant news for them. And they might be chasing down
Enigma Galaxy.
Potentially
Enigma Galaxy अभी zone center पे है. अबे OG को भी वैसे zone में थोड़ा जाना था. OG कहाँ जा रही है? वो लोग zone में नहीं थे. थोड़ा edges पे थे. और edges पे suppress होने का तो try नहीं करेगा.
PMWC, give it your absolute all.
Zone तो जाना पड़ेगा
OG को भी. Right now, there was that 2 split players at the further back side from Fuchs and
ये लोग KRX के तरफ जा रहे हैं.
Moxie that we're watching the rear. They're going to move up onto him safely in the compound. AGAL not too far out either. Been a whole lot quieter from 4-5, sitting pretty for some time. Alula meanwhile.
the play zone, takes him down, some tags coming on through, and he will fall. Unfortunate there to lose 1, lose 2, locked and bolted. They're going to have to smash something if they want to break their way through. Falak now in contest again.
Alula zone के बाहर फंस गई Alula.
Have their attention diverted down to the south side.
Oh,
they're so low though from the sustained damage they're taking from outside of the blue and the
ये क्या spray दिया?
With R3B getting that tag.
Hacker है भाई hacker.
They don't have the gap closed to get in their face and convert from it. It's just
इसको बोलते हैं hacking.
left effectively. R3B try as he might to get anything more here.
इंडिया में ऐसा स्प्रे देता था खेल खत्म था इसका. भाई ये ऐसे कैसे स्प्रे दे दिया ये? तो पॉसिबल ही नहीं है भाई.
He does manage to get the knock on the Hoxie, and Vinny, hang on a minute. He's taken quite a hefty chunk out of the team there. KRX going to have to try and recoup something out of it because they do only have 3 players now playing into the match. The circle's going to push them away from their position. Wolf on the north side is a
All gamers zone तो मिल गया है लेकिन ये zone तो सिर्फ survival के लिए ठीक है. Edges है वो भी 40 मार देगी.
Split they're all for holding right now. It feels a little bit greedy, but with Aaron on the oversight, they know those knocks have come out to the east side. With Kalsi on that west side, they're trying to guard out Orangutan. I think the Kalsi will be the first to move.
अबे Orangutan नहीं बहुत फंस गया है तो Orangutan फंस गई वहाँ पर.
They're going to have a pretty good time on the north edge.
क्या करेंगे अब वो? नॉर्दर्न रोटेशन। ओए 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 फाइट होगा वहाँ पे, फाइट होगा। उल्फ वर्सेस ओजी। उल्फ वर्सेस ओजी दिखाओ।
Backstab though as Joel gets eyes on Ralph. This could be interesting, John.
You've also got Goat Team out in the southwest of this to potentially play spoilers in Enigma Galaxy if they get too embroiled to the north side. Ralph also does need someone to move out and pick him up. The rest of the team are further out to the northwest.
चल जा भाई, नेट चल जा। ये हीट हो गया क्या वापस लैपटॉप? हीट तो नहीं हुआ है, क्यों हो रहा है ऐसे?
And it might just be too far for them to go. Giving up on their compound.
Not a prayer there, but the double nade is enough to stop it. Only really Moxie that remains alive.
आरू नॉक हो गया।
But the nades don't stop, John.
AKOP भी नॉक।
Does need to try and stay alive as long as possible, but the bombardment continues, and Aurora stay alive with all four of their players. They're going to swing up towards the north side. Reefus is engaged now with Geeke over the top of the ridge. Doc wants to get stuck in too. Maybe a little bit more reticent now though, as Reefus does have the challenge. Steps forward, Safji.
यार अब गुस्सा आ रहा है, ये ऐसे चलेगा तो।
Takes down one more, and Safji now
OG ऑल्डेड भी हो गए, देख ही नहीं पाया।
Trying to clamber over the top of the bonnet. Low on health, about a quarter of his HP remaining. Shots on target as well to keep things uncomfortable. No moment of respite. No opportunity to catch your breath. Geeke gone. Silenced on this one from Aurora.
41st पे आ जाएगी अब ये मैच के बाद।
Airing out in the open, not gonna matter though.
क्या ही ADS दिया।
Doc takes a tumble. The knock is sent over their way. KRX are trying to scout out. Could maybe be dangerous for Ulf as they don't have their wits about them, but I'm hoping that they do right now. They will try and maintain that control over the northern side. Thunder Talk Gaming have just been so quiet.
कट ऑफ ऊपर जा रहा है ये मैच के बाद। टॉप 5 की सब टीम ऊपर अभी लाइव है। Enigma Galaxy।
You're going to have Aurora and Ulf on your doorstep pretty soon.
And that's not a collective that you want at your front door. It's going to get messy pretty quickly. Top with the eyes locked on as well for the exit side towards off. TTG just trying to keep their tails tucked between their legs, sitting pretty for at least an opportunity that's given to them. KRX that suffered heavy damage from that backstab. Halula making it uncomfortable did result in the downfall of Binny. So only a triple threat left. Vehicles for the rotate, but smoke coming out the bonnet.
Not the best of health, but you'll take it. It's the only thing on offer. KRX in probably the most difficult position here. Depending on their timing, though, because Fourth Thrives and Ulf are both going to have to move. The question is, where do they target? And if you can find a cheeky little insert into the back of a third-party fight, something like that, KRX might have a better time of it. But it looks like Ulf are much more preoccupied with clearing out that backstop because they haven't taken that move just yet. And KRX might just be walking straight into the fight. They want to try and take it down, Jackie.
They want to get stuck into this one, battling down the ditch, but let's see if they can withstand the blows from Ulf. Scarface lines up one. Kaus buckles to Oxy. There's a reply from Falak as well from range onto QXX, so he's able to steal away some points amongst the interaction between these two squads. Panic stations now for Ulf. They've got to play medic, John, and Four Thrives, their eyes are lighting up.
Four Thrives are already setting out. They are on the hunt. Hazaifa and IQ following this one down to the bitter end, as only remnants of these two teams on the north side will still be in action. And Hazaifa is all too happy to take those points. Push OG on the top spot as well, and they are back in first place. On board with them, they got 4 players alive, playing from outside the circle. They'll need to find a route in.
Living the dream right now. Further damage done. Meanwhile, we switch over to the POV of Aurora. Nice nades on target. Satan takes the brunt of the damage. Ulf still attempting to fight versus Four Thrives, but they're silenced as they cut their way through them. Lord battles back on the top, up close. Ralph can't withstand the fight from Joel. Good play with a shotty, and he's got space to be able to calm this one down, John. Tuck into the limited cover.
All gamers मार
from
रही है
the
वहाँ पे.
sideline though.
Oh, getting stuck in. Sure, why not? Aurora down to 1. Just Joel remains. Doc is a goner. There is no way that he's going to get that player back up. Surely not. Has to try and play on this high ground. The zone will keep him in if he moves forwards to some of these trees, but going to stim up first, allow the blue zone to creep in. Doc, yeah, he's not coming back. That's going to be confirmed now. As AGAL will take that point. Coops, the solo for Enigma Galaxy, who ruined the day for last time around. Let's see if he's going to do the same thing here, but they are on opposite sides of the circle. Might be a little bit harder. Zypher, though, wants to try and get all over this circle. It's not going to go well, though.
TT के लिए मुश्किल है.
Yeah, this is looking brutal.
Chicken
Now,
निकालना
two players
वो.
removed. It's all on IQ. Brains at the operation as he sprints through the smokes, looking to get a lineup onto them. Shotgun special, but not enough to deliver the payload, John. AGAL withstand the fight. Shut down 4 Frags. And can they reset from this? No one in immediate vicinity to attack onto them. They might be able to reset cleanly. TTG advancing up onto Joel as well.
They finally found a second elimination. They can leave here. They are the only team with 4 players alive. The pickups coming through on the east side is going to potentially give them a threat here, but this flex out needs to go well. It's only against 1 player, but that 1 player is Joel. So we'll see if he's got anything left in the tank. They disengaged from it. Interesting. Prioritizing staying in the zone, I guess.
Yeah, for TTG as well, right? It feels like you're in such a risky position in terms of the overall standings. You've got to get out there and give us a little bit more of that confidence, but still trying to grind this one out all the way to the bitter end. Keep themselves in the contest of a fair 4-on-4 firefight, I suppose. Thinking about AGAL as more their big competition than risking it versus Joel.
I mean, that high ground would have been great to try and suppress the rotation from AGAL for them.
All
I feel like there's a lot of merit in trying to keep that hilltop going for you. You're right, it could have been dangerous, but I don't think you're going to win tournaments if you don't like the danger. And that's just
पुश कर रही है. Enigma Galaxy दे दिया वहाँ पे. Enigma Galaxy ने दिया. डायरेक्ट डाल दिया.
A nice little opening spray down, but 2 players
ऊपर से तो देखेगा Ziol है ना शायद से. Ziol है. Ziol भी ऊपर से देखेगा. Leo एक kill निकाला. All dead Enigma Galaxy.
Really cleanly played there for a Maple. Nice setup with the molly.
Push आ गया.
Switch to the rifle to hold the angle. Joel, meanwhile, has been crouching around all the commotion that he found. Jimmy.
TT versus all gamers. Oh, China. China versus China.
Looking slightly more green around the
Jimmy.
with a single knock onto the roster.
सोचो PMGC का 2 टाइम चैंपियन ऐसे खेल रहा है.
Already got a bit of his power rising off the back of the knock onto Joel. What more can he do here? Nade's chucked out for defensive maneuvers. They're committed
Survival
to
stage तक तो इन लोगों को जाना चाहिए TT को.
punish with the advantage.
The Nade's not quite connecting for Thunder Talk. This is sort of getting a little bit messy, but look at this flex out on the east side, sitting, trying to find an angle, but regroups back in. They're sort of putting themselves on the northwest side of
China की top 2 teams के बीच fight है. China versus China.
They know where all of these players are for AGAL, so the full information is there. They would hear those vehicles. They would spot the runouts coming through with Jimmy's angle there on the high ground. They might just be able to do something here. But 5 eliminations for AGAL, 3 eliminations for TTG. These are some fairly quiet games from these 2 potential winning candidates.
Scary as well, man, looking at the setup on the angle. I felt like that was your one opportunity, at least, where you had an advantage in the engagement. Now, as time ticks by, it was a nice setup from XEZ on the top.
ये वाला मैच के बाद 2 Miramar तो strong है. OG का
If you crash onto this, TTG are going to have a bumpy ride through, dumping some of the defensive utility out as well. A few Molotovs into the field.
Trying to hold on to a little bit more for later on when you get closer, when you get forced into known nade range. Much more tricky to hit it around the buildings. I mean, when you don't quite know exactly where they are, you can argue that it would be good to put them in now and maybe find an opening knock against AGAL, but they're going to look to try and levy that later on. Liu getting rezzed up there was a massive benefit for them. It means that they have this outpost all the way on an off angle. It's covering off so much ground and limits Thunder Talk's position really heavily. Not following through for that flush may have just been a crucial mistake for Thundertalk.
इसके बाद आखिरी जोन है, डेड जोन है। इसके बाद
it's a play that could pay dividends for
टीटी निकाल
AGAL.
सकती है, टीटी अभी भी निकाल
This is
सकती
the worrying duo setup as well. Zone crunching in. We'll see if Maple's forced to advance over the hard cover towards the fence just as it stops on the mark.
आ गया तो
CZ
नेड।
still looking on the top side for the peak up. Sitting
ओ
on
ये
the
नेड।
That's the nades in as well, and you're starting to take damage here. The shoe could be on the other foot, John. It looks very uncomfortable
Boom,
from TTG.
boom,
The
ओ
double nade on
भाई,
target. Flower and
टीटी
Maple
का
blown
थ्रो,
away too.
क्या ही नेड मारा है, क्या ही नेड मारा है। 2 नॉक, फ्लावर और मेपल। भाई साहब सही मौके पे नेड का इस्तेमाल किया, एकदम सही मोमेंट पे आके नेड का इस्तेमाल किया। अबे यार चल जाओ वक्त। हाँ बेटा, मैच खत्म हो गया जब मैं देखने जाता हूँ।
9 eliminations, a nice close down for them. A big result in the final fight, and it felt
ये लोग कौन सा अभी तक मैच खेल रहे हैं? इन लोग खत्म नहीं हो गया, अच्छा काउंट कर रहे हैं।
Pay off, but that one moment, John, where it felt like you had a chance to commit to it. It was the biggest opener they found in the space of that 5-minute final game sequence.
All gamers
comes back to haunt them.
Absolutely. I mean, not committing to trying taking down Zol's position out on that west side. I think that they could have done a lot more there to use that high ground. They would have been able to spot the AGAL run up towards the Enigma Galaxy duo. They would have been able to do so much more damage, maybe even flush you out, and then flex out towards the east side. They had such a massive opportunity to do that with Sighting moving into that area earlier on. It felt like they kind of threw that one all away, to be honest, Jackie. And when you're at the bottom of the tables, you need to be throwing caution to the winds, not throwing it into the bin.
Yeah, it's brutal, man, because obviously that's the thing, you know, it's everything to gain, nothing to lose in those kind of moments with how close we are towards the end of day two, being down towards the bottom side of the standings. An opportunity present itself, but the indifference there, that paralysis of just overthinking the situation twice towards the mid-game, and then, like you say, with the late game as well, yeah, it feels like that's kind of...
कल एडमिनो रेस पावर को देखेंगे। आया क्या पॉइंट्स टेबल आया?
The difference maker, man. You know, hindsight's 20.
नहीं आया, वो डाल दिया, इतना जल्दी डाला है इस बार। 85 पॉइंट, 7 पॉइंट का लीड है। 71 अगर 2 मैच में देखा जाए तो 78, 81 निकालना पड़ेगा। 5 पॉइंट तो निकालना पड़ेगा एटलीस्ट, 2 मैच में 5 पॉइंट, वरना ओजी यहाँ पे दिक्कत आ जाएगा। वरना नीचे से ये देखो, अभी ऑल गेमर्स भी ऊपर आ गई है, एनिग्मा गैलेक्सी भी आ सकती है। चलो मेरा प्रेडिक्शन का भी चिकन है ऐसे। ऑल गेमर्स ये गोट को नीचे कर देगी तो मेरी 1 2 3 4 4 प्रेडिक्शन टॉप 5 में आ जाएगी। सही है, सही है, सही है। चलो ऑल गेमर्स क्वालिफाई कर जाओ ग्रैंड फाइनल के लिए। और वहाँ नीचे देखे तो टीटी 34, चिकन आता तो 4 4 8 8 पॉइंट और आता, 13 पे आ जाते वो लोग। थ्रो हो गया टीटी का, टीटी ने तो थ्रो कर दिया। अभी मौका था उन लोगों के पास ऊपर आ जाने का, अभी भी वो लोग बॉटम 3 में ही अटके पड़े हैं। और ओजी को चाहिए 5 पॉइंट, 5-6 पॉइंट और निकालना होगा। ट्राई करेंगे मिरामार में ही, अगला मिरामार में निकाल लेने का। कितना घंटा का स्ट्रीम हुआ है वैसे? 3 घंटा, 3 घंटा। और अभी आज लगता है ज़्यादा लंबा स्ट्रीम नहीं होगा, एंट्री नहीं था ना। 3 घंटा का स्ट्रीम हुआ है, 2 मैच बाकी है, तो अगर 1.5 घंटा ही मान के चले तो 4.5 घंटा का स्ट्रीम। 5 घंटा तक खिंचाएगा क्या वो? 4 5 6 7 8 9 ना, उतना देर तक तो नहीं होगा। 4 घंटा का ही स्ट्रीम हो पाएगा आज। तो अभी फिलहाल ये है पॉइंट्स टेबल भाई साहब। गो 71, यहाँ से थ्रो नहीं कर सकते, थ्रो नहीं कर सकते, यहाँ से थ्रो नहीं कर सकते, थ्रो मत करना।
So yeah, the one opener
that did give them an edge, not followed through on. That indifference certainly hurting them.
अच्छा मैं ये कर देता हूँ, ये चला के छोड़ देता हूँ और कुछ खाने के लिए लेके आता हूँ अपना ये ऑफ करके, ये सही रहेगा. Screen का sound on हुआ है.
And they were later into the zone. They played a slow game. They played the only team really to go for that sort of thing, and it's obviously worked out well for them in this instance.
ये ऑफ
I feel like
करूँगा
if another team was in the top position, it might not have been as easy. But either way, they do manage to make
चलो
it
मैं
work.
कुछ
So, yeah,
खाने के लिए
very,
तब तक
very
लेके
smart
आता हूँ,
stuff
तब तक
coming
देखो
through from
स्ट्रीम देखो, मैं
AGL,
खाने के लिए लेके आ
looking
रहा हूँ.
to try and get one of those spots for themselves as well. I'm loving how close all of this is, Jackie.
I know, it has been exciting, right? Obviously a little bit different to the usual spin of things when we're at such a prestigious event like this with the back-to-back games. The fact we're going into a day two with a risk of not only having teams qualifying through, having that sort of, dream moment, this is great, but the sheer defeat, the sheer panic of sitting there and realising that's it, 2 days of play and it's over, mate. You're thinking about airports, John. You're not thinking about trophies, about the history, about actually giving that solidarity to your organisation with a big result after what's been quite a grind to get here for some of these teams.
I mean, at the end of all of this, right, we do crush the keys, but if you're in this sort of situation, you can't let your mind be crushed already. There is still an opportunity, I think, for any team to make it into at least survival stages, given how we were sat before this. And for the final 2 matches to be so important is pretty important. It is going to be good news. We're going to be jumping down for an interview with Al-Ola.
Yes, we do. I've got Quick here from Al-Ola Club Esports here for a very quick interview before we go into our final 2 games here on the Qiddiya City Grid. Sandstorm, thank you so much for joining us as well to help translate. Quick, let's talk about what the issues have been so far over the last 2 days, or the points of contention. What's been stopping you guys from gaining momentum over the past few days?
اول شيء شكرا على تواجدك معنا كويك، وحابب اسالك بخصوص الاداء خلال اليوم الثاني. احكي لنا ايش المشاكل اللي عم بتمروا فيها؟ يعني بين انه مو عندكم مثلا اي نقص بالامكانيات او القدره، لكن يعني في عندكم مثلا نقص من ناحيه الفرص انكم تبنوا عزم في المباراه، فايش المشاكل اللي عم بتمروا فيها؟
والله المشاكل يعني ما عندنا مشاكل انه استراتيجيه وجن سكيل، عندنا يعني كل شيء موجود، بس عندنا انه نحتاج ندخل بالجو، وجاي ندخل بالجو، وان شاء الله الجيمين الباقيه انه راح نأدي اداء ونتأهل.
I want to say it's not that we have an issue when it comes to our tactics, our strategies. We just need to get into the flow of things. And with 2 games left, we're hoping to be able to get into it and get it done within the next games.
I mean, speaking of getting into the flow, even that last map on Erangel, you guys appear to have better flow, better pacing. You coming down through the north side of Circle, obviously it pulled away from you guys. You took out Furia, everything seemed to be good. And then the pacing slowed down. What happened?
هلا بخصوص المباراة الماضية كان مبين انه في عندكم يعني بوش قوي من المنطقة الشمالية، قدرتوا تشيلوا فريق فيوريا، كانت سرعتكم كويسة، لكن بعدين بطأتوا وتم اقصائكم بالزون. فايش كانت المشكلة وقتها؟ هل مثلا كانت روتيشن بطيئة، ولا ايش المشكلة اللي مريتوا فيها في الجيم الماضي اللي تم اقصائكم من وراها؟
اخذنا قرار نشيل ار كيو، بعدين دخل علينا تيم فيوريا وقتلناهم، بس اول ما خلص الفايت انه ما عندنا وقت نجمع انفو ندخل على الزون. رحنا يمين شفنا كوتيم ضغط علينا، رحنا بوجهنا لقينا تيم، رحنا يسار تيم لازم علينا، ومتنا من كثر الضغط علينا بالسيارات.
After we were able to make the push and take down Furia, we tried to rotate in multiple different positions, but every direction we took, there was always another squad waiting for us. So yeah, the fighting did benefit us, but it was a little bit late towards the end. So yeah, it became just too difficult for us to actually find a place that was open and wasn't occupied.
Yeah, I mean, going into these final 2 games now, it's kind of crunch time, isn't it? You're in that bubble of potentially going into the bottom 3. You're currently out of it. Are you going to be able to stay out of that bottom 3 spot? And how are you guys feeling? Are you feeling positive for these next 2 games?
هلا بقى عندكم اخر مباراتين، اخر فرصتين عشان تقدروا تتاهلوا وتكونوا موجودين ضمن حاجز التاهل للسرفايفل ستيج. فاحكي لنا على كيف احساس الفريق، كيف شعورهم، وهل جاهزين، وهل عندهم الامكانيه انهم يضلهم متواجدين ومتاهلين للمرحله الجايه من البطوله؟
شعورنا دائما انه نحو الافضل، انه ايجابيه وما عندنا اي سلبيه، انه احنا نقدر راح نتاهل، بس عندنا مشاكل نريد نحلها، وها هي ما يعني متاهلين الثقة موجودة، الحماس موجود، كل شيء موجود.
I want to say as long as we are in the right mentality and we have the right state. We're in the right state of mind. We can accomplish what we want to, and hopefully within these last 2 games, like I said before, we'll get into the flow of it, and we believe that we have the ability to qualify, and we'll prove it in the last 2 games.
I like that. A bit of positivity. Thank you so much, Quick, for joining me in this interview. Sandstorm, you're a legend. Thank you so much. We have another interview here on the Qiddiya City Grid before we throw it over to the studio. So let's go over to that one.
Yes, we do. Thank you very much, Barney. I am with Aaron, one of the superstars, the young superstar from Ulf here, to talk about some of the games that have gone on so far here for them. And my question to you guys is, obviously, it's been a bit of an up and down results so far from you guys. What do you think about the overall games from today as well as your performance?
Bugünkü maçlarda yine iyi performanslarınız da oldu, kötü performanslarınız da oldu. Genel olarak bugünü biraz değerlendirebilir misin?
Bugün çok iyi de oynamadık, çok kötü de oynamadık. Ortalama puan çektik bence. Çok hatamız var. Onlardan ders çıkarıp son 2 maç inşallah iyi puan çekeceğiz.
As you said, we had ups and downs today as well. But we know our mistakes and we hope to learn our lessons from that and finish on the top in those last 2 games.
So let's talk about that then a little bit. Obviously, a lot of top 4s from you guys so far, but no wins, no chicken dinners just yet. But we're used to knowing that Ulf is always a contender for number 1 and always able to get them chicken dinners on the board. So will there be any adaptations in these next 2 games, or what are you expecting?
Henüz bir win almadınız ama Ulf'u biliyoruz, her zaman 1. sıraya zorlayan bir takım. Top 4'de de çok oynadınız ama hiçbir win gelmedi. Bu son oyunlarda stratejinizde herhangi bir değişiklik olacak mı?
Yani bir değişikliğimiz olmayacak. Aynı oyunumuza devam edeceğiz. Sadece hatalarımızı telafi etmeye çalışacağız.
We will only keep playing our own game and we will try to learn our lessons from the mistakes that we made.
All right, fair. Thank you very much, Aaron, for joining us here. That is us done for here down on the stage. Time to head back into the games here for more PMWC.
Promise you all some more updates while we've got them, because we swung by the Allianz Vault. We grabbed Trav to give us a little bit of some insight into what's been going on, because you guys are already 3 days into your group stage, so break it all down for us.
Yeah, as you say, we're in day 3 at the moment, which means the brackets have kind of reset, the groups are back to the start, and the players are on the same standing again.
Okay.
But the same can't be said for some of the clubs. Team Falcons coming into day 3 of competition with 3 players left alive. They came in with 4, so lost 1 along the way. But other than that, the biggest competition, you're looking at Twisted Minds.
Sure.
Arslan Ash has pretty much done everything you can in this game. So he's just 1 EWC win away from being the GOAT, and that is just a crazy statement.
That's
for him.
huge.
But over, obviously, we see AGL competing across quite a few stages this week. Zubair is one of the favorites to take this competition now.
Ooh.
He beat the favorite in his group. So he's kind of taken that pole position at the moment, and I'm really liking AGL to go far here.
That could be massive.
Exactly. And like, obviously in the position they're in on the club championship leaderboard as well, a couple of big wins, they'll be leapfrogging above the rest. Vitality, however, haven't had the best couple of weeks, to be honest with you, and they've put all their faith in one player, Jean Ding. So it's a question of whether or not he's going to be able to get it done. He's been looking kind of hit or miss so far, but obviously with it refreshing and being now in the similar standing, he might have a chance.
So this could be really interesting when it comes to our club championship standings. Obviously, like you mentioned, we've got AGL in 3 out of the 4 stages this week. One of the teams we're paying attention to in PubgMobile, you mentioned Vitality. We've got them. We're going to see them tomorrow kind of to kick things off for their group as well. So lots of these clubs could get some massive points this week, kind of shake up the overall leaderboard, because so many clubs are chasing Falcons right now at the tippy top of it. So still lots of action left in store for all of you at home. And of course, when we have some winners, some more points on the board, or some big changes, we'll make sure we're keeping you updated on all of it.
See, I told you Glitter will be able to deliver with the club championship updates. Also, shout out to Trav for letting us know what's going on his stage. But I'm joined by none other than Mr. Blank. He went from casting and now here at the studio with us, and none other than Neptune as well, the 7WG. We got to talk about that last game. AGAL putting themselves in contention for that top 5, Natura.
Isn't it nice? It's so nice. I mean, we've been wanting AGAL to do something for how many games has it been? 8 games so far? Something like that? Yeah, 10 games, even worse. No, they're doing a very, very good job. I am enjoying what they're doing. But to go in a little bit more in depth, right, I really liked how they did that South wraparound, and I think that's really going to be something that we're going to see, hopefully, from them a little bit more as they're being able to actually, you know, think outside the box a little bit, do those wraparound rotations, able to see those opportunities and do it all over again. So maybe in Miramar, it will be happening. But 19 points, I think that is the incentive that they need to do that again.
Yeah, solid from AGAL to maybe, hopefully, they'll be able to make it to that top 5. We'll have to wait and see what's going to happen in those upcoming final 2 matches. One team that we actually ended up seeing there that they ended up getting good placement points but not eliminations, Thunder Talk Gaming. Absolute bless, but honestly, does nothing with it.
Yeah, bro, why did it take the weaker Chinese team to let the stronger Chinese team win? What was that about?
I don't know.
That wasn't cool.
Thunder Talk Gaming was camping insanely. They were there for the longest time.
Okay, however you call it that, though, because you came out, you said X-Force in heaven were not camping.
I didn't say they were not camping. I say it wasn't just lucky, though. They were holding off people. What do you mean? They were holding off Furia. They were holding a bunch of other people.
Yeah,
but for this one, Thunder Talk, they were legit just camping.
Okay. I agree with that. I mean, to be fair to Thunder Talk, though, they need some points. Okay, if that's what it takes, that's what it takes.
You gotta do.
Okay, you can't hate too much.
No.
I tell you what I do hate, though. I'll tell you what I do hate.
What do you hate?
I really do not like Enigma Galaxy's push onto Volcano versus Aurora. That was a throw. That was probably the biggest throw I've seen in quite some time, actually. There was no reason to leave where they left from. And I mean, if we even just roll the tape back to what we were just watching just then, AGAL won from when Enigma Galaxy was playing.
That's true.
Like, we could just sit there all day. We could sit there all day, twiddle our thumbs, and we would have won the game. All right? Aurora has to come off the ridge side into plain view. Got shot by someone else. So I don't really understand the call there. And we're still hitting these strange 2-2 splits. I think sometimes it works really well. Other times, not so much.
Yep. In that one, it didn't work whatsoever if you are Enigma Galaxy. One team that does need the points and was able to put up good points there in the last match was Alula. I really enjoyed the way that they were able to kind of rotate towards the north. And right now, we're seeing an amazing performance out of this squad that's trying to make it to a survival at least.
Yeah, it's a really nice play. I was watching them versus RRQ, I think, over in the garage area, and it was actually really, really nice to see that aggression come on through. It was a very strong sort of presence that they put themselves into, moving into the garage area over there, because it wasn't a direct push. There was a solo of RRQ in the garage, but it wasn't direct full-on push onto an opposite team. It was just such a strong presence with those vehicles that it was like, hey, we're actually going to be doing something. It's intimidating for the other teams. That's what you want to see from teams more often. And yeah, Alula did a really great job of that.
Well, I think this lobby is quite well balanced so far. 7.
Very.
It's very well balanced.
Very.
The thing is that there are some squads where
Oh,
the game feels a
hello.
little less intentional overall. That's what kind of worries me in a big way at the moment, is that for OG, I do think there has been some times where, you know, they'll find a good spot, they have some good rotates in, and then it feels intentional from there onwards. Like that's a passivity that they go for, and it tends to reward them in the late game. Yeah. I want to see a bit more proactiveness from them in future, because I think that could really help improve their scorelines. But right now they're absolutely
इसमें लैग नहीं करता है और वैसे में करने वही में लैग करने लगता है.
And then they're winning off the back of some gun skill. And I think, honestly, Lepar is massively propping up that team at the moment because he has some really good clutch moments. But it comes off the back of, ooh, did we really want to be here? Now Lepar's going to have to clutch up.
Yeah, it's true. I think you're right there. It's like, And I'm seeing it from a lot of teams. I'm just trying to think of like all the lobbies that we've seen, all the groups, all the teams rather. It's kind of a lot of the same thing. I think OG in the beginning were doing it as well, right? Not so much today, but certainly yesterday it was a little bit of a let's see what happens if we go here and then see what happens. You know, it's not proactive. It's not, there's no plan to it. It's just kind of a bit random. And I think a few teams have been doing that. Like
for OG, they're not going to be that upset, all right? They ended up with the first place, third place, fourth place. This is just something that they're going to keep on improving. And going back to Alula, something that I actually really want, I was hoping you would end up pointing out. I really enjoy how long they took to rotate in because they were making sure that there was going to be nobody behind them. I really enjoyed that out of them, which kind of allowed them to do that fight that you were talking about with RRQ. Another squad that we actually been seeing now step up as we're seeing the battle there for first place is 4Thrives. 4Thrives with those 2-2 splits.
it was very nice, and 2-2 splits are their big thing. The 1-3, the 2-2, they love doing it, and we saw it in some really good form there in that last game. I really enjoyed that. Very strong. Again, the same point I was making about Alula is the same for 4Thrives. Again, they're intimidating the rest of the teams. They've woken up in this game and gone, right, there's 2 games left. We would like to be in first place, so we're going to be more intimidating, playing those mind games, being very strong, not necessarily going full aggro, but being intimidating. Look at what intimidation gets you. 4Thrives, 92 points.
Not even just intimidation, just being proactive and making sure that they don't let anybody push up on them as KRX was trying to. But 4Thrives right now overtakes that first place. Orangutan still in that second place. Congratulations, Orangutan. You're going to be going to the finals. Aurora Gaming there in that third. And now we're going to be looking at that 5th place and that 4th place because I want you to see how close it is from 4th place all the way down to 8th. It's just 11 points, which honestly, it can, even through this, even through Ulf as well, they can make that jump, Blank.
They can. I think for Ulf, there's a big opportunity here at the end of the day to make it happen. I wasn't massively impressed with Erin's answers there, though. There was a lot of, we can learn from our mistakes, we can learn from our lessons.
Yeah.
What are those lessons? What are those mistakes? Do they even know what those mistakes and lessons to be learned are? And I think that's a struggle thing for me to listen to, really, because I think Ulf, they have good gameplay. Even watching them Erangel on Airstrip, that was really nice. They had a great setup. It's very creative at the end of the day. But I think Ulf, they have these special moments here and there.
Yes.
Right now, I just don't think we're hitting those yet. Ketch isn't really on his A game. I think Erin's doing a lot of heavy lifting. Scarface, funnily enough, despite having not these massive pop-off moments, he's coming in clutch right now. But Ulf can do it. For Enigma Galaxy, I really do want to see them get into top 5.
Yes.
They have looked very disappointed throughout these 2 days, which I've been, a little bit unhappy about because I'm like, guys, you've been playing very well at certain points in time. I want that team atmosphere to be a little bit up. You've got Coops with you. He's doing phenomenal work. Hype your boy up a little bit. That's all I want to see.
My boy, Coops! Because honestly, he has been performing so well. But before we go into the next 2 matches, we're going to be sending it to Kalaris and the man with the big energy, Hadouks!
That is very correct. We got Miramar on the way, and we want to talk a little bit about that. I've got Hot Jukes with me to talk about it all and how it's going to go down. Obviously, with only 2 games remaining here, Jukes, some of those teams on the bubble, they've got to make moves on one bubble or another.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, that's what it's all about here. It's top 5 or bottom 3. That's where our eyes are locked because everybody in between is going to that survival stage. But you're right, we're going into the desert, baby. The last 2 matches, and that is where you gotta clutch it up. One team I gotta talk about right off the rip is Go Team, right? They won the second to last Miramar yesterday. The one thing though was that they land in that El Azahar area. Both circles in both matches ended up going down to that Los Leones region. So I think that was advantageous for them here, but the zone could go anywhere here. Can they repeat that? They're gonna need to because Enigma Galaxy is gonna come from.
I think they did such a good job, west side of
Miramar चालू होने वाला है.
Which compound that they did, and then be able to rotate south on that. So that was very, very impressive. On the other side of the bubble, though, I want to talk about Geek just a little bit, right? Because they started off the entire tournament for their group stage so far with a win, and since then it's slipping here, slipping there, and I would like to see Geek do a little bit more. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that it was really demoralizing for them in just that other match where it was down in military base. They had such a great position, and they were not able to put any shots on a team flash at all. They took it and won the game from that spot. So it's all about, you have to adapt, right? You're at the biggest stage ever. You're live here in Paris. You got to be able to calm down, settle down, and make it happen no matter what.
Between you and Jackie, I'm never escaping the GOAT team subject here from all of this. All right, no more barring, no more barring. It's time to head over to commentators here for the 2 last games of the day.
Hey, look, we don't lie, James. We don't lie. Me and Jukes know what's up. It's all about GOAT, baby. They're going to be out there swinging, but it's Miramar time. And I got someone that I describe as a GOAT sat right next to me. And it's not because how he looks. It's because he's the best at casting. Get in there, John.
Oh, you're talking about me?
Yeah, that's right, buddy.
I was looking on the other side of you. I was like, what's going on there? Is someone else sitting on the desk with us? No, he's being very kind to me.
I know.
That's a very strange feeling, but thank you very much. We are going to be heading into Miramar, lickety-split, and it is Hubble Bubble, Toil and Trouble. 5 teams will go forwards and 3 will fumble their opportunity to make it towards even the survival stage. But down towards the bottom of the tables, it's looking mighty dejected so far. And it is starting to open up a bit of a gap, a 6-point gap between 14th and 13th on that bubble. Towards the bottom of the tables, that's pretty
Hello.
It is. That was kind of slick with it as well with the wordplay, John. You were giving me some nursery rhyme type beats there, and you're spot on because it will be a crime for some of these teams if they don't get through because they can't make dimes here in PUBG Mobile World Cup, and that'll be a travesty. But with 2 games left, you got to smarten up quick.
Make sure that you're getting in and amongst it. You cannot afford to be timid, to be timorous, to be shy, and back off when you have a knock to play around, you know?
Oh,
that's
don't
kind of
remind me.
That's
Come
kind of,
on.
well, look, you know, as long as it's still in my memory, it's going to be in yours too, because it is a real stain on that one. Plane path goes from Minas del Sur over towards La Cobraria up on the northwest side. Fairly chill on this one, waiting for the circle to come on out, and I'm waiting to observe any hot drops, but it looks like for now, we're going to be kept kind of chill. Picardo, though, could be dangerous if Thundertalk do drop down, because 4 Thrives are on top of it. In and amongst it.
San Martin.
Thundertalk, we know what they like to do, and it is get away from other players in the lobby.
You got it in twice in the intro, but I can't believe
I've just
Split
got
में उतर रहा है ओ ऊपर का ही जोन है
You're turning it, you're twisting
Second place is the first place, is it?
Yeah, I mean, technically. Second to lose, I suppose.
ऊला के लिए मस्त गेम जा सकता है ऊला के लिए मस्त
Okay,
गेम जा
yeah, I'll
सकता
tell
है
you, something like that. We'll run the numbers. That's not our role. That's
ओटी
Max.
कहाँ पर है पिकार्डो
No, it's not. It's not Max. Oh dear. They're on the road again with a big bang. They're going on through. It's the GOAT team heading on up on the South Coast Road. Going to potentially move in over towards Puerto Plata, so Impala, that sort of area of the map. But the plane path being on the west and the circle being on the northwest is going to make things tricky. But if you want to make things as untricky as possible, make sure you're grabbing those Naruto skins. You saw that flash up on your screens. Jump on into the game. Make sure you go for those draws because you can look mighty fine on the battlegrounds.
Oh yeah, you can look pretty damn slick. Come out there styling on fools with your plays with the mad skins that they've got. Wonderful collab. Everyone's very excited about it. So like John said, make sure you're checking it out and getting your solo peepers spotting it in game today. And of course, we'll be using our eyeballs to tell you the lay of the land with the teams here. Give you a run through of everything that matters as we get close. Going into the next game, obviously, it'll be a little bit more deliberation, right? We'll know kind of what we're looking like.
Point same है vote और Nigma Galaxy का. All gamers
Because otherwise, John, it's not even a matter of
बहुत close competition है top 5 के लिए.
Outright goodbye, good night from the event.
71.
Yet to come, really, but it might get a bit
14 point का gap
from
है.
this very game of Miramar here.
अगर 0-0 पॉइंट पे एलिमिनेट हो तब दिक्कत है ओजी के लिए तब दिक्कत है अगर 0-0 पॉइंट पे एलिमिनेट हो जाते हैं वरना तो और कोई दिक्कत नहीं लग रहा है
There is always those mathematical probabilities.
90 पॉइंट्स निकाल देंगे हो जाएंगे 5 पॉइंट और निकालना है ट्राई करेंगे इसी मैच में 5 पॉइंट निकालने का
But I've never seen it happen, Jackie. Not legally anyway.
No, but you can't see air and they say that it exists.
30 सेकंड में जोन श्रिंक चालू
So you never know, John. That's the funny thing. But hey, probably not, eh? Because that would be crazy.
I hate that you just said that to me. Because it's right.
Hacienda.
But only if you're talking about...
Hacienda del Patron.
Yeah, I mean, like, we can prove it
और फिर कल से मान्या Godlight, Admino, Somay, S Power.
You don't know what it's doing.
कल से दिल से Godlike हो जाएंगे कल से आज ओजी है कल से दिल से Godlike और ये वाला जर्सी बस ओजी के लिए पहना था 2 दिन और फिर कल 2 दिन वो Godlike के लिए कैसा टाइप में जर्सी पहनूं गोल्डन ब्लैक और गोल्डन
I had to do a lot of exercises.
You did actually, yeah, fair play.
I'm going a little stir crazy with it.
Yeah, you were quite hyped up, mate, you know. No one saw the full takes of those as well. There's about half an hour of unedited footage of John getting that clip done, so.
I was rehearsing as well.
Oh, it was good to see though, bud. Honestly, I think your rotations would be on point now. The amount of stamina you must have built up.
I've lost it all. I used it. I burned through that candle.
Reject का player फंस गया.
Let's take a look at the lay of the land now, because it looks like X-Force Rejects with a chance to take a
फंस गया वो.
X-Force Rejects, one of those teams in danger. Reverb is down and out of there. So already a poor start.
OG भी अगल-बगल में land की थी.
Yeah, not ideal. That one's going to get popped instantly. Akin to
थोड़ा उधर से साउथ में उला
here, which isn't what you want if you want to try and rise up.
उला क्या नेड फोड़ेगा? बहुत दूर है, नहीं फोड़ेगा. बहुत दूर है.
In their praises previously, they started to build a good amount of energy. Some of the fights we saw from them actually look good as well. R3B, that awkward encounter versus KRX, so far away.
Solo फंसा हुआ है, लेकिन ये reject का player.
Beautiful shot. So mechanically, individually, John, he looked like he was hitting some great form. Rest of the squad comes alive into this one. It could be a good reset. We heard in the interview as well, you know, yeah, there were mistakes, but we can fix things. We're going to come out on top. Would love to see that proven true.
They definitely want to. A lot of power from that last match to see themselves up towards the survival stage zone right now. On 41 points, they're in a decent spot on this map, up towards La Cobraria. They do need access to the hills to their south, and if they can win a fight with X-Force Rejects, that would probably be one of the best case scenarios for them, right? If they can take control of the Crater Fields area, get some of that high ground under lock and key against one of their main rivals, there's very few better positions for a team to be in than to be able to find a little bit of confidence right now. That is going to be weighing heavily on the minds. Everyone sat around them. Enigma Galaxy moving in from that western side. RRQ as well could potentially try and jump into the mix there. Orangutan as well have access to those Crater Fields hills, but we've got a little bit more time before we see things go really to loggerheads. We've only had that one casualty so far.
Yeah, crew moving up. Obviously, from
Enigma
what we
Galaxy
saw,
का player
it was a little
भाग
bit
रहा है.
stale from some of the hits, more just getting stuck involved into fights when it was forced upon them rather than taking the initiative necessarily themselves. We'll see if that will change here with the approach. Down towards the compound now, having a bit of a loot up. Satan not too far away. No real read or need to engage onto each other yet. So opportunity to at least get themselves armed without an over-investment. Visual contact there as well. You can see the vehicle driving away. So Satan will clear distance.
Gets a little bit of a wider berth around the roadblocks. For Enigma Galaxy, they're very central on this already. Goat team, really not so much. Already out in the blue, over towards Impala. Coming in from that eastern side for Goat team, they are going to need to get towards it, but it's still very, very early days, especially here on Miramar. Waiting for the second circle can often be pretty impactful on a Miramar. Wait for that small shift and try and play for it later on. Get a little bit more looting done out on that east side. We saw Goat team dropping out and moving quite early on, so the looting phase will have been a little bit offset. Hopefully now, though, they are on the road, and I believe.
कैसे हो यार? अरे इंजनेश भाई ठीक हो यार, आप कैसे हो?
All the way up to that north side.
OG लग रहा है जा रहा है grand finals.
Over past Cruz de Valle, but there is Geeke in the way in El Azahar, so potentially be an
Zone
unexpected
shrink.
blockage in the system for them. The next zone will reveal itself fairly soon, though. So we'll see what they opt to do with that new information once it's revealed.
गोट है बाहर, गीक है बाहर, ऑल गेमर्स है बाहर. ऑल गेमर्स लेट रोटेट करती है. अरोरा एचएस पे आके रुक गई है.
Obviously those later rotates coming up.
Central है.
Is relatively central.
Central है, central है.
Down. So most sides still within a fairly
ऐसे फ्रीज होके क्यों देख रहा? फ्रीज होके तो थोड़ा हिलते हुलते रहो.
You see Geeke advancing a bit quicker.
गेमिंग चेयर दे दो यार, हिलते रहूंगा मैं.
Through the roadside with Goat in relatively close by contact.
हिल डुल के कैसे देखूं? यार क्या कर रहे हो यार? रोटेशन दो, ये सब क्या कर रहे हो? थोड़ा हिल डुल
Trying to push
थोड़ा
it
हिल
on
डुल
that
के
south side. There are other options for AGAL
नहीं
here.
भाई हिल
They
डुल
can
लिया
go
थोड़ा सा
past Montenuevo. They could send up.
थोड़ा सा हिल
Maybe
डुल
try and play
लिया
up towards Leopoldo or swing even further north, but you know this side of the map's going to be really heavily
ओ
occupied.
यार
It's a
जोन जाओ
difficult approach.
जोन
So
जाओ
going
गाड़ी
straight
क्या
through
पलटी
may
कर रहे हो
just be the best
गाड़ी
option
पलटी
available
कर
to
रहे
you.
हैं लोग
Geek
कैसे प्लेयर है ये लोग खेलेंगे इंटरनेशनल ये देखो अभी मरेंगे गोड की टीम से ये गीक वाले गोड की टीम से मरेंगे लोगों को खेलना ही नहीं आ रहा है कैसे खेल रहे हैं लोग
And you don't want to overexpose here. You don't want to be losing players like this, especially with how tenuous GOAT team's position is in 5th place.
Yeah, and it's not something they generally tend to force the issue on either. Historically, even with the roster being a little bit different to what I'd seen in the past, on Miramar they were pretty good with late rotates. It's something they really enjoy playing, right? If they can avoid early game fights, they're going to be building into a big finish. It tends to work well for them. That sort of situation, maybe with the tumble from Ragnarok, if he had a clean shot, could have got an opening pick.
ओजी कहाँ पर है ओजी कहाँ पे ओजी कहाँ पे
from the angle they were left in. So
ओजी कहाँ पे
calm it back down. That's more the go.
कहाँ पे ओजी
GK a window of opportunity to get
कहाँ है ओजी ओजी को दिखाओ देख रहा हूँ ये लोग गद्दारी करते ओजी को दिखाते ही नहीं है नहीं दिखाते ओजी को जब तक मरने वाली नहीं रहती है ओजी जैसी मरने वाली रहती है वैसी ही ओजी को दिखा देते हैं नहीं दिखाते ये लोग ओजी को लास्ट में 3 टीम बाकी होगा तब जाके ये लोग ओजी को दिखाना चालू करते हैं गद्दार लोग हैं ये लोग PMWC वाला लोग डिस्क्रिमिनेशन कर रहा है जबकि सेकंड पे बैठे हुए हैं
is a brilliant spot.
हर एक किल पे नाचो अबे यार क्या बात कर रहा है हर एक किल पे नाचो किसका किल पे नाचो पूरा मैच में
Interesting lineup, and like you say,
64 50 बार मेरे को नाचना पड़ेगा हर मैच में 50 into 6 करेंगे 300 बार नाचूं मैं एक स्ट्रीम पे मैं 300 बार नाचूं 4 घंटे का स्ट्रीम होगा उसमें मैं 300 बार नाच ही रहा हूँ कब नाचूं ओजी का हर किल पे नाचूं गजब बात कर रहा है 40 बार किल कर चुके अभी तक 40 बार नाचूं रुक जा अभी किल होगा तब नाचूंगा ओजी अगर किल करेगी तब नाचूं ओजी है कहां पर अभी ये लोग दिखाते ही नहीं ओजी को तो जोन श्रिंक को वो भी नहीं दिखाया ऐसे गद्दार लोग हैं लोग जोन श्रिंक को अब तो दिखा दो जोन कहाँ कटा है सेंटर तरफ भी थोड़ा सा कटा है सेंटर में ही कटा है ऑल गेमर्स वर्सेस अरोरा बेस्ट टीम्स की फाइट
It's so hard for everybody else to try and move in. I feel like Thundertalk are going to have a really tough time here trying to extract themselves from the southeast side, which is behind this engagement on our screen.
Oh, you need. Oh, you need.
This is something that could be really bad for them with the backstab build.
अबे तो बारिश कर दी है ये तो बारिश कर रहे हैं अबे फूट गया अबे बारिश करके खुद ही फूट गए ओह क्या मारा है मजा आ गया मजा आ रहा है ठीक है सिर्फ ओजी और का किल पे क्या अरोरा का किल पे वे इस पे भी मैं नाचूं क्या अब ये क्या बात कर रहा है अरोरा मेरी टीम नहीं है टीटी का पुश आ गया मर जा अरोरा जिमी
And this is a little bit more aggressive. This is a little bit more dynamic.
Molly.
That's what we wanted to see. But do they have the skills to back it up?
पूरा मॉली भर दिया इन्होंने जीत जाएगी अरोरा अरोरा जीत जाएगी एक नॉक आ गया जीओल दिया एक नॉक लेकिन ऑल गेमर्स थर्ड पार्टी करके जीत जाएगी ऑल गेमर्स की थर्ड पार्टी आ रही है अबे यार ऑल गेमर्स कैसे मर गई KRX
an opportunity to push in an upset versus the lone player of Aurora but the longer this has gone on that thunder is being taken away from them
ये देख लो यार नीचे नेट डाल रहा है जबकि ये ऊपर बैठा है जीवन यार ओजी को नहीं दिखा रहे यार ये लोग जोन दिखाया ही नहीं इन्होंने
they are in the zone. KRX not so lucky. They don't really have that sort of foothold. So for AGAL, all is not lost, but the fight may be coming to them from KRX on the north side.
Zone इन्होंने दिखाया ही नहीं यार.
Got top priming the nade as well up top
Top
right
क्या
now.
कर रहा है? फोड़ेगा. और ये फोड़ा कैसे इसको? वो तो कंपाउंड के अंदर में था.
They've got to move quick as well with the zone coming up, so they want to advance and try and force the issue.
कंपाउंड के अंदर. वो एक यहाँ भी है. एक अंदर भी है. अबे बच गए. सब बच गया. सब बच गया. जीत गया. जीत गया. अरोरा जीत गया.
Back together. Jimmy just sat there and didn't really do much, unfortunately for Thunder Talk. They will
third
go
party
down
भी
again.
अबे OG versus 40.
Who are looking to try and make that chase as we turn our attention over to the northeast side.
OG का फाइट होने वाला है.
Fourth Thrives and Ulf going at loggerheads to try.
भाई कितना क्लस्टर है यहाँ पे. कितना ज़्यादा क्लस्टर है.
Have control of the ground. It's going to make things
अरे भाई साहब ये हिल के टॉप पे कौन बैठा है? उन लोगों का गेम है निग्मा गैलेक्सी. निग्मा गैलेक्सी का गेम है. आ रही है निग्मा गैलेक्सी टॉप 5
different from what we've seen throughout the entire event, always looking for opportunities to force themselves
अबे
into
यार
weakened
नहीं
situations to get advantage.
OG मर जाएगी.
Here thinking about the big picture, knowing they're relatively safe, they're comfortable, they're happy. They'll see if a mistake is presented towards
All gamers भी यहाँ होल्ड कर जाएगी. और यहाँ से ऑल गेमर्स होल्ड करके टॉप 5 टॉप 3 तक आ सकती है. अबे यार OG मर जाएगी यार. 0 पॉइंट में मत मर रहा भाई. एंड मैच तक ले जाएगा फिर ये लोग. क्वालिफाई करना है.
They've already found that opening knock. They're going to know that this is go, and they may just be out for blood. Ralph also cooking a nade there, so they didn't have the barrels down range to take on Fuchsman as he peeks wide. A nade sent back on
फूटेगा
it.
फूटेगा.
Oh,
बच गया.
Does some damage, but it's only going to tickle. And they back off, Jackie. They are falling away from this.
शैतान
Not wanting to get too far up and caught into this fight. You can get
4-5 पॉइंट निकाल देना भाई.
A massive threat.
अरोरा मर रही है वहाँ पे KRX से. निग्मा गैलेक्सी का गेम है. निग्मा गैलेक्सी के बाकी प्लेयर नीचे है. अबे ये नॉक नहीं. लॉर्ड अगर नॉक हुआ तो खेल खत्म है. लॉर्ड नॉक हुआ तो खेल खत्म है. खड़ा होके नाचो. अबे यार यहाँ OG का बैंड बजा पड़ा है. कह रहा है खड़ा होके नाचो. OG का बैंड बजा रहा है यहाँ पे. बोल रहे खड़ा होके नाचो. ये क्या बात हुआ?
Killer Joe going down. Fuchsman backed off the angle again. And they are just getting forced into a difficult.
अभी देखना होगा OG जोन कैसे जाएगी. और ये बोलता है खड़ा होके नाचना चालू कर दो.
So difficult. Nobody's having a good time around these cliffs, but nobody's going down.
वहाँ अरोरा भी मर रही है. ये तो मारना चाहिए.
Finally clocked by Quick. Able to slide away.
मर गया. बढ़िया.
Found again. That should be a flush and likely Killer Joe going down.
वो गोट का वो प्लेयर उसको मार क्यों नहीं रहा है? ADS
Galaxy with a big opportunity. There's just no exit path, John. You've got to stay close to the wall and fight up in person, or attempt for a quick getaway. Whatever you choose, Alula just
ऐसे तो अरोरा भी ऊपर आ जाएगी.
This extended battle
OG के ऊपर आ जाएगी अरोरा ऐसे.
Leaving them worse for wear every minute that passes. The duo attempts to just get out on it, piece away from the situation, but
Ziyol
not given that
Ziyol
gift.
finish.
Another connection.
अरोरा का
That time
आखिरी
it's from
प्लेयर है.
Flash Gaming, catching them on the exit.
OG एजेस पे आ गया. वहीं जोन काट दो. वहीं जोन काट दो. काट वहीं जोन काट.
Do manage to get back
वहीं तरफ ले जा जोन.
Thought they were going to lose Mox. Sorry, 2
जा.
players. Joe does manage to somehow get res there.
या वहाँ एजेस.
In the shadow of the mountain.
अबे यार नहीं है जोन. वहाँ पर आगे आना पड़ेगा. कंपाउंड डालना पड़ेगा. कंपाउंड पे डालना पड़ेगा. अभी जोन 30 सेकंड में चालू भी हो जाएगा.
Seemed like that was nearly the go signal as well, called for.
30 सेकंड में जोन भी है. अब OG का खेल खत्म लग रहा है. इजी क्वालीफाई है वे. इजी क्वालीफाई 71. मुझे तो नहीं लगता अभी भी इजी है. अगर 0-0 पॉइंट पे मर गए तो अब खेल खत्म है. 0-0 पॉइंट पे गए तब खेल खत्म है इन लोग का भी. अभी ये मैच के बाद 80 तक पहुंच सकता है कट ऑफ। मेरे को तो लगता है 80 टच कर देगा ये मैच के बाद, और फिर अगला मैच में 87, 88 वैसा 90 कर लेंगे वो लोग तो सेफ हो जाएंगे। 5 पॉइंट निकाल दो बस ओजी, फिर मैं बोल दूंगा हाँ सेफ है।
Where are RQ approaching from? How many are they? What sort of angles are they playing around with?
जोन चालू हो गया।
So invaluable.
अबे पूरा सेंटर जा रहा है विस्गॉड, आतंकी नॉक फिनिश। नहीं कैसे खेल रहे हैं लोग। आरू भी नॉक हो गया, विस्गॉड भी नॉक हो गया। AKOP आखिरी बचा है, देखना 5 टीम 80 भी नहीं जाएगी एंड तक। क्या बात कर रहा है, अभी देख लेना यही मैच में 80 चल जाएगी। अबे यार अभी ये मैच में KRX और निग्मा गैलेक्सी ऊपर आने वाली है। अबे आखिरी प्लेयर AKOP बाकी है, गाड़ी में बैठा हुआ है AKOP। ऑल गेमर्स वाला मार देगा। वो शैक को क्या अंदर है क्या शायद?
Desperately wanting to try and stay in the running for our last match, which is yet to come after this.
अबे देखा कैसे नहीं उसको?
Satan spotting it, seemed like there was the clear there over towards the vehicle. Good
Goat
shots
team
on
मर गई।
target. Stop Killer Joe.
Goat मर गई, 6th पे थी।
They're out here. And that's the dream scenario. Licking your lips for Enigma Galaxy. They know that they'll be able to move themselves up.
अभी यहाँ से कौन-कौन ऊपर आएगा? KRX ऊपर आएगी, निग्मा गैलेक्सी ऊपर चल गई है, और निग्मा गैलेक्सी का पूरा जोन है।
A lot of open angles for them to play around, but leaving this building is going to be so hard for Furia. With the angles that Enigma Galaxy, maybe not Alola, I think they're a little bit too far away to take shots out there, but the position that Enigma Galaxy have on this, they'll have the information. Actually, it might be pretty difficult for them to actually compete on that.
हाँ, शैक में
AGAL could be more important on suppressing
अबे
Furia
रिवाइव दे दिया।
but a swing down to the south could
OG का
definitely be on the cards for Furia.
अबे सब रिवाइव हो गए, रिवाइव हो गए।
Process, maybe find a shot over towards team.
OG के सब रिवाइव, मेरे को लगा फिनिश हो गए थे। सब रिवाइव हो गए, अब जोन भी है।
Of Enigma Galaxy, right
Oh, let's go, let's go.
On the 5th place bubble with Goat and Enigma Galaxy, but AGL are there too, and they are right in that bubble contest.
3 मैन है अभी भी, 3 मैन है OG, और जोन भी है अगला। बस बाहर से वो लोग पुश करेंगे अभी 40 वगैरह।
Could have been a very different game for AGAL, surviving far later than expected off the awkward
क्या ही सर्वाइवल गेम हो रहा है।
The backline play from Dark.
ये टॉप अभी भी जिंदा है यहाँ पे।
But ironically, it's Aurora that are down to just the solo outside of the zone, and AGAL that still look to fight on for another day.
Top trying to creep up towards.
अब जोन चालू होगा।
Hills here, but has to go open broadside towards.
Furia भी चल जाएगी ये हिल के पास।
Up and into the foothills now. Yeah, I don't think the angles are there. Alola picking up more points as well. They're finding shots left and right.
OG को किल निकालना पड़ेगा।
They have to crunch down south now. So
5 पॉइंट निकाल दो बस।
Has kept them safe for so long. On the north side. Continuing to just lose a player.
देखो KRX मार रही है वहाँ से।
And they may not last too much
KRX
longer.
knock.
They will fall, and it's Ulf out in 9th place.
Hey, KRX मर कैसे गई?
Devil from Reject gets that last shot in with the mini 14. KRX
ले भाई।
down as the zone nips at their heels.
अब निग्मा गैलेक्सी का चिकन आ जाएगा। फ्यूरिया है, अबे फ्यूरिया, हाँ फ्यूरिया ऊपर आएगी ये मैच।
Up on top of the rock, Lord, living
80
his
पॉइंट।
movie.
ऑल गेमर भी मार रहा है।
3 points to steal from the position they've got themselves into, John, and you can't get them out.
निग्मा गैलेक्सी, OG, अबे ये क्या किया? खुद का नेड से, खुद का नेड से क्यों पोर्ट किया? अपना ही टीममेट को नेड मार दिया यार, ये क्यों? विज़गॉड ने अपने ही टीममेट को नेड मार दिया।
anyone above them off of that top 13 spot, but they have to leave here with GK in the way. That's made very, very tricky.
पलक को नॉक दिया, अबे यार आरू भी नॉक हो गया, तो किल भी चोरी हो गया, किल भी चोरी.
And now it's two of them left to try and put something together.
So many of our
आखिरी
squads
प्लेयर
going
है.
at each other right now.
रिवाइव हो गया, रिवाइव हो गया, रिवाइव हो
Taking the brunt of the damage as they fall one by one. Goodbye, good night. Reject.
गया, रिवाइव दे दिया. 2 मैंने अभी. टॉप 8 में आ गए, टॉप 8 में आ गए. 40 मर गई है. टॉप 8 में आ गए, अरोरा भी मर गई. लेट्स गो, लेट्स गो, लेट्स गो, लेट्स गो. यहाँ फ्यूरिया भी मार रही है. निग्मा गैलेक्सी को भाई छी, निग्मा गैलेक्सी थ्रो कर दी. अब वो लॉर्ड ही बस वो टॉप 3 लेके आएगा. निग्मा गैलेक्सी फिर टॉप 3 ले आएगा तो 80 पॉइंट तक हो जाएगा. फ्लैश भी अभी ऊपर आएगी, ऑल गेमर्स भी ऊपर आएगी. भाई साहब क्या कंपटीशन है. अगर फ्यूरिया का चिकन आ गया तो वो भी 80 पॉइंट के पास. अरे अरे 90 पॉइंट टच कर दो, 90 पॉइंट टच कर दो.
Finally starts to slip through the fingertips. Lord still in a position to
यही मैच में 90 पॉइंट टच कर दो.
whilst everyone else fights at the bottom of the tower, looking to climb over one another to guarantee themselves more from this match. Trying to stay as tight to the wall as possible as to not be shot from below or above. Ayala with a vehicle looking for the move round. Alula having to advance as well. You got the split on either side, it seems. A stereo rotate for Alula and Geeke.
अरे एक भी किल नहीं किया अभी तक क्या हम लोग. आरू वापस नॉक. अबे फिनिश भी हो गया.
I feel like for the team,
He's got आखिरी.
second, maybe even third, they're going to start to feel safe moving into this last one. But everybody else,
किसका चिकन आएगा फिर? FL, Furia,
to find these shots, but not quite connecting the nades, not quite getting the distance on the
All
arm
Gamers.
or Flash. I mean, it's a bit maybe overzealous.
All Gamers 4 मैंने क्या नहीं 3 मैंने.
Both teams out of the zone need to try and regroup.
नहीं आने दे रहे, फ्लैश को नहीं आने दे रहे. तो फूटेगा नहीं, नेड खराब गया. नेड सही नहीं जा रहा, नेड सही नहीं जा रहा. ओजी वाला जिंदा रहे, बस विस्गॉड जिंदा रहे. ले गाड़ी फंस गया. जोन में है ना विस्गॉड.
Surprise Flash is still alive and
जोन में है, लेकिन ऑल गेमर्स वाला देख के रखा है.
Still no trade back towards him. So although it's only a solo, Enigma Galaxy being a thorn in the side of the squads beneath them here.
लॉर्ड, ये लॉर्ड ओवर कमिट का चक्कर में मरेगा ऐसा लग रहा है. क्या 1v4 मार देगा क्या नेड से नीचे? क्या कर रहा है ये? नेड भी वेस्ट हो गया. फ्लैश का एक जोन से गया. फ्लैश का एक है प्लेयर, फ्लैश का सोलो प्लेयर है. मार दिया, मार दिया, मार दिया. तो अगर फ्यूरिया का चिकन आता है तो 80 पॉइंट. लॉर्ड स्क्वाड अभी भी जिंदा है. 30 सेकंड तक. अरे एक नेड से ले गया. ऑल गेमर्स का प्लेयर को मार दिया. वो गेम खराब कर देता अभी. ये नेड से अगर फूट गया तो ये नेड नहीं जा रहा. वो बढ़िया नॉक, बढ़िया नॉक, बढ़िया नॉक, बढ़िया नॉक.
You also got Igor to play on the angle as well, and
मर गया. तो फ्यूरिया का चिकन.
They do manage to ladder up, but
Ula.
remember the placements haven't kicked in for Enigma Galaxy just yet, so they will be in the top 5 going into
अबे
the
लॉर्ड
last
तो
one.
मार रहा है. लो 70 तो हो रहा है, 80 भी कट ऑफ हो गया. उन लोग का भी प्लेसमेंट भी ऐड होगा. प्लेसमेंट भी इस गॉड अभी भी जिंदा है. टॉप 5 तक आ गया. जोन है क्या अभी भी वहाँ? ओ पेड़ तक आ गया है क्या? ओ बढ़िया, बढ़िया, बढ़िया. नहीं 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 लॉर्ड, ये
Wow, goodness
79
They eliminate themselves
और यहाँ से 4 पॉइंट और 83 80 पार तो हो गया
to solidify themselves into the top 16. They almost, well, sorry, so
अब यहाँ से फ्यूरिया अगर चिकन मार देगी उन लोग का भी 80
which is a great relief for them, I'm sure, guaranteeing themselves
सब रिवाइव हो गया फ्यूरिया का एक ही प्लेयर फिनिश हुआ ला बच गया फ्यूरिया का ही चिकन लग रहा है
More of their utility force to be reinvested to get themselves healthy.
और यहाँ से 5 पॉइंट अगर देखे तो
Furia somehow living on borrowed time with some of the awkward
Lord
fights they've had to
85
even get this far into the
Lord
runnings.
का 85 हो जाएगा
Lord knowing he can't risk too many engagements that won't
हम लोगों को
result in
3
clean
पॉइंट
pick
मिला
with the low ammunition left in reserve. Kike and Alula not too far from one another. This could all change in an instant, John.
Last match तक जा रहा है
Single pick. I mean, the fact that Lord is low on ammo is so important for Geek here. Their survival would be all but
पूला गीक का नॉक दिया
if they do find it.
मार 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 दे लास्ट में दे दिया फ्यूरिया का चिकन आ रहा है फ्यूरिया का चिकन आ रहा है फ्यूरिया मार दिया फ्यूरिया मार दिया
31 rounds for Lord. He's got 2 nades but has to back off.
He's got an angle to get his HP back.
Revive दे रहा है जाना होगा
Already started to break the backs of everyone that's dared to defy him from this angle. Let them fight amongst themselves. Furia putting pressure on, but they're not ready from the peak from the top.
नेड है इसके पास यूज करो अबे फ्यूरिया को मत मारो नेड
Cooked nicely, rolling down the hillside. Alula already still the point on the Furia.
One more nade for Lord. Drops it right on top of their heads. Looks for the shots. Gets one knock, but it's now up to Alula, who are looking to charge themselves up. Gain some pace over, and they are able to find it. The high ground was
फ्यूरिया का चिकन होता
take a 12 Elin chicken dinner.
वो लॉर्ड ने गेम खराब कर दिया
The twists and turns on the narrative. Miramar delivering with madness in the desert as squads had to desert all hope the longer that went on, knowing the high ground was irrecoverable. Lord up on high. And he saw everything, John. The difference
गेम खराब कर दिया उसने
he did what he
पॉइंट टेबल पॉइंट टेबल पॉइंट टेबल पॉइंट टेबल अपलोड करो अपलोड करो अपलोड करो अपलोड करो लो भाई ऑल गेमर्स 78 कोड 71 फ्यूरिया फ्यूरिया का चिकन मिस हो गया 3 किल आता 78 पॉइंट्स पे ये लोग भी आ जाते मेरी प्रेडिक्शन 40 ओजी अरोरा ऑल गेमर्स और फ्यूरिया तो मेरी सारी प्रेडिक्शन अभी हो सकती है क्वालिफाई नहीं हो सकती निग्मा गैलेक्सी बहुत ऊपर चल गई है 87 88 आखिरी मैच 80 का कट ऑफ है अभी 88 शायद काफ़ी रहेगा 8 पॉइंट फिर भी सेफ रहने के लिए 90 मैंने पहले भी बोला था 90 पॉइंट टच करना ही होगा वरना अगर सब कोई थोड़ा थोड़ा ऊपर आ जाएंगे तो दिक्कत है 90 कर लो सेफ हो जाओगे 2 पॉइंट और निकालना है ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में क्वालिफाई हो जाएंगे ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में क्वालिफाई हो जाएंगे ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में आखिरी मैच हो जाएगा भाई
there is potentially something on the cards. It would be a miracle.
Hey man,
होता है होता है
fix things in the last 2 games. That's one half already.
भाई थक गया मैं तो
Have another big performance.
तो थक गया
to get
अब
excited.
मैं
Come out here and wax
सो गया भाई
the plays that they can deliver. It could all change. It's why it's so enticing today. It's why it's so explosive. These teams know one mistake, you could have your key crushed and your dreams going with it.
Yeah, 3 keys will be listed for destruction. By the end of today, we will have those 3 keys named and locked and loaded, ready to go. We are going to go and take a look at some of what our sponsors
TT तो बाहर हो रही है
back with our final match. So do not go anywhere. We'll see you guys in a few.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
All right, we popped on over to the SDC Arena for our final CC update, and I managed to grab two people to help us talk through everything that we need to. Of course, we have Ginny, but we're also joined by Blaze. So, Blaze, let's start things off by breaking down what's going on here on your stage.
I mean, so it's absolutely insane. You know, when it comes down to the CC, you got three teams here that can really make a run for those club championship points. You got Falcons, 100 Thieves,
ये कौन finger उंगर है क्या?
Sports. So when it comes down to those squads on your stage, they're going to be getting some help over here.
Okay, that's actually big because this is an opportunity for a couple of those teams to actually get some more points that they need, Ginny. So talk to me about the CC implications that this could have and if there are any other CC squads that might have some surprises.
Yeah, so when it comes to right now, we have 4 out of the top 8 that already qualified. So you got FaZe, you got G2, you got 100 Thieves, as well as Falcons. Very important to note, however, that G2 is not CC eligible because of the fact that they made too many roster changes after the deadline has already passed. They did knock Gentlemates into this lower bracket, and Gentlemates has competed before on COD, where they got 200 points. They competed in Valorant, where they also got 200 points, and they are yet to compete in Rocket League next week, where they have a pretty good roster. So for Gentlemates' side of things, like, they have to win this lower bracket game today to even be in the top 8 and get some points. My question then for you is, how realistic is that, considering what happened yesterday with the 3-0?
I mean, it was a 3-0. It was crazy. You know, I talked to some of the players, and they felt like they were playing a God squad over there.
Oh, wow.
But don't worry, the Gentle Suits are in the building, and if I've seen anything out of that amazing group is that they can wheel their team through some crazy series to push them into the finals.
I love that. I love that, which means that there's definitely going to be some very exciting matches coming up over the next couple of days.
Yes.
So, of course, as we know more, we'll keep all of you updated and see how everything plays out.
Thank you, Genie, Glitter, and Blaze for the update with the CC, because things are getting spicy here at PMWC at EWC 26 as we're going to be heading into our final match of Group A. We will end up eliminating the bottom 3 teams. And talking about those bottom 3 teams, Lace, one team that was able to push themselves out of it from the beginning of the day, Alula, ended up getting that win as well.
Yeah, I just want to obviously mention to you guys at home, they started today with 21 points in the bottom 3. Now, they've had a nice trajectory so far and being able to sort of keep themselves within that middle, but then to skyrocket to a chicken dinner. And not only that, managed to get about, it was about 12, it was about 10 eliminations just before the fight with Furia when they're moving their way down off that peak onto the hill, and then they were able obviously to get that. But you know, that wasn't without some help from one of our teammates who was sitting on, you know, the top peak there. But for this team, they clearly understand that these last 2 games are incredibly important. They have had a steady run throughout this. I mean, looking at this position here, they are actually sort of moving their way down on top of GK, which I thought, oh, okay. Obviously, they weren't sort of putting out that scout to see where Furia were at that moment. Furia were able to get like a couple of knocks on them, but they were able to reset and then get that win.
I have no idea how Fury just kept getting back up. They get knocked back up, knocked back up, knocked back up, and they got really deep in that game. I did not expect them to make it actually to a top 2 finish. That is very impressive. Just highlighting how relentless Fury truly are here, representing Brazil in Paris for PMWC. But the finishing moments here, Yasa giving it his best shot. But Lord in particular, here Niptura, oh my goodness, making it rain from this peak finish with that Mini 14. He was holding onto his resources for as long as he really could, but eventually the circle had a different plan in mind.
No, he was exactly the right teammate to be up on top there, right? I think he was really, really good at sussing out exactly where everybody was. He was really good at getting those nades. Some of them went a little long, but a lot of them were right on target. I love the mini that he had as well. That was a fantastic weapon of choice to be up there. So all around, a really, 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 really good play coming from him. Really, yes.
But really. And really, Lore was able to put up good performance for Enigma Galaxy, being able to secure some extra placement points as well. putting up those. Oh man, look at us, Tomash. Let's go. 8 eliminations there from
8
Lord.
kill,
And the damage
बहुत
there
बढ़िया
as
खेला
well.
वो.
And this is a squad that's currently in contention for that top 5, and they were securing the top of that mountain.
Yeah, I mean, it was great to do that 3-1 split. That's what they had in the mid game. 3 players down below in the thick of it, fighting all the teams. There was Alula, there was even a side of Go at one point just coming their way. But no, Lord was trying to keep his teammates safe. But he could only do so for so long, right? Eventually, teams are going to be encroaching on his 3 teammates. They get eliminated, and then Lord is alone. But I like what he did because he knew he was limited in resources, right, Niptura? He was not able to really take too many shots. He just held onto those resources until the very end, where he could maybe convert that into a chicken dinner. As we know, that didn't happen. But Podium, as a solo, that is huge regardless.
Huge indeed, as we're going to be taking a look at the overall. And I want you to keep in mind, top 5 go directly to the finals. Bottom 3 gets in home, and the ones in between get to go to survival. 4th thrives, still in the first place, but just like, actually, let's just focus on 4th all the way to 9, because 4th place with Aurora Gaming, they have been playing great today, but they just haven't been able to create such a big gap, as they only have 82 points, 4 points more than AGAL in 6th place.
No, they do. It's going to be interesting. I have noticed that Aurora have been stepping up, right? They felt that pressure a little bit. They've realized, like, oh, it's not really going our way. We got to up our game a little bit. It is working now. So they are at 82
41
points.
placement point. Highest.
But at least they're already there. You know, teams like Team Flash are also already there, but 2 points ahead of AGAL. Goat team as well.
बहुत placement खेल रहा है
those ranks. They were not in 8th place a few games ago, Max.
Yeah, I mean, really looking at the teams in the top 5, 4th thrives.
47 kills.
They're going to make it. They're going straight into your
kills में थोड़ा पीछे हो गया है. वैसे kills से लोग निकाल सकता है. 40 को भी हरा दिया गन फाइट में.
We're looking at Aurora Gaming and Team Flash in particular here.
शायद से अभी qualify होना ज़्यादा important है इन लोग के लिए.
All gamers, GOAT team, Furia, you know they're going to chase them down for that top 5.
Yeah, they need to make these opportunities for themselves, and what we're seeing a lot of teams do is kind of letting just the cookie crumble how it will.
What's up? OG in the OG cut off 120 almost. क्या बोल रहा है? Cut off 120 almost. अबे 2 दिन का ही मैच है मेरे हिसाब से. 12 मैच के हिसाब से 85 होगा कट ऑफ. हाँ 12 मैच का ही तो है. 5 या 6 पॉइंट और ये इजी क्वालीफाई के लिए ROW. अभी तो आखिरी मैच बाकी है, देखते हैं. यहाँ से बाहर कौन हो रहा है? ये तीनों टीम बाहर ही हो रही है. अब तो बहुत ज्यादा गैप हो गया. 12 पॉइंट का गैप.
They just sat down there. They didn't create any space, no presence, and got absolutely.
ये तीनों टीम बाहर हो रही है. चाइना की थंडर टॉप, गेमिंग स्टार्स, एक्सपोर्ट. गेमिंग स्टार से बीच में लगा था कि थोड़ा क्या पता कर जाए.
I would say you are teams in the bottom 3. You have to hot drop RQ. I'm sorry.
Discussion हो रहा बहुत भयंकर.
You're going right home right away, straight to Charles de Gaulle, and as we know, that is not where you want to be.
We usually
Enigma
hate to see
Galaxy
the
का
hot
player
drops,
है.
but in situations like this,
ये all
you gotta
gamers.
take destiny into your hands. And yeah, you're absolutely right, Lace. They have to do it.
Yeah, and look, this is what I'm saying, where create your game. Make these plays to position other players into moving
RRQ.
and having you create that space. Like, even if they were to look at, you know, players like Alula, who were in the bottom, they actually forced GK to rotate into Furia. They made that play. And these bottom teams need to be able to do that as well.
Yeah, they need to be able to do
Flower
that. And they need to be
Maple,
careful with teams that are going to be
XG.
towards the top, like none other than who's that? Who's this? Oh, it's the best content creator for PubGMoki. Come up here, baby. Come up here.
Noki.
You know what? You don't even have to go that way. Just step over the chairs. You got this.
Hey.
Cool. The beast with 4 thrives currently in first place. Oh, put him on. Put him on. Oh, you should have told me. I would have brought mine too. But my Naki is here, and Naki, the team is currently sitting in first place. How are you guys feeling?
Alhamdulillah, we are feeling great. We are having a great moment.
Ooh, yes, you guys are. You guys have OG currently chasing you for that first place. Whoever gets first place gets to crush some keys. But how are you enjoying Paris so far?
Paris has been really great for us. The weather here is so beautiful. The city is so beautiful. We are really excited to visit the sites.
You're really excited to hopefully end up lifting that trophy. Max, you got any questions for Naki?
What do you think of French people like myself? The locals.
Bonjour,
do you like...
bonjour.
That definitely answers my question. Thank you very much.
That is a great one. From what you guys have seen, going back to the game, from what you guys have seen so far out of day 1 and day 2 here, has there been anything that ended up surprising the squad?
OG has definitely been a surprise for us. Like, they're playing really good. Their decisions, I haven't really looked at them that much, but their decisions are really good.
Yeah, their decisions have definitely been good. And for everybody currently watching, don't forget that you can experience the PUBG Mobile fan experience because it is gonna be open from August 11th through the 16th. Go enjoy some of the exciting activities, not only PUBG Mobile and Naruto Shippuden, the amazing collab that we're doing, but also the PUBG Mobile, Spider-Man, everything cool going on there. You can earn some exclusive rewards, so make sure you check that out. But yeah, I'm with you, Naki. I mean, I'm with what you were saying in regards to OG has been able to surprise a lot of those teams. And then towards the bottom, you're seeing some teams that I thought were going to end up performing better too with extra rejects. But with this one, who's going to be your top 5? I mean, it's pretty much said, but who is actually going to be your top 5? Tell me your predictions.
I mean, this only last match remaining, so I don't see that there are going to be a lot of changes to the top 5. But the teams on top 5, yeah, OG definitely, 4 Thrives, as we know.
I mean, you kind of have to pick them. Come on now.
Yeah. And Aurora is playing really consistent, and I hope FL qualifies. They are really my best friends. And one remaining?
Yeah, one. I think if I'm doing the math, Max, math right? One more? Yeah, one more.
Would be good. Yeah. OG 40, FL, Aurora, and KRX.
Ooh,
oh, nice one.
KRX. Okay, I thought you were gonna go with a different one like Nick McGalaxy, but thank you so much for joining us. Lace, Max Benatura, myself, 7WG. But ladies and gentlemen, it's time we go into the final match of Group A. Who's gonna end up winning it? Who's gonna end up in the bottom 3 and get sent home? Let's send it over to none other than John Allen and Jackie.
Oh yeah, it's time to get stuck into the final map for Group A. 3 teams on the chopping block, but those initials yet to be carved. Who will be taking up that chisel and taking down their opponents? Only time will tell, and 5 teams will rise right to the top. Cream of the cream, or creme de la creme, as they say here in Paris.
Maximum way. That's what I'm expecting to see here live in Paris. It's gonna get explosive, John. It's going to get enticing. And from what we've seen over the course of the day, it should all build to an absolute blistering affair here in our culminating game. Our last battleground, Miramar, once again on the cards. And you're right, that sharpened steel of the Butcher Blade is getting ready to chop. And those keys will be crushed. Barney will be there on stage, literally grinding all of these teams' efforts.
चालू होने वाला है मैच, चालू होने वाला है मैच, चालू होने वाला है.
No, those teams.
Yeah,
just
those
teams.
Yeah, okay.
All of those teams.
You're getting ahead of yourself.
Sorry,
man.
mate. Yeah,
I know we've got to chuck most of them into the grinder. Only one key will eventually remain. But we've got to get there first. And we've got to do it bit by bit. It's incremental, you know. But we do get to do 15 at once over towards the final. So make sure you're going to check that one out as we take our final steps onto the plane with Group A. Miramar is never been hotter. It's time to decide who will move forwards.
Now you can see the keys around the crusher. Our team's deep in fort, getting their last minutes in before we kick this one live. Get back into the playing path and set things off. The players, the organizations, the hopes and dreams. The atmosphere is good here in Paris. You can feel it. Tension you could cut with a knife for some of these squads. And for the top end, John, as much as you're not fighting to lose your chance in the tournament, you certainly are putting your neck on the line to make sure you guarantee a chance to skip that survival stage.
Absolutely. Top 5 is so valuable here. Interesting predictions coming out.
Chalo, agree match.
As he found himself over the back of the chairs and immediately thrust into doing Max 7 and Neptura and Lace's job, you know. Apparently we had to draft in some outside help there, but I think 4
ये कौन unsubscribe किया?
Aurora, I think is a fairly safe
ओ
bet.
517 हो गया. पता नहीं बहुत पहले हो गया था. तीसरा ही मैच में.
An outside chance. And then even further
किसी से जो जबरदस्ती सब्सक्राइब करवाया था, क्या पता उसमें से कोई किया होगा.
I feel like that's maybe what he wanted to happen. Not what is probably going to happen.
That's his personal ideal, top 5, right? That's his take on it. So it's fair enough, man. Exciting teams. They've certainly all given us something to rave about over the course of yesterday and today here at PMWC. Live from EWC. 26. Big 26, John.
God, imagine. I remember when it wasn't 26. Just last year, actually, it was
25.
Yeah,
And the year before that, 24.
No, it wasn't. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, it wasn't 25 the year before that. Come on. Don't be
नीचे का जोन कट गया.
As the plane path
तो
goes
फ्यूरिया हो रहा है.
from Partona
All gamers.
towards San Martin, it looks
All
like we are
gamers.
going to be heading down towards
दिक्कत किसको होगा? फ्लैश कहाँ पे? फ्लैश कहाँ पे? फ्लैश लॉस लिया हमने.
Dual peak lines
Aurora.
on that western side. Going to be a major feature.
Enigma Galaxy कहाँ है?
Areas around there, highly coveted. A lot of ground on the south side is slightly treacherous. Potential to see teams rotating down through Partona, trying to get access to the west, but more than likely, we're going to see a long rotate over on the north side, coming down on that west edge, past El Pozo, to try and push themselves towards those Ladriata hills.
With the stage set and the potential for the best, and the squads at the bottom established, so you know what results we'll be looking out for on this one. We'll delve into it and get an eye line. We heard the analyst saying at times like this, you need to really invest that risk versus reward. You can't play it overly safe.
आज का आखिरी मैच. उसके बाद एक की जो तोड़ेगा वो भी देखते हुए जाएंगे. उसी बहाने 5 घंटा, कितना घंटा का स्ट्रीम हुआ है वैसे? 4 घंटा अभी एग्जैक्ट हुआ. एग्जैक्ट 4 घंटा.
Moments of difference where maybe
4 घंटा हो गया है, तो ये अभी मैच आधा घंटा चलेगा, तो 4.5 घंटा, फिर 5 घंटा खींच देंगे. एंड स्क्रीन लगा के भी 5 घंटा खींच देंगे. कल वो एंट्री वगैरह था तो इसीलिए ज्यादा हो गया तो लग रहा है.
Our top 13. I don't want to jinx it for RRQ, but I feel like I'm fairly confident in saying that, especially given where RRQ are on the map, down towards Biodemar already, pretty much slap bang in the center of this circle. Yeah, it's going to be pretty difficult to try and jump up there and change things on that front. Would require something.
ये लोग तो बाहर हो रहे हैं.
There are quite a few teams, I think, who could realistically jump into the top 5 here. Depending on how Flash, Aurora, Enigma Galaxy do in this game, there are potentially opportunities to jump on through and see what you can get done for maybe, maybe down to 9th, but maybe even Ulf could give it a fair crack, if not Alula, which is a very outside chance. But 17 points, as we were saying, the 12-point gap feels pretty dastardly to try and get past, but with the form that Alula are on right now, it might be doable. 17 points.
Yeah, they've been looking far better, been hitting some good strides, and definitely guaranteeing themselves at least more of a safety net to play with from slipping deeper down into the depths. Rising, though, and attempting to climb does kind of rely, like you say, on a few of our squads that have been those point vacuums as absolute hoovers towards the top side, effectively just falling early, having some kind of breakdown that opens that door for an overlap for a squad to find a way in. So a lot riding on it on the individuals. A lot of small storylines in this one. We'll keep you dialed in with a narrative.
Trying to play small ball and keep yourself rolling straight down the track to the top 5 at the moment.
ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में डीसी पे आके देखेंगे, डीसी पे आके देखेंगे, लेकिन मैं तो स्ट्रीम भी करूंगा और डीसी पे वो हो जाएगा सीन. तेरे को अपना स्ट्रीम लगा के देखना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि मैं स्क्रीन शेयर करूंगा तो यहाँ लैग हो जाएगा.
No more matches after this one, and it is still very much all to play for. Unless you're 4th drives, then you're pretty much guaranteed to be in already.
They've done more than enough with the plays that they've made over the course of the past 2 days, John. Looked very, very exciting to watch. It would be a real shame not to have them there, to be honest, mate. I feel like it would be a big blunder. So glad they've already proven just how hard they're willing to play here live from Paris. We've heard the arena getting absolutely ballistic time and time again when you see pop-off plays. Hell, even just from one individual, right? Falak starts to go huge. This place gets loud.
I feel like Falak does anything, this place can get loud, I think.
True.
That's, you know what?
Voice on रखना DC वाला का. हाँ वो तो on है.
Right now, it's exactly the sort of support that saw them to first place back in PMGO as well.
Aurora.
A global title spurring.
RRQ भी है, Furia भी है, Aurora भी है.
We'll have to wait a little bit longer to see if they can do it, but it's almost certain that they're going to have a crack. Aurora, in the meantime, a lot less.
ADS देने आ गया. RRQ को भागना होगा.
RRQ and Furia. RRQ, remember, the bubble team at the bottom, do not want to be going down early.
No, you could see that kind of kicking in, the immediate reaction when they thought, hang on, I've got a line of sight to try and take a pick here over onto them. Throws a few bullets out, but doesn't want to overcommit. Far riskier for RRQ than it is for Aurora. And Furia, if they see weakness, they might attempt to dogpile on top of that and backstab towards Aurora. It's calmed down off the initial shots that were fired out.
अरे मतलब स्ट्रीम पे आवाज आना चाहिए. हाँ वो ऑन कर दिया बोला तो. स्ट्रीम पे आवाज आएगा. डिस्कॉर्ड पे कोई भी कुछ भी बोलेगा तो वही तो चेक करने के लिए उस दिन बुलाया था. ये क्यों भी नॉक हो गया?
little bit of trouble finds OG though.
अबे नहीं, जीरो पे मत मर जाना.
Over towards themselves and on the north side. Looks like a little bit of a traffic
वापस ये लोग OG का फाइट नहीं दिखा रहे, बॉटम टीम का फाइट दिखा रहे.
OG having a little bit of trouble here, a little bit of strife. And that's going to be another nade launched over the top. The knock not yet back up, and Swash does get flushed away. Shiva to be able to claim that one. Potential wraparound here for Rolex, but he's spotted and handled. X-Force rejects seemingly in charge of this fight against Gaming Stars as another flush comes on through. Yusuf and Maniac trying to piece themselves back together.
अबे ये क्या हो गया? साउंड चल गया.
Flagging, nothing more to be said.
That was quick, it was clean as well, and that's what you need.
Gaming Stars out of the tournament.
From the competition off the back of that, make it far more uncomfortable for them.
चलो भाई टर्की वापस चल जाओ Gaming Stars.
Nothing they can do for themselves in this situation to rise up the ranks. They're left dead last in that position. Whilst Reject claim 4 points, they've got to do a whole lot more, John. That's a brilliant start.
They've got to get a whole lot further down south as well now.
इतना नीचे zone काट दिया.
Move from that northern edge all the way out the back. OG in the meantime did manage to get the player res, so they are rotating against a full 4 team there, as well as KRX out on their west side. This is a real gauntlet for X-Force Rejects, and if they're going to qualify, this is the sort of test that they need to prove themselves capable of passing, Jackie. So I'm happy, in a way, that they have that opportunity. I'm not so certain that they're going to be able to pass it, but I'm willing to be proved wrong, and I'm ready to be here for when it happens. RRQ are now only 4 points ahead.
Oh, KRX on the ramp over the top, hitting the show-stopping plays, but can they actually punish with the shots? Close quarters combat from Hooksy, good for one, straight back in his face. And for Reject, it went from a nice start to a position. Damage on the 3 players for KRX though. It's just Trey left. Spams bullets on the reverb. Starts the
OG, अबे OG आओ, OG आओ. Third party.
Team suffering massive losses.
Shiva not in the fight, a little bit too further afield.
बढ़िया.
That's going to be a lot of points added to
इन लोग के भी ज़्यादा बंदे नहीं है ना? Nice. Qualified है, अब तो qualified है. 90 टच मार दिए AKOP.
As time goes by. And X-Force Rejects with a chance, but yeah, that gauntlet, like I was saying, is such a tough pass. The third
7 kill निकाल दिया इन्होंने.
It's pretty impossible to make that one work. But KRX falling in the meantime.
अबे ये लोग तो मार के खेल रहा था. अभी RRQ के ऊपर आ जाते 4 मैन रहते तो.
Adding some more points to the RJC tower.
वैसे अभी भी आ सकते हैं अगर RRQ जल्दी एलिमिनेट हो जाती है. चलो 90 हो गए अपने. अगर OG टॉप मारती है ना टेबल तो OG को वो की क्रश करने के लिए मिलेगा. फर्स्ट आ जाए, 40 को पीछे छोड़ दे. ये पाकिस्तान के नीचे नहीं रहना है, पाकिस्तान के ऊपर आना है.
The potential of them really grinding from the spot they've been left in, John, is unlikely at this point.
Yeah, it's getting less and less likely for all the teams as time goes on.
Aurora versus Furia.
I'm afraid that Noki will not be correct with his KRX prediction, as he is going to be down in a 9th place spot. But they're going to be seen again in the survival stage. I think I can guarantee that. I'm going to lock that one in.
40.
Spots Shiva
मार दिया उसको एक player को.
And that is going to be a quick flush. Their run may just have been drawn short on the north side. And RRQ,
एक player ही बाकी है उसका.
hold their nerve.
ये टीम तमिलास को क्या हो गया? अच्छा नीचे PT
slap bang in the middle. Although it's got a lot less central now with a hard east shift.
राइट तरफ रोटेट मार के जा तो सकते हैं. पूरा खाली है, पूरा खाली है यहाँ पे. यहाँ पे पूरा खाली है, यहाँ पे पूरा खाली है. और ये लोग ये रोड पकड़ के भी अगर चल जाए तब पहुंच जाएंगे. लेकिन ये डायरेक्ट ऐसे जाने का ट्राई कर रहा है. उन लोगों को लग रहा है चुम्मा सेरा में क्लस्टर होगा. इनको लग रहा है यहाँ पे बहुत क्लस्टर होगा, इसीलिए नहीं जा रहे हैं. लेकिन यहाँ पे असली क्लस्टर है. विस्गॉड चल जा विस्गॉड.
Seeing what more they'll get from this. That's the park up from Devil. I mean, there is potential for it, John. RRQ have been attempting to avoid fights up to this point. There's been a couple of opportunities where teams have whizzed near. They haven't risked it, which still means there's a chance. But if Reject can do much, maybe there's an opportunity. It's only a solo, though, so we're looking for a big finish on it with some more elims. It will not be an easy feat and requires RRQ to be shut down by a different team.
मैं तो चाहता हूँ all gamers हो जाए.
Position is just so strong here. It's such a difficult position to try and get up on towards.
Flash को हटा के all gamers हो जाओ.
If they're reactive and fast enough to respond to threats as they come their way, that is the major downside for RRQ, right? You have to play it fairly split in this location. It looks like they are.
हो भी जाएगी शायद से all gamers.
They are making themselves known, which I think is the right play. Force teams around them to fight against each other as they try and ascend towards it. This is what you need for RRQ.
अरे दिया.
Aggressive pressure.
उतारेगा क्या?
Moving teams away from you. You do not want to give them the idea that, hey, you're a weak fight. But maybe Furia have found their opening. There is AGAL behind them.
कैसे rotate कर रहे हैं साथ-साथ.
But I feel like Furia, we know how hardy this team is. We know that they've got some real staying power. The question is, can they get up the side of this cliff?
A similar situation once again for Furia then. They've had plot armor in the previous game, but this one might be harder for them. Shots on target towards Liu's. AGAL start to back up. Look to close the distance between their split and play off each other. You've got good cover at least by pushing so far towards the ridge side, so you can't take shots from the top of RRQ. But fighting towards them, like you say, is another story.
कैसा कैसा गन चलाते हैं लोग. ऑल गेमर का नॉक हो गया. ऊला का पुश आ गया.
The Fury's not going to push up that cliff, not going to go further in and try and loop around the cliff. You've got some more latitude to send your players to other angles, but there's plenty of angles to try and deal with. As Alala charge on in and take on AGAL and take a huge
खत्म. ऑल गेमर्स का ऑल गेमर्स का खेल खत्म होने वाला है. ओजी खाली है वैसे. अब जोन खींच दो. ओजी पे खींच दो. है जोन है. चल जाएंगे. जोन चल जाएंगे. दिक्कत नहीं होगा जोन जाने में. पहुंचने ही वाले हैं बस.
From the gaze from that top side view of RRQ, it's the roam in from Aurora that's closed the gap to allow them to get
direct grand finals जा रहे हैं.
Comfortable, got that initial pick over.
40 का नॉक. अब 40 जल्दी मर जाए तो टॉप कर जाएंगे. 40 को भी देखते हैं. 40 भी जल्दी मरे.
Onto the open is good, but they've lost Coops
on
the back line, and he's all the way out in the blue, Jackie. I don't think
OG
they're going to
देख
be able
रहा
to
है.
get him back up there. Devil is
मार. निगमा गैलेक्सी आ गया.
So it looks like that trade will be evened up. So 2 of our top 5 teams taking 1 player out from either side, and it is Devil who picks up the point there, adds them up to 44, and a little bit closer to RRQ. So now you're still not worried.
That feels like a little, a little subtext story.
मर जाएगा.
We'll keep our eyes on it. It's not super.
ADS दे दिया RRQ.
Okay.
but worth being aware of. I mean, he's still on the move, still alive for now.
Yeah, but the zone's coming to get him. He made a deal.
Zone कैसे जाएगा लेकिन 8 किल तो ये लोगों को पहले ऐसे खेलना चाहिए था.
Suppressing the angle from Nigma that was completely had him dead to rights.
अब जाके ऐसा खेल रहे हैं, क्या ही फायदा होगा.
He's got to go up, he's got to go around into OG, in towards RRQ.
गोल्ड ट्रॉफी है, पाकिस्तान से ऊपर आना नहीं. अबे कोई नहीं, इसमें भी फर्स्ट आएंगे.
So yeah, okay, go for a long wrap. That probably
एक और 40 का नॉक
on it, drops that adrenaline in as well, maxing out the stims, getting as much healing as he can get.
We'll see how that pathing goes for him once he gets himself back into the zone, sustaining a decent amount of damage, but he had a few meds to try and buffer it out. Not easy though, not comfortable. 4 Fribes with IQ getting line of sight again to re-engage, so a bit of pressure applied from them. Now RRQ still sitting where they hunkered down so long ago, waiting for a team to attempt to...
अरे ऑल गेमर्स मर रहा है, आखिरी प्लेयर बाकी ऑल गेमर्स का.
Fun to talk, seeing all of this commotion around them as well. As Nigma Galaxy move up towards Alula. That's top taken down by IQ, and Falak getting stuck in. As Aurora are suffering casualties.
This is dangerous for Aurora. They're not safe, not in its entirety. Nigma Galaxy a little.
अगर Aurora मर गई तो
points tables, but going this low, trying to just wend your way on through. Seems like they successfully shacked themselves up there. Had 2 of their players across as we hop on board with Alula. A lot of damage done towards GOAT team, and this was a team that was looking good for the
आखिरी प्लेयर बाकी है Aurora का. 83 points.
Now their dreams are being dashed at the feet of Alula.
Alula, they formed a fist and they are punching through the defense of GOAT. Moxie takes a heavy blow.
GOAT मर गई.
Last legs as the team gets removed from the equation. Goodbye GOAT. Alula coming alive as they begin to punish Nigma Galaxy. Absolutely collapsed on once again.
OG की तरफ काट दो जोन. साउथ में बहुत क्लस्टर है, नॉर्थ में तो 3 ही टीम है.
Keeping up that pace, Alula have changed.
All gamers एक नॉक दिया, फिनिश भी दिया.
Different team right now.
Flower.
For them are losing one, taking a knock to the play zone as well. That's going to slow you down no matter who you
All
are.
gamers का भी ज़्यादा पॉइंट नहीं है, 70 80.
I have to see what they can find. It is just too far away to hope for the bubble right now, and Aurora may be breathing a little.
79 point है.
With AGL getting cut.
अबे लग रहा है Aurora बाहर हो जाएगी.
Only one of their players alive.
Aurora लग रहा है बाहर हो जाएगी अगर मर गए तो. फिर वो ऑल गेमर्स को 83 के ऊपर आना होगा.
Distance between you and that bubble, because 4 points is not enough.
OG पे पुश आ रहा है, RRQ आएगी.
Think about teams that have the potential to get into this late game, like
RRQ आ रही है OG पे. अरे नॉक नहीं खाना.
But definitely within striking distance.
पुश आ गया.
Galaxy go down to a combination of Aurora and 4 Fribes. Removed from the equation as our top team scrap up.
एक OP नॉक हो गया. एक नॉक तो निकाला है.
And they come in full aggro. Good shots with the org. Damage on target.
2 नॉक हो गए.
Attempting to reposition RRQ down to 2 players. That's 1 cleanup as the shots hit onto Wizguard, and they are able to repel the initial.
आखिरी प्लेयर बाकी है आरू.
Steering wheel looks to create space and get away. Play on as a solo.
That could have been the opportunity there. If RRQ had fumbled the roll-up, it could have been the chance for Devil to make his way on in because he's completed that wrap.
गाड़ी गई कवर पे चल जा.
And is now pushing in.
Zone भी नहीं है वैसे.
Could have survived a lot longer. Look to get a point or 2 on Elims, get some placements coming through, but now the gap is 6 points, and it makes it all that much harder.
And in the conversation of who'd be on top come the end of the day, it's 4 Fribes that are once again getting the crowd hyped up with the plays. 4 Elims in the back pocket, always showing up in the Elim feed as the arena here at the Qiddiya City grid starts to roar. And Devil did make it in, like you say.
RRQ वहाँ मर जाती तो दिक्कत था. All gamers. आरू एक नॉक दिया. आरू फिनिश दिया. अरे कोई नहीं. एक को नॉक फिनिश दे दिया. क्वालिफाइड है. ग्रैंड फाइनल्स के लिए क्वालिफाइड. ओरेंगुटन क्वालिफाइड फॉर ग्रैंड फाइनल्स. अब कल से गॉड लाइक.
Bringing him up as a real clutch potential. Let's see if he's got a little bit more left to give in match 12 of 12.
TT अभी भी जिंदा है कैंप करके 4 में अरोरा डॉग
T24 on that western side, IQ much further inland. The back off comes through and
कर जाएंगे ये लोग अरोरा भी कर जाएंगे
certainly not at the moment.
हाँ कर जाएगी अरोरा भी GG
AGAL finally fall to Furia.
TT मर रही है
TTG trapped down in the
नेट से
ditch
फूटेगा
with
क्या
nades
कोई
being dashed towards them. T24 throwing
डैमेज
on
पड़ा
target. His eyes lighting up with the idea of a prospect of 4 more points for our top lobby team right now. And as the zone eats through them, they are finding success with ease.
Oh, T24 though stays a little bit too long. There is a response finally.
नेट का डैमेज भी पड़ रहा है
manages to thread that one through. Furia are getting picked apart in the meantime on the south side as Alola keep chowing down with their 2 players alive. The rest comes through. Falak wants to suppress the rotate, but Thundertalk have already lost 1 forwards. This is a
मार दे easy kill
from Falak. He is so overexposed on the hilltop. I'm surprised.
कौन नॉक दे दिया अरोरा का प्लेयर नॉक दिया क्या डॉग नॉक दे दिया
Putting them back in their place. They may have broken the century, but you cannot get a little bit too ahead of yourself there. Either way,
अरोरा भी क्वालिफाइड हो जाएगी 86 है ना
And one representative of the
80
squad
FL भी जिंदा है
its IQ that was down
अच्छा निग्मा गैलेक्सी के ऊपर एंड किया ना हम लोग ठीक है हो जाएंगे क्वालीफाई
watching that angle like you say they just hard
कितना 80 88 FL के सब जिंदा है फ्यूरिया मर गई है उल्फ और गीक जिंदा है उल्फ ऊपर आ सकती है क्या कितना ही ऊपर आएगी 90 पॉइंट्स चिकन निकाल देगी 77 उल्फ को 3 4 5 7-8 किल और निकालना होगा उल्फ को और चिकन तब जाके क्वालीफाई होंगे ये सरवाइव कर करके कहां तक आ गया 44 लेकिन आरआरक्यू अभी भी जिंदा है ना आरआरक्यू अभी भी जिंदा है
and he is caught between a rock, another rock, and several hard places. It is a tough approach from this north side, and it needs RRQ to start going down because the placements are already at 2, which means that even just surviving is not going to be enough for him. And he goes down there.
FL को गया
kill. Bottom 3 locked in. Jackie X-Force rejects joins Thunder Talk and Gaming Stars taking the tumble down. So it's all up to the points now.
खत्म TT reject Gaming Stars.
But the dreams live on for an RRQ
87 is 90.
Another blow back over to Aurora as Doc is
और यहाँ से फ्लैश करी जाएगी 85 पॉइंट हो जाएगा फ्लैश का और अगर उल्फ को करना है तो अगर उल्फ को क्वालिफाई करना है तो 11-21 उल्फ क्वालिफाई कर सकती है लेकिन फ्लैश को पहले मारना होगा और बहुत सारा किल उठाना पड़ेगा तब जाके उल्फ क्वालिफाई करेगी
in the more central spot, as I said before, but they're much more limited in terms of their maneuverability, in terms of their flexibility. It's a question of if they can force the other teams around them to fight with each other.
स्टेडियम में तो अलग ही हल्ला हो रहा है
in the other instance, allow a team to just get straight up close to you. Now with Team Flash within nading range, it's going to get so much more hard for Geeke to hold off this location.
And Flash, after paying passive for so
क्या नेड
long,
मारा
they can take risks now. So they look to advance down onto Geeke. Good first nade connection to blow one of the squad mates away. Present an opportunity to punish off the
Flash
back
and
of
off.
the RRQ with a third party.
किल भी चोरी कर लिया
Starting to steal those points and increase the pressure that's mounting on Flash's shoulders.
Secure in their 5th place, but they'd like to go further to try and join on the point scoring a little bit higher up on the tables. 4 Thrives, OG, Aurora, Enigma Galaxy, these 4 teams pretty much, they have made it into those grand finals directly. Flash will be joining them as well. It's really I don't think it's possible. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's not possible at this stage for Ulf to catch up. I don't think there's enough points left in the lobby to make up the difference, especially when you consider that Flash will also be getting placement points for a minimum of 4th place. And whatever else they're able to purloin from the rest of this lobby.
Just about the showmanship at this point.
Wolf knock दिया, finish भी दे, finish भी दे दिया. यहाँ से उल्फ अगर क्वालिफाई कर जाती है भाई साहब, क्या ही कमबैक होगा. कितना 17 पॉइंट का शायद से गैप था, 13 पॉइंट का गैप था, 13 पॉइंट का गैप था. लेकिन एजेस पे फंस गए हैं
figure out how they want to try and
FL और
manipulate
Geek
this
का
one
fight.
as the nades keep rolling down
Shaq
the
पे
hill
लोग फंस
towards
गए
GK,
Geek वाले.
making their life
अंदर जा रहे हैं क्या नेड?
Yeah, Ragnar out in the open is not going to last. You can't really step out for it. And they add another point. Racking up those elims, finding
एक और नॉक दे दिया Geek का.
towards Kevin. And this might be the final dispatch for GK. Who will sit right
All
on top
dead.
of that bubble. A lovely nade.
अच्छा
Poses
नेड
on
हमारा.
through, stops them dead in their tracks. But the 12th place there is going to be locked in. RRQ will be jumping over them with the placement points that they have earned, leaving GK on that bubble, but nevertheless still in survival stages, which is more than could be said.
तो यहाँ से 5 पॉइंट और हो गई. फ्लैश भी हो गई क्वालिफाई. 3 किल और निकाल दिए और 5 प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट भी आ रहा है.
Some of them might give them an extra air, an extra reset, some wind under their sails once they get into
Fourth
that
Rise,
survival
Orangutan,
stage.
Nigma Galaxy, Aurora और टीम फ्लैश. पहला 5 टीम.
Team Flash.
कल मिलेगा, कल नहीं परसों वैसे मिलेगा बाकी का 5 टीम.
Both pushed up to these ridge lines that they have to breach through quickly and open up exposed angles against them. Flash need to be in position, ready to go for the shots, but it looks like they're more preoccupied over towards RRQ's position. And maybe rightly so, because they do find Genfos, but Ulf in the meantime have gotten up close. Maybe a little bit too close for comfort. The shots can start to ring through, but Posey doesn't have an angle on towards it. As Genfos still bleeding out, but the nades now can come on in. Zeus is in danger, so's Tops. And there's the approach coming through Ketch and Kelsey off on the other angle. Aaron and Scarface playing off one another beautifully.
RRQ को भी वहाँ मार रहे हैं अलग.
And Lapar now the last to stand for RRQ, but Ulf have managed to turn this one topsy-turvy.
Yeah, they've really thrown a spanner in the works here, and they jump back behind the steering wheel to keep more pressure on Flash. Kelsey with a Molotov thrown in as well, giving them a little bit of space.
अब zone center पे आ गया वो.
Distance firefight RRQ. They're putting onto it with a good angle to try and punish onto Flash. Got to tuck in behind the vehicle.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's right up in their face, John. Taking it to them.
The wolves at the door, and they will echo.
बहुत अच्छा मारा.
The sound of a shotgun shell.
आखिरी प्लेयर है
He is in
RRQ
one
का.
versus one technically. He's got a little bit of time here. Has Kelsey to deal with on the low ground.
Oh.
He finds it, and now there's only one more player
आखिरी
up
प्लेयर
top
है.
for him to deal
अब
with.
है यार.
The death departing explosion there puts the final nail in. Lapar looking pretty good, but it is Ulf to find the chicken dinner.
इसको पता है क्वालिफाई नहीं की है.
Survival stage.
You see the excitement, the celebration, in the faces of defeat for some of our squads. They fought as hard as they could. For some, the journey ends. For others, it's just beginning with a battle for survival in our following stage.
इसको पता है थोड़ा मोड़ा पॉइंट से रह गए.
That were able to write history for themselves. They've guaranteed that opportunity to go
3-4 पॉइंट से शायद से रह गए.
In the space of 2 days, the competition
उल्फ की टीम 3-4 पॉइंट से रह गए तो.
pitch already.
What a treat Group A has been. Group B, I'm hoping, is going to be similarly high octane. That would be fantastic. We've got 2 days of survival beyond that as well, where we'll see the returning middle cadre of teams that played in both of those groups as well, joining once again for another shot at those grand finals. And I think that there has certainly been some phenomenal turns of events here. Fourth Thrives have proved themselves to be deserving of that top spot as well. From that PMGO season, people still sometimes had questions. Not me, never me, but some people certainly questioned, are they a mainstay team? Can they keep it going? The answer in this group, a resounding yes against some of the strongest teams in the world.
They've had such resilience, such beautiful individual skill as well with the plays we've seen from the entire roster, passing the baton at multiple times to guarantee themselves more and more inside of these battlegrounds. And I'm very glad that we'll get to see more from them. It's unfortunate we'll have to say goodbye to some of our teams, John, but the ones that go on to survival stage, they've earned that spot.
Absolutely. A big benefit of being in the top 5 as well is that you can really focus on analysis, on really practicing, on getting those strategies ingrained onto your team, as well as researching the other teams more through survival stage whilst being able to keep your playbook a little bit more hidden. So for Orangutan, I am thrilled that they've been able to get up and into second place. A brilliant result for this roster that hasn't had as much international experience as a lot of the players down on the stage here. Phenomenal stuff. We're going to head down to the stage to make sure that we're locking in everything that needs to be done. Barney, what do you got?
Welcome back to the main stage. Of course, taking the top spots in groups from Group A is 4.
अबे 5 पॉइंट से रह गए, यही बोल रहा था, 5 पॉइंट से रह गए, निग्मा गैलेक्सी बाहर हो जाती, निग्मा गैलेक्सी बाहर हो जाती, 5 किलो और निकालना था, 8 ही किलो निकाले, 5 और किलो आता तो निग्मा गैलेक्सी बाहर थी। ऑल गेमर्स भी नहीं हो पाई।
Wow, okay. I mean, still placing in the top
88, OG second
I like that. Now, Falak, did the expectations for you guys?
Let's go. OG यहाँ से हो गई है, अब ग्रैंड फाइनल तक तो कोई टेंशन नहीं है। एक इंडिया की टीम तो आ गई है, अब कल 2 दिन में पता चलेगा गॉड लाइक भी जा रही है कि नहीं।
Placing first in group stage, or was this the plan the whole time?
I mean, it's amazing to finish #1 in group stages as well, but the main goal is finals, and our goal is to finish #1 in the finals, so we can win back-to-back championships and make our name in history.
I mean, speaking of making a name in history, the PMGO win, if you manage to secure the win at PMWC, and then in your home country, PMGO, that would be pretty good, wouldn't it, IQ?
Yeah, of course.
Of course it would be pretty good. Right, guys, we have something special to do, which I'm pretty sure you know. Follow me. We're going to go over to the Crusher. Now, as first place finishers, right here at the group stage for your group, you get to do the fun part. Now, I would like you to come and stand up here, all 4 of you, please, behind the awesome Crusher. Now, before we get into the meat of this, can I get you guys to budge around? Budge around a little bit. Budge around, move around, move around, move around. Now, before we get into the meat of this, we've got to say our commiserations, of course, but 3 teams underperformed here. And it's brutal, but it's fair. Gaming Stars, Thunder Talk Gaming, and of course X-Force Rejects will be eliminated from the competition. Is there anything that you would like to say to them before you crush their keys?
Sorry guys for crushing your keys, and bye-bye.
Ah, sorry guys, and goodbye. All right, IQ, can you please press this button, and that will turn on the Crusher and reveal the teeth. Here we go! Look at that! See you later, Gaming Stars. Okay, would you like to pull on the server, crush the remaining keys, and send them into the elimination zone? 3, 2, 1, see you later! Was that satisfying?
Yeah, that's too much.
Too satisfying. Well, you might get to do it in the final with 15 keys. That's the plan, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the plan. All right, 4 Thrives, congratulations in placing first in Group A. We've got so much more PMWC action coming your way over the next few days. You can hear the crowd going nuts for 4 Thrives. That's what we like to see here at PMWC. But for now, let's head back to the studio so that they can talk about everything that happened over the last 2 days of groups.
It's a sight that we're getting used to seeing. 4 Thrives just dominating in, honestly, not being happy with their performance, Lace. That's insane.
That's crazy because they're the only team to hit triple digits, 107 points. 80 of those guys were actually eliminations. They had 0 chicken dinners. They had about 27 placement points, so that is about like a 2.25 average placement. So most of this was made up by pure firepower. But of course, they don't think that's good enough. And look, that's okay. They want to add the wins to that valiant effort as well.
Especially because we're going to have Smash Roll.
Especially you want to make sure you can actually get those chicken dinners. You know, they didn't do it in PMGO Season 1.
One thing we shall not forget, yeah, congratulations, 4Thrives. You're able to get that first place here for Group A. But this is the first time in a long time that we're going to have an India team at a global final.
So I want to take you guys back to the PMWL 2020 Eastern Region. Orange Rock TSM entity, they made it to the finals and actually did really good back in that event. But now it has been 5 years, 11 months and 29 days, and that streak has now ended as Orangutan make it to your PMWC 2026 Grand Finals.
And a great performance from that squad, if we're being completely honest. The way that they were
5 साल बाद जाके ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में पहुंचा है. अच्छा क्वालिफाई करके ना, क्वालिफाई करके, वरना वो डायरेक्ट इनवाइट रहता था PMGC में.
Match the aggressiveness that the global lobby is currently showcasing, that we're able to do that, and they were consistent as well today. WizKid was able to actually get a lot of placement points for that squad in 2 matches.
He really was. It was so exciting to see. And you know what's even crazier, you know, is that Orangutan, out of the 2 Indian teams that we have here, we have Godlike coming up in Group B. Orangutan is the more passive of the 2. Now let's just take a moment and let that sink in. Orangutan are the most passive of the 2 Indian teams here. They're in 2nd place. They've been going all over the place. They've been controlling the lobby. What is it going to happen with Group B? I'm scared for everybody else now.
I mean, I was scared after they got their first chicken dinner on Game 6 of day 1. I was like, okay, we need to see a continuation. I was not expecting a back-to-back win. Okay, that was definitely pushing it to the absolute limit. So they're confident. I hope they can bring that confidence into the next stage, which is going to be the Grand Finals. Very exciting. So Aru and the boys keep it going.
Yeah, they're definitely going to keep it going.
Let's go.
We're going to see in the top 5. There you have it. 4Thrives, Orangutan, Aurora Gaming,
5 points से रह गई.
Enigma Galaxy.
और वहाँ गोट 2 चिकन डिनर निकाल के नहीं हो.
Finals, and another team that I actually have to give major props to has to be Aurora Gaming. This looks like the squad that we usually expect, Nectura.
It is. I was just thinking that. It's like, oh, finally, they're not just sneaking their way into the top 5 just by the skin of their teeth. Finally, we have a team that has presence here throughout the 2 days. Maybe a little less yesterday, but look, very even across the board. 30 points, 60 elimination points to make that 90-point total. So I'm really, really happy with this. It gives me a little bit of hope for those finals.
Yeah, and a bit of a heartbreak.
Let's go. Orangutan qualified for Grand Finals.
It doesn't end up happening.
And sometimes
क्या Orangutan के ऊपर वीडियो बनाना चाहिए.
And this team, you know, has everything that it takes to be in those top 5. But of course, they just didn't really make those kind of macro decisions when it was necessary. So we did see them sort of fall off, and that brings through teams like Team Flash, who, like I say, throwing stuff at the wall, making it stick, but they adapted, they pushed through, and Ulf just kind of lost that momentum throughout there.
छठा मैच मिरामार का रोटेशन का ऊपर जिसके वजह से चिकन डिनर आया.
These teams, it is
Orangutan बढ़िया खेल लिया.
I mean, looking also on the first page for
मजा आ गया.
80 eliminations from 4Thrives.
हम लोग सोच रहे थे बॉटम 3 में ना आ जाए गलती से, लेकिन जो कल का आखिरी मैच के बाद कमबैक आया है, सेकंड पे आ गए, सेकंड पे आ गए. अब तो सीधा ग्रैंड फाइनल्स. ग्रैंड फाइनल्स कब है वैसे? ग्रैंड फाइनल्स है 14, 15, 16. मतलब पाकिस्तान का इंडिपेंडेंस डे, इंडिया का इंडिपेंडेंस डे, और उसके बाद संडे. ये देखो क्वालिफाइड टीम्स.
They set a trap on KRX, and the Shiva was able to escape, got picked off by 4Thrives, and Devil's just traveling around.
तो अगर 2 दिन में अभी गॉडलाइक भी क्वालिफाई कर जाती है, सर्वाइवल स्टेज में नहीं जाती है, तो सर्वाइवल स्टेज का स्ट्रीम करके मैं क्या करूंगा? लेकिन करूंगा. सर्वाइवल स्टेज का भी स्ट्रीम करूंगा. अब क्या का तैयारी करना होगा?
Besides Ulf, which team are you surprised by that is actually going to be going to survival?
I mean, Ulf, of course, as you said, but Furia. Like, sorry, the opening day was just not there, but it's fine because you guess what? We got the survival stage, and I think that this is a team that, despite being very aggressive, don't have a massive ego. I think they're willing to reconsider how they approached PMWC. They took a massive L here. multiple times this year, right? Not able to really quite make it to second or first place.
होता है भाया, होता
Cow
है.
Invitational, but you know what? I think here, Niptra, they're going to come back swinging with a vengeance in that survival stage.
Oh, absolutely. We definitely saw some really cool stuff coming in from them today, just a little bit
too
late. Yeah, so maybe survival stage, they'll just start that same track from the beginning and we'll have a much better result for them. Yeah, I think there's a couple of teams that we could really talk about because there was some definite surprises here.
Which other team surprised you?
For me, KRX.
What?
They were top five at the end of yesterday, and they just were non-existent. We could see them trying. There was, you know, a few eliminations over onto the edge there, you know, different sides of the mid game into the late game. They were trying to do something, but they just kept getting caught out. I think they were just too hesitant. They weren't confident enough, and that really ended up messing with them. So for me, definitely going to the survival stage, again, same as Furia, they need to just start that from the beginning.
Another big upset actually I want to bring up before we wrap it up on the desk here is actually Goat Team, right? They were so high up on the...
They were second place.
They were in second place, but not only that, they had 2 chicken dinners. You are part of the few teams that didn't qualify, and you have 2 chicken dinners under your belt. Goat Team, we know this team has a lot of potential coming out of the EECA region, but here, you've got to go back to the drawing board because this was just not enough to make it out of the group of death.
And one of the main concerns that we had for that squad was what were their matches going to be looking like when they didn't end up getting those wins? Well, we ended up getting the result for that, and now we're looking at the daily MVP, which is just such a big, like, take this. Because you're not going directly to the finals, and it's none other than Aaron, Max.
Oh, why you got to throw that to me? I like Aaron. He's really good. Well, I feel bad for him, but you know what? Aaron, you're really good. You proved it once again. You've got to come back stronger in the survival stage, which that one's going to be stacked because all the teams that also failed in Group B are going to be there, so everyone is going to be aiming for that heavily contested top 6.
That's going to be the main one, and here at Group A, we have talked about it multiple times. It did seem a little bit more passive than what we were expected to at a global event. I feel like with Group B coming tomorrow, make sure you guys tune in because Group B, I got a feeling, Lace, it's going to be a lot more aggressive.
Yeah, there's going to be a few teams that obviously we've seen, you know, other teams in their region perform incredibly well. And now we're going to have teams that beat them in their original region come to play in this lobby. So it will be...
ये नेड कितना मस्त था.
It will be spicy. Who's going to end up joining the squads that are now in the finals? Who will end up going to survival? And then we'll figure it out in Sunday. Who's going to get those keys crushed? Coops, man, once again, we got to give this man some extra props. I feel like that is such a big difference for the squad of Enigma Galaxy, and you can see it because he's just able to secure points that they're usually not able to with their sub 8-0.
Yes, I mean, when you look at the overall strategy from Enigma Galaxy, I would say it's the same to what we saw from them back in Pmwc.
मैसेज है क्या WhatsApp पे?
For those 2-2 splits, that's something they've done before. But Coops enables those players to just level up to the next level and actually work on a global level. So right now, I would say Coops is like the main reason why they've been doing so well in this group. And going into the finals, Enigma Galaxy, if they maintain what they've done so far, a Mina win, that could be in the cards.
Ooh, a Mina win, maybe a top 3 as well. You got to think about, we're talking so much about Coops, but we want to see Satan, Lord, step it up as well.
We do. I mean, we did see Lord in that one Miramar game coming clutch, but, you know, he kind of had the high ground, which really did help him out a little bit there. But, yeah, Satan as well. We really want to be able to, you know, go, where is he? What's he doing? There he is. As we look at the top 5 players, and it is going to be Flak with 25 eliminations, 5,000 damage. Hello?
You got 3 players or 4 thrives on the top 5 players, by the way.
Excuse me.
And talking about that, I want you to look at number 5 because T24 was not happy with his performance earlier, especially from day 1. And he looked at me at the beginning of the day and he said, 7, today I'm going to show up. And boy, did he end up showing up.
I have so many kudos to give T24. I don't know where he is now. I think he's gone. Aw. But T24, this guy has been so amazing today. I've really watched him step up. I've watched him throughout the years. I used to coach the guy. He got us to PMGC in 2023. I'm so proud of what he's been able to do here with this team. It's really, really good. And yeah, to just see him be able to pop off the way he has as a fragger, as that support player as well, has been really, really great to see. So big kudos to him.
As Blank says, T24 shuts the door.
He does.
Not only shuts the door, shuts the little box of loot on the other enemies and sends them back to the lobby. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, this does end up concluding Group A. It is none other than Lace, Max, man. Neptura and the 7WG. Don't forget that tomorrow is going to be the start of Group B for PMWC at EWC 26. Tune in. We might get more surprises.
That was payback.
खेल खत्म ओए 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 पाजी के विच गोड़ारू क्वालिफाई कर गए वैसे ग्रुप बी कल तो होरा के साथ फाइट क्या होगा लाखों एरिया में 40 बहुत एग्रेसिव टीम थी ओजी अरोरा फ्लैश निग्मा गैलेक्सी वैसे ओजी ने 40 को मारा ओजी ने और किसको मारा अरोरा को भी मार रहे थे बीच बीच में रोंडो में ओजी ने फ्लैश को मारा क्या सबको को वैसे ओजी के उतने ज़्यादा किल्स भी तो नहीं है कितने हैं 41 किल्स है ना नहीं 50 किल है अच्छा ठीक है 50 मतलब टॉप 5 में जो भी क्वालिफाई हुए उनमें सबसे कम किल्स है ओजी के जो भी क्वालिफाई हुए हैं उनमें सबसे कम किल ओजी के ही है एक बार वो देख लेते हैं फिर उसके बाद एंड करते हैं विकिपीडिया पीडब्ल्यूसी नहीं पीएमडब्ल्यूसी वो अच्छा ग्रुप स्टेज का भी तो अवार्ड था 65 सेकंड आए है मतलब 50 लाख रुपए कमा लिया ओजी ने 50 लाख क्या 70 लाख ही समझ लो 60 लाख समझ लो 60 लाख रुपए कमाए सेकंड आने के लिए ग्रुप स्टेज में भी भाई साहब इतना तो बीजीएस बीएमपीएस में सेकंड आने पे नहीं मिलता है जितना ग्रुप स्टेज पे आने पे मिला है और यहाँ पे ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में अब ये लोग मान लो चलो लास्ट ना आए लेकिन लास्ट भी आते 1 करोड़ तो कमा लिया इन्होंने आराम से 1 करोड़ रुपए कमा लिया ओजी ने ओजी तो 1 करोड़ रुपए कमा ली लियो भाई क्वालिफाई होके चलो अब कल से ग्रुप बी है अल्फा 7 ये टीम वेटिलिटी में कौन है डोपनेस खराब टीम है उतनी खास नहीं है ये साउथ अफ्रीका की टीम गॉड लाइक है ओरा एनएस तो अगर इसमें तगड़ी टीम देखूं अल्फा 7 भी अब तगड़ी नहीं रही है वैसे लेकिन इस लॉबी के हिसाब से तो करना चाहिए 1 2 3 4 5 तो मेरे को लगता है टॉप 5 अगर देखा जाए यहाँ से तो अल्फा 7 ये टीम विटिलिटी में है बिगर ट्रोन फेडरल्स है अच्छा ये लोग है क्या राइजन हाँ तब विटेलिटी भी अच्छा कर सकती है तो अगर टॉप 5 देखा जाए ये 16 पे क्यों डाला है फ्लैश को रैंगो 10 को 9th पे निग्मा गैलेक्सी 8th पे वाई सो सर्वाइवल स्टेट ग्रुप का फर्स्ट सेकंड थर्ड तो टीम फ्लैश यहाँ पे क्यों है 1 2 3 4 5 6 क्या मालूम ऑल गेमर्स DRX गोट अच्छा अपडेट नहीं हुआ है अभी 6, 7, 8. ग्रुप बी अल्फा 7 टीम विटालिटी। ये अरीना भी अच्छा खेलती है, लेकिन क्या ये अरीना टॉप 5 करेगी? मुश्किल लग रहा है वैसे। अल्फा 7 टीम विटालिटी, गॉड लाइक, ओरा और एनएस। और अगर विटालिटी नहीं तो फिर त्यानबा कर सकती है। S2G का मेरे को श्योर नहीं। यांगोन कंसिस्टेंट नहीं रही। गॉड लाइक इजिली कर सकती है टॉप 5। इजी ग्रुप है, इजी ग्रुप है। उसके बाद मजा आएगा ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में, जब दो इंडिया की टीम होगी ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में, तब आएगा मजा। आज का स्ट्रीम कितना देर का हुआ? आज भी 5 घंटा खींच ही दिया लगभग 4 आवर 48 मिनट्स। लेकिन जो बोलो 1 करोड़ रुपए कमा लिया ओरंगुटैन ने। और अगर उसमें भी ये लोग टॉप 3 पोडियम मार देते तब तो करोड़ों में, बहुत ज्यादा करोड़ हो जाएगा। अभी 60 लाख रुपए कमाए हैं। थर्ड भी आते हैं तो भाई साहब, फर्स्ट आते तो सीधा कितना है, 5 करोड़ के आसपास है ना। 5 करोड़, 2.5 करोड़, 1.5 करोड़, 1 करोड़ 20 लाख, 1 करोड़ 90 लाख, 80 लाख, 70 लाख। अभी सेकंड आया 65 लैक्स, 65 लैक्स कमा लिए। सही है भाई, सही है। पैसा ही पैसा है। खेले भी लेकिन वैसे ही है, तो डिजर्व तो करेंगे। कल गॉड लाइक। अब मुझे क्या करना है? अब मुझे गॉड लाइक के लिए भी बनाना होगा थंबनेल। तो इसको यहीं पर ही एंड किया जाए, ये स्ट्रीम को, है ना। खेल खत्म हो गया है यहाँ तक फिलहाल के लिए। तो गाइस, ओरंगुटैन तो क्वालिफाई कर चुकी है ग्रैंड फाइनल्स के लिए, वो भी सीधा ग्रुप स्टेज से, जो किसी ने एक्सपेक्ट नहीं किया था। सारी टीम्स बोल रही थी कि ओरंगुटैन बॉटम 3 आ सकती है, ओरंगुटैन शायद से क्वालिफाई नहीं करेगी, लेकिन क्वालिफाई कर लिया गया है ग्रैंड फाइनल्स के लिए डायरेक्टली। और कल से दिल से गॉड लाइक हो जाएगा। आज हु ओजी था, कल से दिल से गॉड लाइक हो जाएगा। और कल हम लोग गॉड लाइक को 2 दिन तक देखने के लिए आने वाले हैं, और उम्मीद करेंगे कि गॉड लाइक भी सीधा ग्रैंड फाइनल्स ग्रुप स्टेज से ही जाए, सर्वाइवल स्टेज का झंझट ना रखे। और जहाँ तक देख पा रहे हैं, लॉबी भी बहुत ज़्यादा, मतलब ईजी नहीं बोलेंगे, लेकिन इस वाले ग्रुप के अकॉर्डिंग में उतनी टफ टीम्स नहीं है, तो टॉप 5 आना ज़्यादा ईजी हो सकता है अगर अच्छे से खेले। और अगर ओरंगुटैन का भी गेम प्ले देख के वो लोग समझ गए होंगे कि हाँ इतना पॉइंट्स और ऐसे ऐसे करके खेलेंगे और टारगेट लेके चलेंगे तो इजीली क्वालिफाई हो सकते हैं। और वो देखा जाए, अगर 90 पॉइंट में क्वालिफाई हो रहे हैं तो 12 मैच में वो लोग ट्राई करेंगे कि 80 अगर किल्स निकाल देते हैं, 70-80 किल, तो प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट भी 20-25 पॉइंट आ जाएंगे प्लेसमेंट के भी। तो देखते हैं, कल के 6 मैचेस पे डिपेंड करेगा कि वो लोग कैसे खेल रहे हैं, कैसे नहीं, और क्या आगे के प्लान्स है। तो हम लोग मिलेंगे कल वापस से शाम को। कितने बजे मिले? 4 की 4:30? चलो 4 बजे ही मिलते हैं। तो 4 बजे कल शाम में मिलते हैं गॉड लाइक को सपोर्ट करने के लिए। और आज का हम लोग का यही पेंट करते हैं, क्योंकि ओरंगुटैन क्वालिफाई कर गई है और कल है गॉड लाइक की बारी। तब तक के लिए गुड नाइट गाइस, स्वीट ड्रीम्स, और भारत माता की जय, क्योंकि इंडिया कर गई है क्वालिफाई। बाय बाय।